No one can stop talking about Abigail.
Man, it's really quiet in here. Let's just make some noise. I don't know if this is better than silence. I'm just going to go back to being silent. Oh my god, he's back! How do we refund him back to Spain so he's back to not streaming? Too bad it doesn't work that way, suckers. What up? That's right, we're back from Spain. RedBull Wololo equal complete. And yes, I got a few souvenirs. Oh, dude. You know what? They actually, so they kind of... I'm a bit bummed out because someone got me a large when I'm a medium, but I still think I'll wear it well, you know? Like, also, I just love the design on the correlations they got for this one. Oh, yeah, there we go. Yeah, I actually feel like I'm marked for a Roman legion at this point. And then we go, wait. Yeah, I like it. You know, I'm not saying that I'm better than certain players, but I do have more official RedBull Wololo player jerseys than a lot of the top 20. Just saying. Man. But yes, it's been taxing. Apologies it took so long to get the first stream back. I flew home late on Monday. I needed Tuesday to unwind. Wednesday, I wanted to spend time with my son. For those that don't know, my son was born literally start of this month, so you know he's just a little bit over a week old, so I wanted to spend a little bit of time with him and with Freya and with Emma before I got back to streaming, but can't wait too long, you know. Had enough break that we've obviously got some things on the ladder we can check in on. I've already been messaged about some scrims for the Outback Octagon that I have access to cast. I also did notice that Anathan, and Marine Lord had a best of 5 yesterday that I think we'll have to take a look at. I noticed that my boy Voldemar has been hard on the grind, top 10, big pog, big clappers. Maybe a certain Anathan has been knocked down a little peg here because of Beastie, but I would argue Beastie, it looked like he queued also when Anathan was playing in that best of 5 against Marine Lord, which is a bit suspicious. But yeah, so the beef still continues between those two, and the days draw closer to the end of the season. So loads of things to catch up on here. On top of that, there is a bunch of team tournament things going on. I don't believe they're on today or tomorrow. They're going to resume again on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Clearman was messaging me, asking me if I can cast those. I wasn't able to because, of course, resetting, getting home and whatever. But now that we are back and rolling with the punches, we should be able to get prepped. I got so much stuff to sort, guys. I got to do my freaking taxes. Oh, God, I hate that already. A bunch of invoicing. I need to do a bunch of outreach. I need to really start pounding forward with this build a PC thing because one or two of the parts fell through, so trying to fill those roles now. We've got our upcoming tournament series, which I am locking in the date in the coming week when we will look to go live with that, but I'm thinking it's probably going to be final week of October, roughly, is when we'll begin. I haven't decided on exactly the name. It's probably going to be KP's Midweek Mayhem or KP's Midweek Masquerade. In fact, dude, I like the idea. I came up with it, and I was like, I forgot to write it down. Of like KP's mid-map masquerade for the ones where we just like test new maps. So I will lock in the name for that series, that 30-week series, by the way. It resets every week that we're going to be doing. I'm thinking probably KP's midweek muster sounds really good to me. Or we play free-for-all. There was some scrim lobbies. Some of the players that are going to be in the upcoming free-for-all tournament played in. So we'll be checking on that. So yeah, we've got loads of things to do. Loads of things to catch up on. Hopefully I don't drown in it all, because then there's also all the influencer-related stuff that I help with. It's kind of never-ending with me, you know? Dude, I'm looking at my Discord DMs, and I have 8 different ones I need to follow up on right now. So, by right now, I mean 6 or 7 hours from now. But yeah, so really the plan today, we're going to cast some of those games between Anathan and Marine Lord. We're going to probably cast some pub games. If there's time, we'll do the free-for-alls as well. If not, we'll do the free-for-alls tomorrow. But the other thing that we're going to do today, later on the stream, is I'm going to give my thoughts, my breakdown, everything RedBull Wololo related, as someone who has probably got one of the best pictures you're going to get on the matter, considering the behind-the-scenes access I have, the fact that I was there on site, and the fact that, of course, I was casting 3 of the 4 grand finals for that game. So that will come a bit later. For now, we need to get ready to check on some games. Let me open up Age of Empires 4. Where is Beastie? I don't know where Beastie is. What do you mean, where is Beastie? Beastie's at home. He didn't make it to Spain. Pretty sure he was he co-streaming the finals, probably? But yeah, there's loads of details getting on that. By the way, guys, I stole something. What's that? Let me put the... I just realized the green screen's being scuffed. I stole something. All right, but okay, so I stole something, but guys, you can't tell RedBull that I done it. Do you see them? Do you see my beauties? I got my map draft pieces as well. I got it. You know I had to get it. I actually snatched it out of Cal's hand because I needed it that badly. It's a Kotra! And then I also got Ghostlight, dude, for the Myth people. And then, finally, my Civ of choice. They're so OP, they can't be allowed to exist fully in this realm, hence why they're being green screened out. So yeah, I got myself a few souvenirs. There's a lot more stuff. I'll probably show them off more later. There's just so many things. Did you guys see the giant scroll? If you haven't checked my social media to get a nice look at that, because I got this big-ass scroll. Oh. Which, by the way, is made out specifically to a killer pigeon. Maybe I'll go through those later as well when we're doing the RedBull breakdown. Oh, good lord. But, yes, so, to the plan. Let me open up Anathan's data. I don't know if I'll be able to find the draft, as it is after... Like, it's quite a few hours later, and AoE2CM.net tends to, like, move quickly, and... Oh. Yeah, I brought some RedBull back with me as well. But I need to get sent some of the new flavors, because they've got a flavor which I'm told its taste profile is based on... It's kind of weird to hear. Gummy bears? But I need to look in on that one. Getting some of those sent out to me via my contact, because... I quite like them, whatever they were made from. So, let me have a look here. I don't think we're going to find Anathan's draft, but we can at least access his game. So, they had a BO5 that kicks off on Gorge. We're going to go through it all. So, let me start loading it up now. All right, there we go. Fantastic. But yeah, in terms of stream plans this week, by the way, guys, I will definitely be live tomorrow. I need to figure out what I'm doing on the weekend. I can't remember if there's any tournaments. You know, I don't like to clash unless there's like multiple games going on, in which case I'll split the format. But yeah, like there's a lot of oh, that's another thing I need to add. One sec, I need to add that to my list for later things to discuss. Changes needed for AoE 4. There was some interesting thoughts I came across while I was there, and a lot of them were self-discovered. So yeah, we'll talk about that later. But for now, let me pull us across to the magical land. Oh, it's still on Throne of Liberty, isn't it? Yeah, yeah. Sorry, 1 second. Okay. I believe that is everything fandappy dozy. I don't know if I'm going to keep that, like, the RedBull Wololo banner in the background. I might update. I am actually thinking of re-sleeving the entire channel from green to something else. All right. He just became the first ever RedBull Wololo back-to-back champion. And already he's back on the grind. Got home, got off his plane, immediately ego-chowed this lad across the way to a best of 5. One and all, welcome back to Age of Empires for action. We are fresh and rejuvenated back from the LAN in Spain, El Reinado itself. And we have the El Reinado champion in the south, in the red here. Orangutan in the red is, of course, none other than Marine Lord, playing as the Byzantines. And Anathan of My Insanity is looking to beat him down a bit here as the HRE. Yeah, these two were non-stop scrim partners, by the way. Like, they kind of just went ham in the build-up. It was his main go-to. The funny part is when I was up in the castle, it wasn't just that he was Marine Lord's go-to. Puppy Paw even got in a few practice games up against Anathan. So yeah, kind of an intriguing dynamic there. But I believe this is a $50 show match between the two, so I don't know if they've done it a $10 split per map or winner takes all. I would imagine it's more the $10 split because I remember that Marine Lord mentioned that he was winning so often in practice against Anathan. The original idea was that he was going to pay Anathan for every win he got, but he felt kind of bad. So in the end, he was like, I'm just going to pay you. So HRE versus Byzantines, though, kind of an interesting one, right? Like, I want to say HRE is quite favored here, just because you can play spears, play spam archers afterwards. The interesting part, the interesting dynamic in this matchup, though, is while HRE is favored on the opening, as in the first 10 to 15 minutes, if you get locked into a very long feudal, Byzantines can have a clear edge. And the reason is because over time, the system buff will accumulate to a point where with mass olive grove farms, you are getting better returns than what the HRE are capable of. It takes a while, but when you think about the mass behind it, right? Like you start with this base rate at 10%, you scale that up. But then when you talk about the berries and then you talk about the farms, once you have those farms set up, you're getting around the Grand Winery 32% extra of a resource that you otherwise wouldn't, right? And considering Arkan is a 40% buff, you can see how those two already start to compete, especially when you start adding in these irrigated buff rates. So kind of an interesting opening to go into the Limitane straight away, but I think this is meant to be a blocker to the idea of a tech free play in a rush, as HRE will sometimes lean into that, considering how aggressively fast they can be. So we're probably going to be looking at Limitane plus Javelins here. Would make a lot of sense considering the most likely formula for Anathan to try to experiment with here is going to be Archer plus Spear / Men-at-Arms. So that'll give you the mobility and it'll give you a range advantage there, right? Whereas going Lombos will give you something maybe a little bit too slow, especially when you consider that the HRE are faster on average. Scout is at least going to reveal what is happening to Anathan. In fact, let's hit the speed up a little bit, just for a minute or two. Sheepball is going to be 15 to 13. So kind of even. Anathan definitely a slight edge there, bigger than is apparent, because remember, he's been gathering faster with the Prelate. Villagers are going to have to shuffle away in the meantime. The Arkan is indeed going to be going up on that tree line. Nowhere else you want to place this here, right? Like the gold and the berries are way too far apart. There's no value there. Meanwhile, the berries on the other side. Nicely cushed to the west side. Could even see him leaning into the stone outcropping at some point just to try and get an irrigation level up much quicker, but it's usually not necessary with this Civ due to the insanity of the fact that they get extra stone whenever they build anything. Which has already been prepped by Anathan. Now, he did get the tech edge here, and this is important, right? This Limitane spam, I wonder if it was really worth it for Marine Lord to add 3 of these in, especially considering it's against HRE that are going to have the E-repairs. I get that he's concerned about a tech up, but just one less Limitane even could have been quite effective here. First Archers is going to be able to shuffle them away, and remember, with the extra movement speed, you will be able to gradually chase these boys down. Even after the first level assistant gives the same resource per minute as an Arkham farm, I believe it. Because you have to remember, like, what's happening there is you are having the base rate, and then you're getting 32% extra because you're near a Grand Winery in a farm, right? Then you add in the 10%. It's like you buff it up. It makes sense you're kind of tight. Like, the numbers are skewed a different way. It's not just a 42% like improvement compared to a 40% improvement because the base rate matters more when you're evaluating that value proposition, right? But it's very tight. So Archer is going to get chased down here. Nice micro there by Marine Lord. We'll be able to shuffle them away in the end. And has created space, actually. This is really good from Anathan. He's got the breathing room. He's drawn eyes away from his base. And now we see the pump coming. Double Archer range, +1 racks is the intent here. Archer are going to arrive in time to push him off of the berries. This could be a very quick game, actually, because the issue for Marine Lord is now he's having to step into everything, right? Like, go stables, but I don't think that's going to be enough. You're probably going to have to go Archer range here as well. Talk about mercenaries. He's gone for the Merc House, but he doesn't have access to the berries whatsoever. And considering how fast those spearmen are to move across the field, this Horseman reaction isn't a good one. I think Marine Lord is kind of stuck. Yeah, like, what do you do to get out from here, right? Like, you've got 10 sheep left under your TC, so that's going to be 2,000 food. On top of that, the Horsemen, like, and Limitane are burning through that fast, right? It's 80 and 100 a pop. Add in the cost of villages as well, and you just don't have the means to bulk a big army here. I think you needed to go archers. It doesn't feel comfortable to have to do so because you want to lean into food sources with the berries, but when you see this type of movement, it's too late to try and bulk horse. Anathan just on point. Now, I already know what Marine Lord's going to be like. Oh, he picked HRE. It's OP. This doesn't count. But in fairness, Byzantines are up there as well. I'd rate HRE higher. Yes, but Byzantines are pretty ludicrous. But yeah, this is the kind of expected dynamics we talked about, right? Is that HRE are really good up to that 10-15 mark. But if Byzantines can survive past that and they get their olive groves online, that's where they become the scary beast in the feudal matchup. I'm hesitant to say we're going to reach that point in the game. Especially when you look at the military raw numbers here. Marine Lord is now reacting to the archer ranges. He could have had this going a little bit quicker. The Merc House kind of wasted his time, right? And he has at least still got the archer range in range of the system, so it is getting buffed on its production rate. But when you consider that he could have had this up probably 30 seconds sooner, that's going to equate to like 3 extra archers. And I think that's going to matter a lot, considering how big the army of Anathan already is. Archers, march in. Spearman able to brush him aside. Horseman cannot stand nearby, and the gold is going to be blocked here. So limited resources to go for any tech advantage here, and that's difficult because in this circumstance, finding an opportunity to get into a blacksmith around 10 archers is invaluable. It's just not going to happen in this game. So Anathan will just chill on the south side. He's already got troops on the north. Marine Lord. Looking to set up those extra archery ranges. Now, keep in mind, that should be out of range. No, okay, he has got his deception in the high ground. So Siston is going to be able to buff that as well. Anathan just doing a very good job of boa constricting this map. Men-at-Arms also now getting queued up. Behind this, I imagine we've got about 4 farms added in. Okay, only 1 so far. Like the way he's remaining very lean here, but this is going to get tight, considering he's down to the final 4 sheep. He may have to consider going on to deer or berries just to justify the continued push. Lord. I'm trying to figure out, like, how do you get out of this stranglehold? You need your horsemen to go peeling to attack villages, but if Anathan doesn't go for those deers or those berries, goes for the wrist play, but instead just stays in his base, there isn't a world in which a few Limitane and 4 horsemen are going to do enough damage. So really, at this point, Anathan, with such a big military lead, if he just doesn't get greedy and plays it safe in his base, he will get the win. The only way that this kind of falls apart is if he goes towards those deer on the north side or the berries on the east. Kind of tricky one. What could have Marine Lord done better here? Different. I think the Limitane opening was kind of questionable. I get the intent behind it, but it's awkward to start with. Like, you're gambling. If it's a back spawn gold, it takes even longer to get in position here. But even that, with that in mind, right? Like, forcing an H3 player to open archers isn't a bad thing. What happened is, I think Marine Lord thought he was going to have a bit more time, and the idea was to bait archers and react with javelins. He didn't have the time, though. Like, this is the ludicrousness of actually both of these civs. They're so good at hitting these specific timings that block other civs out of the game right now. It's why they are, by far, the most first banned civs in the game. Limitane are not going to be able to do any real damage here. Maybe he gets a single villager kill? No. Anathan's just teasing him. And now the raid's going to come in. Could be the last stand here. Marine Lord looking heavily outnumbered. The archers not even caring about the horsemen in this type of quantity. Spin count is low, but the men-at-arms are going to come through now, and the villagers have to leave the area. A few of them are going to go down. And it feels like this is simply no ground for Marine Lord to stand on. He's already being constricted on the west side as well. You see two archers are patrolling. Great read by Anathan, understanding that this could turn into a Benny Hills game. Western Contract is being prepped, but with what resources are you hoping to get that? Archers are going to be reacted to, so the horsemen are going to chase in. Great trade there for Anathan. He's going to get 2 horsemen for 2 archers. Insane trade against a unit that's meant to counter you. But the aftermath of the earlier fight definitely hitting Marine Lord there. Double outpost now getting rushed up as the dive does come rushing in here. Anathan looking for more villager kills, and he will not be denied. This is about to snowball hard. Too hard, in fact. GG gets called. 4 worker kills is all it requires for Anathan to open up with a dub over the reigning RedBull Wololo champion. Okay, so yeah, kind of a very stompy opening game. I don't think that one really was indicative of the series. He done a fantastic timing, agreed, but like Atri versus Byzantines, I do definitely favor Atri in that matchup. You have to get kind of creative. I don't necessarily rate the way that Marine Lord tried to get creative there. I think we can see that clearly. It didn't really pay off in any meaningful way for him. So let's get ready with another one, though. Wait, am I in the right directory? I'm just double checking something. Give me a sec, guys. I don't think I was listed in the directory, and I don't know why. Okay, there we go. It's showing now. That was weird. But let's get ready for game numero 2. So, haha, we're going to Socotra. Yes! So, Malian versus Rus. Oh, by the way, guys, remember, we're still partnered for about another week with Protein Works, at which point I'll be talking to them about where we're going to re-up. We're doing the Chocolate Bueno today. So kind of like a Kinder Bueno. These are really good. Remember, my guarantee to you guys is if we got 10 sales across this month's partnership, I would commit an extra $200 into prize pool funding for the coming month. So that promise still stands. I'll be talking to them at the end of this week as to how things have gone. And then hopefully they'll be happy and they'll come back again. And we can maybe make this a regular deal I offer you guys, you know? It's very hard with the ice cubes to actually drink it. That noise is me struggling to drink it. All right, I just realized, actually, let's stick the score on. That'll be very handy. And then we've got the Monkey Man getting on the board first. Oh, the text got changed for that. That's interesting. That's right. He's back. He just won the S-tier LAN, the biggest LAN of the year in Age of Empires 4, and he's already back on the ladder, grinding it up in a show match versus my Insanity's Anathan. I am talking about the one and only Gentle Mates Marine Lord here, on his orangutan account, in the teal, playing as the Malians. And we are in Socotra, one of the maps from the tournament, but funnily enough, a map that did not get seen in the finals of RedBull Wololo El Reinado. So far, though, in this series, let me flip that around because I got it the wrong way over. You might go, of course, Marine Lord's leading. He's not, folks. Marine Lord is getting led. Anathan won the opening game in this best of 5. We now head into a map where we've got very favorable civs here, actually. 2 of the strongest ones you're going to find. Malian's definitely a very approachable civ on this map. Very powerful because of the short distance and the oppression of things like javelins in conjunction with the safe gold. But on the other side, Rus are ridiculous, actually, for multiple reasons. In Season 8, one of the big ones is how easily wallable the map is. The fact that you can use ball, which, by the way, the Malians cannot. Remember, they can't gather from that. And then there's also the fact that we have a Marine Lord spawn for Anathan. He got Okay, this is ridiculous. He got Stealth Forest, Boar, and Berries all within range of each other towards his side of the map. This is perfect. I love the way Anathan began this, by the way. He wasn't ready just yet for the Boar Pool. So he started chopping a tree to gather a little bit of wood so that he could drop that off when he built the hunter cabin. Small details like that really do make the difference here, and you're already seeing the difference it's making to his economy. Marine Lord kind of struggling a little bit for a guy who only set up double house and instead is now going for a Rax play to try and contest Anathan. But this is going to come at a high price, right? This is going to hurt his own tech timing significantly, and I don't see him getting the Donzos out before Anathan has what he needs from this ball. Yeah, it's undeniable. This type of tracking, I mean, the ball gathering rate is by far the best rate you're going to find at this point in the game, right? The only thing that would be better is shoreline fish, and those can never be found in Socotra, because remember, although we are on a watery map, there is no fish in this sea. Yeah, this is like a peering into the future. You know that when people like, think about the environment. We're killing all the fresh sea tuna. That's what happened here, guys. Tuna got canned up, got eaten up. There is simply no food on the water side in this map whatsoever. Great use of the small forest there. Anathan able to quick wall that up, and then he follows up by using his scout to delay the arrival of Donzo. And now it's going to be a rush to get the Kremlin online. More villagers being pulled here. I'm starting to wonder, should Anathan have actually brought more out to the boar initially? I guess he was a little bit paranoid that there was going to be a Rax drop to begin with from Marine Lord. But this is where you have to be very careful. Second Donzo arrives. Villagers are going to start to get crippled pretty fast here. In fact, you might have to consider just shivving in return. Anathan. This is not comfortable. He's doing a good job of microing so far. Now, keep in mind, actually, Marine Lord hasn't been microing perfectly here. He could be Donzo sniping the villagers that are on low HP. Instead, he just keeps A-clicking in, and I don't know if that's intentional. He's finally going to be able to start sniping them, though. One goes down, second one's going to be stripped as well. Could be free easily here, which is a huge advantage considering this Mansa Quarry is already on the way. Wow. What a hit. And considering he's got the Donzos with the Javelin recharge, he could have even got another there. So Marine Lord maybe kind of missed an opportunity to increase value further. But he definitely found a lot there. Now, his tech timing is admittedly going to be later. That's to be expected here. But he still has the 2 Donzo alive. He stripped 2 villages away. And it's more than a 2 eco lead when you consider details like the fact that the pit mine plus the Mansa is going to give the effect of about 4 extra villages between them. Yeah, tough for Anathan now. We are going to see him switching across on the tree line. Now, this is intriguing, actually. It looks like he's going to play a multi-TC build. Can't you just do this quicker as the Malians if you really want to turn it into a TC race? At this point, because of the damage done to your economy, the delays, right? I feel as if Marine Law could do the same. Just do quicker. Because remember, they gave a really cool buff to the Malians that players have still been figuring out how to utilize perfectly, and that's the fact that you don't spend stone rather. You spend gold to get your TCs. You could even just argue an all-in here from Marine Lord would make a lot of sense as well. Love the fact he's shoving away the deer. Just trying to minimize any value the second TC is. It has been scouted over here. And that really was the spot that you want to go towards if you're at Anathan here, right? There's no value on the east side that really compares. You could get a TC drop between the berries and the deer, but it's nowhere near as desirable, right, as that full stack. Especially considering it's a double berry spawn next to deer. All right, what do you think, guys? 1s, if you think the Malians have got this. 2s, if you think the Rus have got this. Kind of curious where people's biases will take them. Because it's kind of a tricky position with what Anathan is doing. He needs a viable TC, a justifiable TC. But I'm not seeing the freest of locations here. Especially considering that, I mean, he could go Militia. Is he really going to go for a TC on the Ford? Because that feels very dicey to me. I kind of get it, right? It's safe next to the Kremlin, and usually that's the whole point of the Kremlin is you want to set up near it so you feel content, bare minimum. But you're kind of playing into the same area you've already secured, right? Like, Boar has still got a lot of value, berries. I guess it's not the worst thing in the world. In an ideal world, this would have been the grab as the TC on this side with the deer. But Marine Lord already ruined that. Marine Lord himself, what are we looking at here? Oh, Okay, you know how I mentioned Marine Lord spawn? This kind of feels like it a little bit, right? This is a really good position for the second pit mine. It's so close to his base, it's kind of ludicrous. And also, I feel like this is a bit more rare, is it spawned inward. Typically, when you look around the outskirts of the map, you get these type of gold spawns. You're seeing them all over the place. But for some reason, and I'm pretty sure there's like a little line of code that says if name equal Marine Lord or Orangutan, give good spawn, he gets this. Already has the cow ranches being set up, so I guess he's just going to turn this into a TC versus Castle's race. Anathan is going to need to apply some pressure. We've already got the archer range being dropped here. And Marine Lord needs to be a little bit careful this detail. This wall gives quick access for Anathan to his side of the map. Doesn't do it both ways. And also, like, adding in the ranches this way without any sort of defense force is very, very greedy. Right? I mean, your wood line is reaching a point where archers could start to kind of snipe in a little bit from outside of the range. I imagine we'll be seeing that very soon. I still just find it funny that Marine Lord goes and wins an SC LAN in Spain, gets home, and then 2 days later is like, let's play a $50 show match. I can't get over that detail, right? It's funny as well because Marine Lord took like a long break when RedBull Wololo's online component was happening. He even admitted to it. He's like, yeah, I took a holiday, man. I didn't play for like a whole month. I'm wondering, like, what is the coming up that he's worried about? Because, I guess there's possibly one more ETC event this year, right? I was a little bit surprised that Marine Lord didn't take that time to try and play Myth, but I think I've talked about this before, and Mister really showed it as well. Is like this idea of taking a break, of actually giving yourself time to breathe and your brain time to reset, is not a negative. It's absolutely a positive, right? Like, I think it's so underrated. When I watch players play 8 hours non-stop a day, I sit there and think, would it have been more value to play 3 hours of scrims and then just sit and maybe think of Furycraft out of the game for another 2 hours, right? And you're still spending 3 hours less. 5 games wasn't enough in RedBull. Oh, we'll talk about that later. I got some takes overall that people won't want to miss. Archership is going to arrive, though. This somehow turned into a water affair. It quite often reaches this point against Malians, right? Because they want to have that back goal. But unfortunately for Anathan, this is such a safe spawn for Marine Lord. There's no negative to now switching over onto this pit mine. Walls are also going up, so it looks like Anathan is trying to full hunker down. But with the javelins already in position, that's becoming more and more difficult. So he simply won't be denied. Marine Lord is looking to break through soon. Meanwhile, it looks like Anathan is getting ready to go age free here. And this has to be what? Just meta arm spam straight off? But you're seeing Teela's mirroring this timing, right? He went double ranch, third gets added in, and he's still close to what he needs to go for castle. I kind of prefer this approach, by the way, to just rushing all the ranches. I'd rather see a half full line in this situation because you need the appropriate units to counter what's coming next. Will you cast more AOM? I'm considering it. I think the problem with Age of Mythology is like there's an argument to be had that it's already capped on the viewership. And there's like the hard lesson I've learned over time is like people are very loyal to wherever they go. And it's hard to get them to come somewhere else. Regardless of like what you do different actually, unless it's insanely different. But yeah, it's something I'm considering. Maybe even playing some. I really did enjoy the Myth finals. They were incredible. But let's see how incredible this show match is going to be. Because I got to admit, although it had some banger moments, I think the 4 finals didn't really show off what players like Marine Lord and Puppy Paw are capable of. Anathan, though, more so than almost any player in the last 2 months, has, for the most, been on another level. High Trade House coming in, Grand Fulani Corral on the other side, and he is going to look to rush up and fill out those ranches alongside. It's a really good timing here. On the other side of this, that is... What? Wait, why are we placing the High Trade House here and not here? I'm kind of a little bit confused by his placement here. There's no reason to pick here over here, right? He definitely... Unless I'm being an idiot. Oh, no. Oh, no. It's that one tree. It's that teensy tiny little tree there. It's blocking him from the better position. That's so unfortunate. Well, Tech Up coming in. That's going to be a big difference as well. That would be like, what, probably an extra 40 gold, I want to say, roughly. I mean, we're generating 67 as it is. And that's on 1 tick, right? So it's going to up. Meanwhile, the waterside fight is increasing in pressure here. Although I think this is all a feigned bait now to try and get the presence on land, right? Like, the weird part to me is actually that Anathan opens up with the Raxes, but he's prepping crossbows straight away, even though they're countered. He's a little bit paranoid about the Sofas, understandably, but realistically, you need all that meat going into men-at-arms production now. That demo ship is going to have to back away. One of the ships does get taken down, so good defense here by Marine Lord. We do have the Javelins upgraded into the Veterancy as well. And it looks like he's going to start marching. And remember, these walls never went up. This is not your typical Roost game where they look broken. If you don't get the walls up, you are surprisingly vulnerable. And that's what we're about to see exploited. It's Jazz moving in. The fact that we don't even have men-at-arms is in fact just spearmen instead. Anathan doesn't have a good defense force, and he might be about to lose a few villages. Stab comes in. Looks like it's just going to be... Was that 2 going down? That might have been 2. We're up to 7 worker kills in total in this game, as there's been some chip damage over time. And that's important. Marine Lord understood that he couldn't just stay back and do nothing. You need to find pressure. Otherwise, 2TC does eclipse Fulani. Demo. He's going to get his trade out. Kind of a tricky situation here for Anathan, though. With the Javelins nearby, every time a boat comes out, it's not going to be looking spick and span basically as soon as it's born. And we also now have a relic grab underway. Anathan is trying to mirror this, but his timing is going to be worse. Remember, these Imams 150, but when you go for the Warrior Monks, they're 240 resources. There's a lot more strain in your economy, especially in a position where you kind of need all your economy going into military. And Anathan has a really big macro issue here right now. Huge amounts of wood being gathered, but he needs food. Like, realistically, he needs to be out here on the berries and whatnot, but because the walls never went up, and because there are boats in play, it's simply too risky to come out for these resources. Now, Scout and Javelin has given the early warning. Marine Lord now prepping to pull all forces to the west side of the map. Understandably, he wants to try and stave off the use of these berries and deer. He wants to force a farm transition, because if Anathan has to commit to a farm transition, it puts him further behind. Another stab. And Marino's just so good at doing this, right? Just find all this chip damage. It's kind of crazy when you consider we're on such a small map that Anathan is losing sight of these armies so often and losing villages because of it. You know, it's crazy as well, even more so because of his vision. Like, this kill here shouldn't be happening considering the Kremlin sees all. But it's because his distractions, right? Marine Lord isn't coming in one location. He's poking in 2 or 3 different points simultaneously. So there's going to be an attempt to get a wall up here. It's going to come at a cost again, though, as more villages are going to be taken down. Javelins could even get another one. Although, a little bit of a missed micro, but made up for in the end. The double worker grab there. Marine Lord just on point, man. And now with the Sofa numbers building, Anathan is kind of tricky, right? Like, he doesn't have the food income to just spam spears non-stop. And as a result, he has to be more cost efficient. Well, crossbows are more cost efficient. They can be better defenders. But the issue in this situation is, although you need them against the Sofa, you're countered by the Javelin. So Marine Lord kind of has that perfect formula now to unravel Anathan's defense. If anything, he needs more of these, right? You've got the scrim placements coming in. Static defenses might be his best solution to holding here. Not if he keeps losing villages like this, though. More going down. It's crazy. Anathan just kind of struggles to get beyond about a 10-villager lead. Textiles is finally coming in, realizing that, you know what, losing 14 villages is not really acceptable here. Also losing the relic game, right? It's going to be a 3-1 final split. On top of that, sacred sites are accessible for Marine Lord. Anathan is at least going to be able to get the wall up on the north side. But I think we are approaching the shaky and untenable point here. Marine Lord is now marching around towards those back farms. They do have more scrim placements coming in, more walls as well to try and divide the map. You're quickly seeing why I love Socotra so much. Even when you try to take a defensive format, the game forces you to progress and aggress very quickly. Dive comes in. Wooden Fortress being assaulted. Army's looking to react. Javelins are going to dive back to counter that. Going to be a poke and a retreat here. Spearmen are starting to come through. Now, this could be big. If Anathan can get the raw volume together here, he has one unit that can counter an entire army. But it is an uphill battle to get that online when Marine Lord keeps microing like this. Always just stabbing in, looking for those kills. Surface in the meantime, almost done with the Wooden Fortress. And Javs are actually making this a good trade. Needs to be careful now because he's getting pinched a little. Crossbow mass is getting pretty big. Archers to assist as well. Looks like he is going to have to keep retreating. So good hold by Anathan here. However, although the Javelins may be dying, now look at the Sofa count. This is a trade out. He's losing Javelins to kill Spearmen. And although crossbows can counter Sofas, they have their limitations. And if they get caught outside of a choke point with this many Sofa, they're going to discover those limitations quickly. Oh, Anathan trying to limit movement here. Oh, that was so close. He almost got him as well because the Stealth Forest was blocking line of sight there. So great idea by Anathan. Had he got that pinch, that would have been huge, right? Wiping out just 6 of these Sofa and all the remaining Javelins allows you to then pivot into just like mass spears to hold, right? Instead now we're going to get the secondary assault on the east side. Marine Lord baited him out of position and now comes in hard from the east. Anathan still once again struggling to get beyond 10 villages ahead in this game. And with Fulani on the other side, that means you're most definitely behind. More than that, you look like you're most definitely dead. Sofas are not done yet. With the important armors, they're going to start diving underneath the Kremlin. More villagers dying. Textiles can't even save them. And Anathan, this game looked like it was going to be his in the beginning. It looked like he had a solid formula to success here. But Marine Lord, calm and cool, collects his forts, collects his army, and finds a way to break him. And Anathan's military numbers are lying to you now, folks. 15 of those are the militia. This is not a strong and sturdy army like you'd hope for out of the roost at this stage. They've lost their eco lead entirely. Marine Lord also now has trebuchets starting to siege down the base. The Kremlin is the only reason that Anathan is not dead, and that soon could also be gone. Man, what a cool series this already is. Only the second game, but already going to end up being 1-1 apiece. And a miraculous way for Marine Lord to do this. I mean, I'm not kidding when I say Roos are strong here. Roos feels incredible on this map. The 2TC play kind of felt necessary after the damage you took on the opening, but it gives an opening to your opponent, right? And that's what Marine Lord's always so good at. He doesn't really let you get away with anything for free. I know, just trying to dive out. Pretty much his last hurrah here with the militia to try and do some semblance of damage, but struggling with that ticking health going down as it is. Trebuchets are going to survive, and I think that's going to be it. GG gets called. Marine Lord strikes back in the second game of this show match. Oh, really cool way to do so as well. That one might be uploadable. Trying to think what the focal point is for that as an upload. There were some really cool details in it. Where are we going next as well? So next up, folks. Let me have a look. Our next game is Rocky River. And it's French versus Delhi. This is really hard for French, actually. So I don't think the first game is uploadable, but this one is, right? First game was way too, like... It was clean, but it's like, I don't know if people really care about 10-minute GG games on YouTube, you know what I mean? But like, that one was 20, that felt good. Wins an Estilan. Immediately. Okay. To play show match. RedBull Wololo winner fights for $50. Alright, there we go. So let's get ready for the next game. Yeah, I'll talk more about the formatting later. So if those don't know, that's what my title is about. Like, we're going to address everything RedBull Wololo related in the second half of this stream. So I might talk about a little bit here or there, but I'm not going to dive full detail because we'll dive full detail a little bit later. Oopsie. What's up, Fablop? Hey, Julie. Everyone would fight for $50, so that's what World War II was all about. Well, everyone might fight for $50, but if I drafted French into Delhi, I might just surrender straight away like I'm in World War II. One and all, welcome back to the Age of Empires for action. We are in the middle of a show match between my Insanity's Anathan in the blue as the Delhi, going up against Marine Lord on his orangutan account, and the yellow playing as De Francais. Yeah, tricky matchup, actually. One that we've already seen at the RedBull Wololo El Reinado finals, actually, where Marine Lord was, in fact, on the Delhi and Puppy Paw was on the receiving end. This time, it seems like it is M-Lord's turn to get a bit spanked. This is a tough matchup, guys. French, they do have a way of outskilling in this matchup, and what I mean by that is, you know, you can raid very well the Knights, but you kind of have to outplay. If a Delhi player is playing close to perfect in this matchup, and you're playing perfect as a French player, I don't think you can win it. So you need to kind of force errors here, right? And I think that's the beauty of Age of Empires 4. That's the beauty of these type of games, is we can formulate this idea of like, you know, this Civ just beats this one. This one is impossible. There's a reason we still play it out, and otherwise we'd just be called Age of Draft, right? We play the games out because you need to execute perfectly. Now, both of these players are most definitely capable of it, and they've shown it time and time again. And I've got to say, Anathan's Delhi is kind of on another level right now. I think as soon as those elephant buffs came in, the overall changes, he was one of the most scary players, just present and able out of the gate. So, kind of curious to see what his approach is going to be here. Typically, you do go for the spin and opening as the Delhi against the French. Logic being is that Ghazi will not be able to hold back French. But sometimes you can actually get away with a stable beginning because of the Dome of Faith build. Dome of Faith has made this matchup a lot easier for Delhi to win. Tower Victory was still very feasible, but now with the Dome of Faith, you have that healing potential to ruin your opponent in long skirmishes. And while this is going to be a different approach, we are, of course, on good old Rocky River. That does mean you have the long-distance trades, and we've been seeing more and more of these French players leaning into Chamber of Commerce for that. You rate Anathan spawn a little bit better because that close tree line. What, this one? But Marine Lord has that too. I can't believe you're banking against the cock. It's been whipped out in all its glory here. It's being erected in the back of his base, and I'm wondering, where is Anathan's scout? Oh, no. Kind of the worst time to come home, actually, and that's an intriguing thought, guys. So whenever you see scout rotations in these type of situations, because you have to come home early, you're then going to be heading out to your opponent's base afterwards to spot what his tech up is, right? There's a world in which, because Anathan spent so long out, because you can when you're a berry sieve, because you don't need to bring sheep home, he might still just go and check the north and east side corners before checking the base of the tech choice, which might lead to him making a misinformed choice. That misinformed choice would be opening racks instead of opening stables. When it's Chamber of Commerce, I don't think you need to open with racks. I think you can get away with stables and look to apply pressure. Have to see if Anathan does find his timing here. I mean, he's heading towards the forward. He's looking at the gold, right? But he needs to be looking deeper. He's got to wrap around. Tech up's complete in a few seconds, so he should have the almost immediate timing, but the question mark is going to be, Anathan, does he hold the wood to wait? He's going east. Oh no, the sheep! The sheep are baiting him here. He's like, oh wow, he hasn't been here yet. I guess I'm now going to rally all the way in the east corner, which means that Marine Lord can now get his traders out for free. Ay, ay, ay. Bro. We talked about Ghazi being more viable with Dome of Faith builds, and I want you guys to really process how wild this is, to show you just how good Ghazi still can be because of the Dome of Faith. He's doing this blind. He doesn't know for sure it's Chamber of Commerce. If you check his vision, Marine Lord hit it well. Anathan never checked the back of that base. He might assume that it's going to be Chamber of Commerce because he doesn't see a School of Cavalry here. But even then, he didn't scout deep enough to confirm that. So there's no reason you'd logically go stables here, right, to counter the unit. But the reason he's able to get away with it is because of these cheap scholars that will allow him to just peel and heal. So, first Ghazi come out, and Marine Lord gets the bad news. This is also going to be an immediate blocker to the traders, and you see him immediately dart back. He's like, okay, this isn't happening. Ah, this is so tough. You can go Ghazi regardless of trade or cav, I think. You can, but it's not ideal. Usually you want to open with Rax here. In fact, we even have proof of this because Marine Lord himself in this matchup has opened with Rax on the Delhi. Right? So, like, the logic is there because it means that you don't lose a single villager. Because you don't really want to be rushing textiles too early, right? So going Rax, adding in a few makes a lot of sense. Because when the armies blob up, it's just a more cost-efficient way of trading. It's much easier to break an army with Ghazi Spear than, say, Knight Archer quite often. So it definitely makes a lot of sense to play into. You can get away with Ghazi beginnings for sure. And the reason you can is because of the fact that you can pull them back to heal. But it's definitely more ideal to just play Spears, let your opponent come out a bit, and then you start layering in Ghazi to go flank attack with. But this goes back to the versatility of the Civ now, right? Like, Delhi didn't really have the same layer of versatility with Tower of Victory. They were strong and they could win still, but they kind of played into a same old style. Ghazi, I'm going to now try to stab in. Good blockage with the Knights there from Marine Lord. Kind of tricky to have to defend like this, and also big problem there. He gets pinched on the west side of the gold. One of these Knights could end up going down, but the pathing not there, and the reinforcements scare him off. So he's happy to get the scout, and happy to get away with the Ghazi. The scout actually being traded out there unnecessarily. Anathan thought there was another charge coming through. There wasn't, so he panicked a little. And behind this, by the way, we do have pro scouts on the way in 2.5 minutes. This is another reason why this matchup got so much harder for the French. With pro scouts being viable now, because you have so many scholars researching, you will have safe economy at home at all times. The French will not. The reason this matchup was very skill-based and could kind of go either way in the older patches when we had Tower Victory was because both players had to come out into the map. With this change, Delhi are as comfortable as can be. Sacred Sight's also now being locked in, so more resources in the pocket. Gonna time you out for a minute there. Spoilers! No, no, no. I know. Where is he targeting here? I guess the D is the most logical spot to go towards next, right? It's actually sick as well, because if you think about this spawn, this is not a Marine Lord spawn. You want to have the deer down here, and then the trade up here, because now you're going to get like focus fired here. Now, it's not too bad to get focus fired considering switching to spears, but this already feels rough that you have to go spears in the first place while playing as the French. Rohirrim Riders now coming in the Ghazi. Look at the timing there. Marine Lord just about gets the outpost up. Wait, is he going to trickle? He's considering it. He goes after the traders instead, so pinches him there. A bold move here. Anathan able to scramble on top of him. The Spearmen also outnumbered, so not able to be the real counter they're meant to be. Ghazi are going to be able to ride out the other side. A lot of low HP bars here, but remember, he can fix that at home. Behind this, he also has still got Sacred Sights being locked in. So if he's drawing fire towards the trade, it means that he's getting his own kind of trade, in that he's getting his gold via the Sacred Sights to mirror it out. Marine Lord is not slowing down. Like, that is a ridiculous sum already. We're up to 4 traders, and then the rest is, remember, the fact that they produce more villages. They already have 5 more villages than the Delhi at this point. Powerful Civ, man. I don't know. Rumors of the French's demise, I think, were maybe illy declared. The change to just tweak their TC timings helped a lot. In fact, I think it's by the time you go Feudal Age, you have 0.6 more villages than you did on the previous patch. Now, the problem is this has just actually exposed the big crippling weakness and difference between Joan and French even more, because obviously Joan doesn't get an extra 0.6 villages, and when she goes for an age up, she's 1 villager extra down, right, because she converts Joan. So yeah, kind of a weird dynamic there. It's kind of crazy just how much of a difference it can make, but just gives me flashbacks to when the game first released. I think Nilly done this really cool video on it, where it's like talking to the devs, like, oh, so you're going to give them this, you're going to give them that. And the list went on, you got to the villager things, where it's like, so they produce villagers quicker as well, while also killing enemy villagers really well. Why does French go spears instead of archers? Ghazi. Because if you, like, the problem is, trying to keep up on the knight count versus Ghazi count is difficult, right? And also, like, the spears here, the cool thing about spears in that situation is you can actually essentially begin the fight by sending spears in to attack spears and then knights charge afterwards. The reason that's really good is if the enemy spears are busy attacking another spear, they can't brace to block a charge. And that's where a lot of the raw knight damage comes from, is the charges. I love that. I had to, like, allow permissions for the term I hated French, and that is like, add permitted term I hated French. Out of context things. Anyway, armies are blowing up, and Anathan has a substantial advantage right now. We have got an archer switch up coming in from Marine Lord, and that's because he's seeing just how many spears there now are. Anathan, he could brute force this, man. The numbers do not favor Marine Lord to stand his ground in this area right now. Ghazi just trying to flank, trying to get around the back to make sure there's no retreat away from the knights. Spearmen are going to scare them off, though. A bit of poke damage coming on the flanks in the meantime, but the dive now comes in underneath the tower. The Spearman holding the choke point, and Marine Lord, he balanced it perfectly. The knights were not being overwhelmed by the spear count. Great fight there, but the numbers, the follow-up is the bigger concern here. Marine Lord has such an uphill battle that even taking an initial good fight there isn't good enough. Knight count now fully diminished, down to just 5 remaining. Ghazi count still at 10, and the archers may be in trouble because of that. There's barely any left over here. He's got a second wave waiting at home. But if he has to head home here, that's going to be no food, no trade, and no leg to stand on in this game. Just enough Ghazi left over to pick him apart as well, because there was never a steeled arrow. He prioritized the undermesh instead. And I've got to ask why, right? Like in this situation, sure, there are archers coming from Anathan, but the real threat here was the spearman count getting out of control. The fact that you were going archers and not having that ready to go for the Ghazi to take extra damage as well, I think he got tricked here by Anathan. The timings just didn't align to favor Marine Lord. That steeled arrow not being there and having the wedge rivets instead is what lost Marine Lord that defense and now has him overwhelmingly behind on military. Oy, oy, oy. And what do you do from here, right? Like, Anathan, options kind of open up. I don't think you go for Castle Age here. Possibly, it could seem like a viable option, but it's going to give a little bit of breathing room for Marine Lord to recover. I think you just double down on the push, right? Blob up the archers with the Ghazi and go now. Marine Lord has more archers right now, sure, but like he does not have more economical power in the current state of play. Let's see some Delhi trade. That's true. Anathan does owe us, and big shout out to Wicked Skies. Thank you very much for the resub. 5 months, you legend. But yeah, I recall a certain double trade post build as the Delhi from Anathan on the test server. Just saying. I think my viewers feel teased when they like to be pleased. How's Marine Lord looking on the trade count? It's only 4 now, guys. It's all just raw villager lead, right? He's still 9 ahead, but 2 sacred sites can offset some of that, right? They can offset about 3 villages each. Then you consider the berries and the gathering rate on them to try and compete here. You know, it's not really a situation where Marine Lord is just miles ahead. If you remove the monk count, Marine Lord's not that far behind. True. But the thing about these scholars that are really obnoxious is the fact that you can now use them to heal your boys, right? So like, I think as you skirmish back, like I wouldn't even be surprised if Anathan starts to maybe pull a few of these monks to the ford. I don't think you have to keep them back, but good catch there. It is a fair point. The other thing that really matters for, though, is the production efficiency, right? Like, if you think about the amount of extra production builds Marine Lord has to add in, that's him adding into buildings to get units instead of getting units. It's another big edge the Delhi has with this build. Marine Lord, just archers remaining, nothing else. Ghazi continue to dive in. The archers are struggling to keep pace with this. Marine Lord on point with the micro. Is it going to be enough to hold, though? Archers are finally getting in range. It looks like Anathan is going to have to reset here. So a little bit greedy, a little bit too soon. He has to back away. However, this is good for him in that Marine Lord is now one-dimensional. He only has archers and nothing else. If he just spams full Ghazi, this could be it. And to be fair, Anathan was also neglecting. If I'm not mistaken, his Bloomery could have been researched about 3 minutes ago. So he made a really big slip up because I'm pretty sure he had Still Down and Undermesh, if I'm not mistaken. But then there was a pause on the Blacksmith. So a missed opportunity there. Bloomery is going to be a really big deal here for the Ghazi. Marine Lord, in the meantime, is going to look to strike back. Now, the question mark is this blob big enough? Can 55 archers carry? Because Marine Lord has completely forgone night production now. The Bloomery is coming in really fast. It takes him about a minute. Yeah, 1 minute and 7 seconds to research Blacksmith decks. Because he has 10 Scholars garrisoned. It's insane how fast this gets. And this is why this build is so good, guys. I wonder, does Anathan just go Castle, maybe? Because the Archer Blob is kind of getting big. I think he could probably beat them with Mass Ghazi. The problem then is going to be access to resources, right? Because like he's going to have to move out to the central berries, and that might be a bit too risky here. He has got Pro Scouts, remember, so long term, he should have a lot more food than Marine Lord. Yellow has to run out into the mid-map. Anathan looking to intercept. We'll be able to find 1 or 2 villages, but quick reaction by the archers and a good wall here to minimize the losses. That could have been huge. However, the Ghazi are now in the back. And Marine Lord has quite a lot of idle villages right now, right? About 11 of them not working. Ghazi, wait, does he know? He knows. He saw the mill here early. He's going to ride in. No textiles either. He could get a big pinch. A bit of a miss micro there, though. Anathan, slow reaction. If he had been on the mark, on point there, that would have been -4 villages at least. That would have been huge in this game. But a miss micro by Anathan. It looks like he was busy getting ready for his tech up. A tech up that's now rapidly on the way. And scary thought here, guys. Veterancy for the Ghazi will only take him 2.5 minutes. And that's really all he needs to win when you look at Marine Lord's army. Can Marine Lord find the timing? Does he sense it? Does he understand it? I mean, tech up complete, but Marine Lord is backing away, and I'm a bit flummoxed by this. This strategy doesn't play, right? You can't back away from this position. With your current layer of income, you're 2 minutes away from a tech up, and then you're 3 minutes away from veterancy as a result, right? Meanwhile, look at the timings here. Veterancy for archers in 30 seconds. Veterancy for the Ghazi is going to be in 2 minutes. You could just be dead by then. Anathan is already mirroring the move to the south side. As Marine Lord begins to save up for that third age. A difficult task, it feels like, in this game. More deer being pulled back to safety. The veterancy for the archers is in. In 50 seconds, Wedge Rivets will be there. That's his key attack point. It's a bit too long to wait for the Ghazi to get vetted, but Wedge Rivets is enough to win here. Remember, that'll put your Ghazi up at 4 ranged armor, meaning they'll only take 2 damage per strike. So it would take 63 shots to kill one Ghazi. 63. Kind of ludicrous, but instead he's going to march in early. Ghazi jump on top of it. Anathan kind of surprised he's throwing it away this quickly, but he wants to be close to the enemy base. Understandably so, he knows the tech up must be happening. Marine Lord still retreating, Undermesh. Level 2 is not there, so he's doing as much damage as he can hope for in this situation, but it simply still feels like it's not going to be enough here. Once the Ghazi are dead, there's still going to be about the same number of archers for blue, but the difference is in the veterancy. Tech up complete here for Marine Lord. He needs to get some gold together. He doesn't have enough for the vet. Not just that, queuing men at arms is kind of oof here, right? Like against this many veteran archers, you can get tickled down. His range count barely sticking about 40 here. Anathan behind this has got relics on the way home as well. Wololo's to try and mess with the archers as the Lancer arrives to assist. The dive comes in. Villagers and traders also now soon to be in trouble. The veterans, he's still 40 seconds away. And Marine Lord, I think that may be too far away in this game. Lance is now arriving, and this should be the nail in the coffin. Match point, baby. Oh, that's dirty, man. What a lad. So, what do we call that one? I'm trying to think. Is it about the player or is it about the matchup? Is what I'm wondering. Mark my words. This player will be at the next LAN. Yes, I like that. I mean, it's like, maybe I don't think it's clickbait, but like, there's probably a counter argument of, oh, the Civ matchup, KP. Yes, but still, like, his execution was on point. He played that really, really well. So, let's have a look here and see where we're heading next. So, next up is Holy Island, which I want to just flat out say, no matter who you are, if Marine Lord's on the other side, it's very difficult. I think I was talking to him, and he said something that was quite interesting. He's like, I don't think I lose this map. Like, there's not really anyone now that he thinks he loses this map to. Maybe you should teach me and I can play on screen view. Oh, boy. That'd be some intriguing content. I mean, you need a gaming PC first. It's, maybe. I don't know. I need to get this new PC sorted for myself, and I said I might start playing. Coaching my mum to conk. Dude, could you imagine? Beastie loses to my mum. Get wrecked. Oh, let me flip the scores. Nobody can beat him on this map. I have him on record saying that. I recall him saying that multiple times at RedBull Wololo. Let's see if it holds true, because it has to for Marine Lord. In this best of 5, he now can settle for nothing but perfection. He's 2-1 down. It needs to be a reverse sweep. And we hop into Holy Island to kick that off. A map that he thinks is just his. Big shout out to Fatblop for the gift of sub, by the way. And this is going to be an interesting matchup, folks. It's almost an exact kind of mirroring of what we got to see on the LAN, actually. The LAN grand finals between Puppet and Marine Lord was Juji versus Ibids. This time it's going to be Japanese versus Ibids. And what I mean by it's the same, it's that Japan and Juji are the two most dominant civs on Holy Island for slightly different reasons, but same conclusion, they are meant to be the kings here. Ibids is the more recent challenger. I'm curious, is Anathan going to go for the industry wing build that we saw out of the Canadian about a week ago? It seems likely here. Like, you could maybe argue Desert Raider here to try and pressure on land a bit, but the industry wing play I think makes even more sense against Japanese than Juji. It's a bit tricky though, because of the fact that you can go for the Shinobi, and the Shinobi will block out the proxy docks. And this is even wilder. Are you kidding me? We're going to hit it 2 times as we set this up. Guys, Anathan is on the west side. This is the east side of the pond. He's taking it away. And Marine Lord, this is what I was thinking, is because that industry wing play, the industry wing play really only works if you build up your fishing versus Japan. This is a really smart move by Marine Lord. Learning from that weird build that he experienced on the grand finals of RedBull Wololo, he goes for the fast feudal to guarantee he has control of the Coca Township. Now, Anathan shouldn't really be looking to go advance on wing, but he's doing it anyway. He does at least have a second dock coming up, and this is why actually typically like Ibids or Bastards can be quite decent against Japan on water maps, is because you only pay 75 wood per dock. It's very difficult for the Coca Township to sabotage all of your docks to block production. And it's going to be even harder than that. archery ship is already on the way, 15 seconds out, and the Coca Township isn't complete yet for Marine Lord because he didn't go for a fast feudal, right? This wasn't your 7 or 8 working on the Coca Township. It was the 4. He thought it was going to be good enough, but as people quite often learn when they experience Ibids on water, Ibids is all about the first 4 or 5 minutes of play. The first 4 or 5 minutes is king. Because Advanced Wing in particular has been capable of ending tournament games in 6 minutes when water is involved. The tech up complete. And ironically, Marine Lord says, okay, I'll just go to your side of the map. Unfortunately, the scout saw him. Archer ship won't be able to hit him. I say that. Marine Lord barely alive there. He's going to lose the villager. The scout will run this down. Okay, so -1. And also in a situation where now Anathan can start to fish. How could you possibly lose this, right? Like that's what I'm now thinking is like, what way does Marine Lord have out? It almost feels like this has to be a classic fast castle build. You could go Mash Shinobi. I think Mash Shinobi is slept on in the feudal age, but you would be up against fishing at the end of the day, right? And like, what's your target with these Shinobi? Because if Anathan just plays it right with his economy, he's not going to be exposed, right? Like he can just keep archer ships to defend against the fishing. And then he can just stay hunkered down on land so that he can't be reached by Shinobi. This is tricky. So, Anathan probably... Yeah, he is going to wrap the archery range. That's a bit tricky, though, because... Marine has 2 options now. He could try to mirror Horseman. Bit tricky because your opponent will have fishing. Or he could go for like an outpost drop and then tech. Instead, are you kidding me? He came back again. Only this time, it's going to work. So Marine Lord, really big deal here for Red. He gets the dock up. Spring on ship, immediately gets queued. And Anathan has to be feeling a bit frustrated because now this has turned into an initial investment requirement on water in a game where he was trying to get ready for land. Yeah, this is tricky now because it also means your opponent could potentially go for fishing. We are going to see the villager moving north side to try and mirror the dock. This is not likely to be possible. Wait, what? Marine Lord? This is more baboon than orangutan right now. Spring Ship has come out. Now, this is the play, right? You want to move upriver. So I thought he was going to pull the villager east sooner because all you have to do here is bait him over and then snipe the Springald. So yeah, definitely, I think that could have been micro maybe a bit better by Marine Lord. I think there was an opportunity to get Anathan so close to the shoreline that when the Springald comes out, he definitely dies. But what he at least gets is the second dock. And Anathan now trying to add in Desert Raiders is kind of curious here. I mean, Desert Raiders aren't bad at kind of poking away at these Shinobi. You can get Shunshin, though. So the problem with Desert Raider versus Shinobi, and why I'm not a big fan of it, is if you look away for a second, because you think you can, because you're start stepping with the bow or whatnot, and Shunshin comes in, you do have 5 melee armor, but you're also a melee unit, which means that you still take 20 damage per strike from the Shinobi. So you get eviscerated. And it's awkward even more so because you're paying almost double for a Desert Raider what you would for a Shinobi. Marine Lord now pressuring across as well. Archer ship, got Spring ship moving in. This is tricky because now that he's arrived with boats here, his Shinobi can win this. Because they can start to come into sabotage. Yeah, kind of an uncomfortable situation. And he is going to walk in. Shinobi goes to the Sabo. Will look to Shunshin away. Almost gets the villager. Beautiful dodge there. If he can get this guy back home, over time, he will heal up. In the meantime, though, the Desert Raider diving in here. Looks like he did go for a villager kill. Able to get it. And it does cost him an expensive unit here. This was looking really good for Marine Lord. I think Anathan has to make a very convincing move in the next 2 minutes, or we're heading to a 5th game. Because Marine Lord is going to start to scale eco soon, for a start. Oof. Another dock? I gotta say, I wish Holy Island played like this more often, you know? Like, the kind of standardized drop your dock on your side and head towards each other making monkey noises has kind of lost its appeal, but this is absolutely fantastic on the back and forth. Both of them just as crafty as each other. Demonship now just having to flee for its life. The army just too far away on this east side. Do have at least the one archer defending at home, but the horsemen are on the way, and that is going to be a block on the gold. If Anathan was planning to go mass demos, that plan may be rudely disrupted here. Remember, the Desert Raider is going to struggle against double horsemen. Because although it counters it, it gets countered by it. It's a weird thing. I do love this detail overall, though. And if we do start to see Marine Lord lean more gold to just get Shinobi, get more demo ships, he'll eventually get his hands on the upgrade for the TC as well, right? And the Daimyo will give him access to a Feudal Knight, which would be huge in this matchup. Not going to get sabotaged, though, and that's easy of the cleanup. Yeah, so this is like the funny thing, right? I think what Japan has gotten really good at doing on maps of this type of design is the way they split the map. If you can split the map like this, you're actually favored. The reason is Shinobi, because you can move your boats around, sabotage, and then target down docks, whereas when your opponent sets up like this, you could come in Shinobi sabotage, but there's going to be another boat coming out, right? Like, it's much easier when you have these kind of pocketed docks for the Japanese to win than the Ibis to win. And I don't think there's any Civ that really beats them in that point of contest, right? Like, even Juji, which is another powerful pick on this map, if you have to do these staggered docks away from each other, Japan will just peel you and kill you. Horseman again, just to counter out the Desert Raiders. I don't know. Anathan kind of feels like he's stuck in a rut when I see him doing this. Just mass Desert Raiders against Horseman Shinobi. This is like one of the worst comps to do this against. Also, you're in a game where, yes, you've got fishing, but so does your opponent, right? He's not been blocked out that any longer. Anathan just going to keep trying to contest, but you're going to see the Shinobi damage does add up pretty quick. Needs to be careful in the retreat, because this is the one area you can get kind of tripped up in. I think what Marine Lord probably needs is more more horsemen here, because if the Desert Raider count gets high enough, they'll pick you apart. It seems instead, though, Marine Lord is opting to lean more into military on sea, which can make a lot of sense here, right? If he gets a bit of disruption on the fishing, then this mass Desert Raider strategy doesn't work. Similar to scaling mass Camel Archers, you need a lot of food. Actually, it's kind of weirder when I think about with Desert Raiders. Like, with Camel Archers, you just need the food. With Desert Raiders, you need the food and the gold, which can usually be tricky on a map like Holy Island. Desert Raiders just trying to be a little bit tricky here. Navy is going to start marching in on the sea. Remember, this damage is permanent. This damage is permanent, but the Shinobi is temporary. So you can balance to your advantage here. Good micro so far by Anathan. Looks like he's going to try to pick apart the initial cav units here. However, instead he's going to get picked apart himself. Yeah, it doesn't feel great just doing these ranged attacks, right? Into horsemen that have 2 armor, you already kind of tickle. So you're down to 5 damage, basically a bow. Standard bow. Doesn't feel great in terms of trade. Especially against a unit that's going to have 125 HP. That means you need, what, 25 strikes to kill a horseman? That's a lot. Especially if you just look away for a second. Instead he goes melee mode. Much bigger fan of this. I think overall this is the better way to trade up against these horsemen. Just force the fight. Offside though, one pony has arrived. That might prove to be a nuisance here. If I know Marine Lord, I'm expecting a move while he's raiding with that horseman. Force the reaction out of the villagers and then look to dive in. But Anathan fully aware of what he's attempting here. Doesn't show any signs of weakness. Still, this chip damage will begin to add up, right? Like, not for this raid, but follow-up raid, it could be big. So you kind of need to do the same for Anathan. Looks for the opportunity now. Starts to march in. The horseman is going to be a good blocker here. So the walls go up. Good reaction there by a red. And notice that he doesn't have to wall the south side. This is for a good reason. Anathan has to station himself here because he needs to be ready to block the docks against sabotages. Otherwise, they're going to start to be dropped. fact, we've got a lot of dogs now. Was that 5? Compared to 4. Like, Anna could actually have a military edge on water in terms of production, but he's putting it all into land. A peculiar game as well, because it almost feels like Marine Lord, I don't want to say he's macroing for castle. He can't with the gold being blocked, but he's seeing a lot of food. And yeah, I feel like he needs more production here. Probably would have preferred a second stables. But it looks like he's going to be leaning racks, so we're probably going to be seeing Spimman coming. Desiree's in the meantime dive in. Marine Lord, no reaction. Red finally starts to pull away. The melee mode was a mistake there, though. Anathan could have gotten about 3 more villager kills if he just stuck to range form there. Ah, man, I think he got a bit too excited. He could taste the victory. Had he stuck to range form there and taken the calculated exchange, that would have been 2, maybe 3 more villager kills. An eco lead that really registers, and still this same idle time being achieved. However, if Emerald doesn't pay attention here, Anathan might still get a good... Wait, why are we in range mode now? Oh, no. I think that's the last opportunity he's going to get to do that. Yeah, Baltin, you've just got to, like, you got to level up your meta, bro. I just love that. The location of Navy just registered in my brain. Yeah, this is like how you spawn, right? Counter raid coming in. Orangutan looking to do the same damage. And remember, the Archinobi in the mixer, if you end up attacking the Horseman instead, it's a terrible trade. There's still one ninja there. The shivs are still out, and the Horseman is lasting so long here. He has at least got the debuff from the Camel, but the fact that that one Shinobi is in there stabbing these boys down is the biggest problem of all. And once again, that Shinobi is on the backside of the formation, being ignored until last. Finally, he gets taken down. Both players taking a heavy dose of pain to their economy. And as a result, neither one ahead. 58 to 59 eco. Marine Lord, though, has been stacking up a big boy fleet. He sets sail on the high winds. Anathan, this is another tricky thing. It's much more micro-intensive to play Desert Raiders here compared to what Red's doing, right? So Red can put a lot more focus on the sea, while Anathan has to either just run away all the time with the Desert Raiders or micro them perfectly, while also microing this army here. It's so much more difficult. Anton's like, can I just use the Flying Dutchman cheat and I'll bring my army on land, maybe? They're perfectly positioned for it, you know? If we just had a sieve that, like, you know, the bottom of the boats just pop little holes and people use their legs to run along the land, kind of like a Looney Tunes cartoon, I'd be game for it. This game's wild, actually. We're actually heading castle. Both players looking to do it, but there's a big difference here. Flown Gate already on the way. Anathan hasn't got the gold yet. Even when he does, he already used Advancement Wing, meaning he's going to have to wait 2 whole minutes to get 800 wood and 400 stone. That's kind of cool, though. The idea of a land transition here, maybe. But you're going to be up against a tempo sieve, right? Japan is fantastic for this aggressive timing at the beginning of the age up. So although I like this idea of transitioning TCs, the question I now have in my brain is, do you actually have enough time for it? It's going to be put to the question himself here, as Red has fully backed off. Marine Lord is just content to fish. He understands the edge he now has. Tech up complete. Flown Gate already sending that first Yorishiro off to the stables. And then this lad can be off to the races to win some bets on these relics. Dive comes in. Villagers are being targeted down. Double outpost gets rushed up. By some miracle, Anathan not losing a single unit there. The Desert Raid in the choke point bought enough time. Armored Hull's now also on the way from Marine Lord. You've seen Anathan prepping Teak Mars. In fact, is he aging? Okay, he is. Oh, yeah, well, I'm an idiot. I just said a second ago. It was a long flight back. I'm used to having this nice little bar here. Hopefully, Cap's Rage will give us that soon. I wonder, is there a world in which you just vet the Horseman? It sounds a bit crazy here. But your opponent's gone mass Desert Raiders, he's still spamming more. It could be viable. He's going to dive in. Spears, able to get a few hits in as well. There's an attempt to micro away for Anathan, but there's not really anywhere to go from here. So we'll just be an A-click into the fight. The numbers do favor him, so an easy hold. However, behind this, the first relic's already on the way home. Marine Lord has now extended out to capture the second gold vein. And he has got the Mounted Samurai now on the way. These guys will struggle against this many Desert Raiders. But he should be capable of getting numbers to mirror or outmass. Right now, though, you're not really seeing it. Instead, what you're seeing is Marine Lord. He dives in. He wants water. He will not take no as an answer here. Armored Hulls is already in for him. It's 15 seconds away for his opponent. The damage you could do in 15 seconds with a Springle ship line this big could be irreparable. Anathan has got demo ships on the way, but not from the front docks. And that's why you're seeing red back up, right? Like, Marine Lord is paranoid that it is going to be a forward-spawning dock with the boom ships, right? We could see that those weren't active. So, funnily enough, like, looking back at the replay, Marine Lord will be like, okay, I could have been here longer. You just can't take that risk. You don't know for sure. So, he does back away. Second relic is now on the way home for red, though. And Anathan can't really afford to sidestep into Moss too quickly here with the Desert Raider spam, right? Looks like he's going to go for it now, but that means he's going to pause his production slightly. That could give an opening here to Marine Lord. Marine Lord, who is now adding in spears alongside the Mounted Samurai. Ibis also good on war maps like this. Ibis are really good for the opening timing. The way this game evolved is like credit to Anathan, right? But typically the play value is you go Advancement Wing or Industry Wing, some players like to do on this map. But Advancement Wing typically in water gives Ibids an insane edge at the very beginning of your ledge. But you have to use it. And admittedly, although you used it well, the intent was to keep Marine Lord always off water. Because when this starts to happen, it's nightmare fuel, baby. We move in. Demo's not able to connect. Follow-up's not able to do so either. In the meantime, on land, Army's going to be able to push back the Desert Raiders. The counter demo play now coming in. Good connection there, but the Armored Hulls will minimize any losses from Marine Lord. He's able to back off from this. This game is not over yet, folks. Desert Raiders still being spammed. Why? Like, it's kind of getting a bit wild at this stage in this game. I thought maybe Archers would make a nice transition for Anathan, but I guess it's because he's got all this food. Archers doesn't make sense. Desert Raiders are going to be able to outnumber here. We'll be able to bring down most of the Mounted Samurai and back away. And we have got Camel Lancers now also being produced by Anathan. And what is up, boy? Thank you very much for the raid, my friend. Appreciate you. Hopefully you had a good stream. Oh, what a wild game. I love that we're 22 minutes in and it's just not apparent who's winning at all. These are the type of games I wish for every day. Mounted Samurai still getting outnumbered. It just feels like Anathan is microing better in these little micro skirmishes, right? Desert Raiders are getting low, but they're not necessarily dying. However, the real big pain is that Marine Lord is getting the real win condition. Things like this, the relics being pulled back. Finally, Shinto Priest is going to get shut down. Back at home, where are the Euroshire drops? You've got one in the racks, one in the stables, one in the forge. And I imagine we're now going to have extra relics coming back. Keep in mind, Marine Lord could also transport ship for the island relic because he's the one controlling this area. Anathan has not really ever stepped past this threshold. Yeah, it's almost like you can see that Anathan doesn't want to play water. He just wants to exist. He wants to make it about land. I'm not sure if he's going to have much more of a choice, though, because while the skirmish is coming in, there's a push in on the water again from Marine Lord. Archer ships holding wide. Demo ship pump in reserve. 6 of these bad boys ready to shake him to his core. Push up around the side. It's going to force a retreat out. Archer ships trying to front line here. Marine Lord trying to micro past it. Unable to do so, though. However, he has peeled it back. The Archer ship's overextended. Anathan. He only has one Archer ship left, and that's about to be sunk as well. So if the demos are coming, this could be big. But Marine Lord, he's only just queued them up. A little bit of a gap in the production will give a stay of execution as Anathan prepares 4 more galleys. On land, though, Marine Lord is now getting deeper to the nitty-gritty bits of it. He's reached the gold. Outpost galore is going to prevent some of the gore, but not all of it. The spears are starting to clear up these desert raiders, at which point Camel Lance is left over as a defense. Doesn't feel great. Just a great read by Marine Lord, right? Like, overall, all he needs to win against this army is mass spears because Anathan doesn't have the desert raider count to cheese him out with these starter step archer shots now. Meanwhile, they'll see, look what happened! The demos finally found their target. Skims another. Marine Lord will look to reset, but then I imagine we're looking at a mass demo pump to try and end this. The classic one for Holy Island. A lot of gold to work with to that end as well. Anathan getting low on gold. He's going to have to start moving out to dangerous territory soon. We have got trebuchets on the way. A really smart play here. Because funnily enough, guys, usually you wouldn't expect to see trebuchets to clear up docks, but usually you wouldn't have your docks on the enemy side of the map and vice versa. Quick wall. Nice pinch there. However, Anathan smart to keep that opening on the west side. Does get away. However, that is now going to be fully enclosed, and Marine Lord will have safe gathering in this area. Meanwhile, Anathan, more and more desert raiders again. Is it going to be quick enough, though? I just see a zergling effect from the spear count on the way. And funnily enough, because one of these players is going desert raiders, one's going spears, one's spending like over double, right? So that has to add up somewhere else, doesn't it? It adds up on water. Look at the difference now on the way. The sprint count is going to matter a lot here. The demo's also prepped. Anathan. Wait. He mismicroed. I'm not talking about the boats that are making love and not gathering. I'm talking about the fact that Anathan has no archer ships. This could be big. If Marine Lord sees that, he's going to commit. And that could just end the game right there, right? Like, you do not have archer ships in position here for the initial wave. Fishing boats have to retreat. Demo's now moving in. He realizes it. He sees there's no counter. There's a GG straight away. Anathan, what a crippling error. He was on the verge. So close. At multiple points. But in the end, he loses sight of one unit. One critical unit. And he knows it would end him immediately. Wow. That is insane. What do we call that? A weird early game leads to... what's that? Weird early game leads to base swap. Right. 1 second, because I just got alerted to something with... My editor fucked up. If I'm not mistaken, 3 videos got posted at the same time. Is that correct? Fuck's sake. 1 second. I just need to send a very angry message. I'm not happy with that. Because like, we were actually like, the YouTube side was making pretty good progress the last several days, and that's just going to kill, like, the way YouTube works, that's going to kill all progress. I don't think I can even unpublish. You can't, once you publish a YouTube video publicly, you can't unpublish it. It doesn't work that way. So now, even if I was to remove the videos back to like unpublic, when I like re-reveal them, they won't get treated as newly published videos. It'll just be ruined. What happened? My editor just posted scheduled 3 videos for the exact same time. So like legit, I mean, anyone who wants content today, you just got 3 videos uploaded 7 hours ago on YouTube. But like from a editing, like just fully delete. The problem with fully deleting, John, is I don't have them on my hard drive anymore. So you have to keep in mind that the amount of games I cast, what I do is I upload, delete them from my hard drive because it just takes too much space, right? So like, yeah, it's wasted time for me, wasted time for him. He also like now has lost a lot of his backlog of like prep games in advance because he done this. So yeah, it's a pretty big blunder, one that he really shouldn't be making at this point. I'm annoyed because like I had a talk with him, and I don't know if people felt it on the YouTube side. I feel like there's been really good improvement. I checked the views when I got back. I was really proud of like the progress we're making, but like these slip ups really hurt with the way that YouTube works, because YouTube will now see the last 3 videos and be like, those didn't do very well, and then it will reset like the progress, right? So yeah, he really screwed up with that. One second, just send a message, then we'll get to game 5. Just typing out quickly. What game of the show match are we on? We are getting ready for the final Game Boy. All right, I'm sending that message. I don't want to focus on it too much. I'm just a little bit frustrated because like I'd had to talk with him, and he'd made good progress this month. But that's like those type of slip ups is like mistakes happen, but it's kind of like it's a very silly mistake, and it's one that I think we've had happen before on the channel, right? Actually, I think we had it happen twice before on the channel. So it's like it's something he should be aware of. All right. Anyway, let's get ready for the next game. So let me load it up. We've got game number 5, which is going to be Frisian Marshes. Marine Lord being the filthy little Mongol spammer he is. And it looks like Anathan is going to be going for the Abbasids. So let me get this bad boy loaded up. You do want content? Of course you do. It's just tricky because now unless everyone goes and watches all those videos very quickly, back to back to back, like, and it also keep in mind that YouTube tracks. So YouTube like does things like they'll see how much of the video people watch and whatever before pushing it elsewhere. Like even if like the loyal people all watch it, right, it's gonna have like a dilution issue because there's 3 videos competing with each other, right, at the exact same like upload time. It's weird. It's really weird. YouTube can be really, really painful sometimes. We got you. Appreciate you. You got to watch the stream as well, though. Got to do all the things. You need, like, 3 monitors for this reason. Okay. Let's get ready to go. By the way, one sec. I'm going to try something. You guys might hate it. Ready? Wait, did that change it? Did that change it, or do you have to restart game? That didn't change it, right? Oh, it did. Wait. Yeah, it did. Okay. I am of the opinion... Yeah, it didn't change it. I'm honestly the opinion that I think Classic is better. Anyone else feeling that recently? I actually think Panoramic is highly overrated. I was one of the biggest cheerers for Panoramic when they added it, but the more I've like used it, and I noticed this, like people just hate it. I think like that haven't used it before. Well, like yeah, I'll restart after this, but like we won't do it now. It's fine. I just zoom in a bit because like I think Classic is there anyway. Panoramic better for casting? No, I don't think so. Like maybe 10% of the time. I actually think the rest of the time you want to be closer. It comes down to this, a deciding game in this $50 show match between My Insanity's Anathan on the Abbasids and Marine Lord of Gentlemates in the orange on the Mongols. One and all, welcome back to the Age of Empires for Action. A hell of a show match in some ways. The quality of games actually like being worthy of a grand finals. You know, we just had RedBull Wololo a week ago, and credit to both the players, but a tough one because of the way they were mashing into the meta. They had very different ideas. Meanwhile, these two, the reason that this set has been so close, so back and forth, is that these two are scrim partners. Marine Lord, his primary scrim partner was Anathan, and Anathan himself has been a rising star. Do not be surprised if this man makes it to quarterfinals, nay, semi-finals in the next S-Tier 1v1 tournament. He's on the verge, man. This guy is a huge breakthrough story. He's kind of your Cinderella story, like your upcomer. We have, in the East, Louis has been that, but now in the West, Anathan is really starting to firmly strike himself into that position. One interesting matchup as well. Abbasids versus Mongols. Marine Lord, a little bit of a filthy Mongol spammer, actually. A really big fan of this particular civ on Frisian Marshes. He's even been on record saying this. Abbasids, on the other hand, very much fits Anathan's playstyle. He is very scary on the Abbasids. Abbasids and Delhi are probably his two best civs right now. Order the Dragon up there as well. And Abbasids on this map play a very intriguing and different role, I find. You know, trade is a risk, it could happen, but Eco Wing is usually more standard. The weird part is that we aren't getting Eco Wing. We're getting Military Wing. Yeah, and I'm kind of wondering why. Like, yeah, there's a risk of an outpost rush over here. I guess the spawn forces his hand when he gets this much in one location, but you could just go Eco Wing, build an archery range, and ram down an outpost either way. I feel like the Military Wing is an overreaction, and it's because he's worried about trade. Silver Tree can be a really big problem for you here. But I think if you go Silver Tree versus, say, like triple Eco Wing TC, Abbasids can still be fairly content, and you can still scale into Horsemen to then raid the trade. Are Abbasids favored in this matchup? I think so. I'm trying to think recently, because like this matchup, weirdly enough, doesn't come up as often on land as you would expect, right? Like this is, both of these civs are more kind of water hybrid type map civs at the moment. But my feeling is like in general, you can do quite well with Abbasids. Like, historically, with the Military Wing build, you could, because it gave you a clean way of getting a ram to clear the tower. But even with that side, I still think Eco Wing would have probably been a lot better here for Anathan. I don't know. I think that what we've noticed about outpost rushes over time is while they do some damage, the damage doesn't end the game, right? Like, I'll always remember what Mr. said when he cast with me on, I think it's the Vortex Lucifron set, where it was Mongols versus Abbasids, actually. And he pointed out that when you're a Mongol player, it's an art. You want to find the outpost that forces a reaction, but doesn't force an overreaction. You want to do something that makes your opponent react in a defensive way. But if you go too aggressive an outpost, for example, he'll pull all the villagers, burn down the outpost, and you won't get any long-term value. And I think that that kind of like holds true here, right? Where like players have gone so good at not overreacting the outpost. They pivot the play. Now, although an Eco Wing wouldn't have immediately given you value because the stone outcropping would have been blocked, you would have eventually got access again, right? You would have had to have gone archery range, you would have had to have built a ram, but then you would have been off to the races with the Eco Wing benefits. So, Anathan, with this all in mind, it is indeed going to be 1 TC. Camel Archers being spammed this early is so expensive, though. I don't rate this play highly, especially considering that Marine Lord went Deerstone. What is this game? This game is wild. So, like, you're expecting Silver Tree, right? And Silver Tree would make sense of Camel Archers, but now with Deerstone, Camel Archers is a nightmare. I'm glad he cancelled the second one. The reason why Camel Archers is a nightmare here is because the Mongols of the Deerstone, their archers have better range and now have a good enough movement speed to just kite you indefinitely while killing you. It's so hard to dive with Camel Archers against Deerstone. Silver Tree would have made sense because then you just go up and down the map raiding. I wonder, does Anathan go on the stone now? Yeah, he's out there. Right, it makes sense. If you scout the Deerstone, you don't need to aggro anymore. However, Marine Lord does have a window to attack, and you have delayed your second TC timing. If Marine Lord actually strangleholds it quickly, you could prevent great value. The awkward thing is, like, of all the civs in the game, this is the civ that doesn't care if they have to drop a TC here, right? Because everything is so cost efficient for them, they can hunker down. And it's also another reason why Abbases are so good on this map, is if you can't get out your base, 23 sheet goes a really long way with this particular civ. Now, keep in mind, this is a full cost TC, so the lack of eco wing there is going to sting. But he still has the fresh food stuffs, which is giving him that lofty discount on villager production. Means it's very affordable still, even with the full price paid, to go for multi-TC. Yeah, Bow Constrictor mode is going to get activated because you're stuck in a corner. This is why I kind of like Wetlands as well, and I want to see it tweaked, because I think everyone compares it to Frisian Marshes, and it's not Frisian Marshes at all. Because on Frisian Marshes, this happens. You can get boxed in a corner, right? On Wetlands, it's more circumferential, right? You have to surround them 360 because there's all these different angles. Like, if you think about it, Wetlands or Marshlands, whichever one it was, spawns them kind of here, whereas Frisian always spawns you in a corner. Yeah, I would say, like, on average, Wetlands / Marshlands is more aggressively tuned. Frisian is more defensively tuned. Big camp now on the way, so Anno is going to start scaling into the archers. Has got the horseman being prepped as well. On the other side of this, it's still going to be trade, baby. Okay, I actually really like this. This is... Oh, dude, this is a Numidan build. I think he was the first person to, like, really lock in on this. Back in the Road to RedBull, if I remember correctly. He would do this almost religiously. I remember he had a bunch of qualifying games where he just kept doing this deer stone into, like, triple marketplace. It was a really cool idea, actually, because the whole thought is you have the flexibility to be aggro early, but if you see it turns into a macro game, you can macro. And what you get in the meantime is Yam, which is giving you an efficiency increase on your villagers, which buffers to go into markets, and then the Yam is immediately there, already buffing part of your trade route. I really like this play. Rainlord not even adding in any other military units, right? It's just all going into the trade production. And he's even setting... Yeah, he's setting up an outpost. Because you want that maximum movement speed, right? And Anathan, you know, he's got cavalry, but he only has 2 horsemen. It's not going to do a lot here. Keep in mind also, this is going to enable Marino to go into Keshik production, so he will have an answer. He will be able to mirror and destroy these poor little boys with spears. Anathan, only 2 TC. Right, and that's the awkward thing. If this was the Eco Wing, this would have been free TC. It would have been uncomfortable free TC, right? Because you're just kind of claustrophobic, crammed in a corner. But he would have had this very scary scaling economy. Because he would have been paying 32 resources for an Eco unit, compared to Marine Lord, who's having to expend 120 resources per Eco unit. Horseman do at least reveal what's happening down here. Anathan... It's kind of tricky because it's only horsemen. He's even just going to have an issue dealing with spearmen patrolling the area. Marine Lord pulling the entire army back now. Makes sense, right? He doesn't need to dive the base. I would say that this is like... Maybe you don't have to bring back this many troops. You could leave some to block all this food. Because if Anathan wants to be smart about this, the next move is to shuffle out here, start securing the deer, the berries, the fishing, maybe even wall this area off because he has got a very beneficial line of small walls that he could place. And Yakumo, the reason you didn't realize how expensive traders are is because when you go Silver Tree, you get a huge discount. I think it's 50%? 40 or 50%. I think it used to be 50 and went down to 40. And they produce quicker, if I remember correctly. So that's what makes Silver Tree so insane. It snowballs so quickly because of that. So the 2 horsemen are going to get pinched and killed. And that, in classic Abbasid fashion, is pretty much all of their aggression. I think Anathan is... Yeah, I just looked up at the bar. He's macroing for castle. It makes sense. There's no other way out right now. I mean, it doesn't feel great to do this because you aren't blocking the trade. And Marino could easily be mirroring you, but at least initially there's a very expensive investment into these traders, right? At 120 a pop. However, with 72 gold each way, they are rapidly paying for themselves. Still needs this outpost up, though. That Yam is a really big deal. I would have loved to have seen him build an outpost here and just move the deer stone down here. Instead of doing it this way around. Marine Lord needs Kashix? I don't know if you want Kashix. Like, your opponent, if he sees mass Kashix, I genuinely think you just build Camel Riders and GG, right? So actually, I think like what Marine Lord needs is probably just Castle into Spears. Makes a lot more sense. Actually, it's the Archers, right? Like, I think Castle into Spears and Mangoes could make a lot of sense, but it is going to spread you thin. That's always the tricky thing I find with Military Wing being on the agenda is the Archers. I do think Camel Riders is feasible here because of the readjustment to the resources, because they're less food heavy now. You have plenty of wood and gold, right? So like, just actually starting to spam Camel Riders could be big here. Gives him the mobility to chase down these traders, give him the perfect counter to Keshix. It's more likely he's just going to go Lancers. The issue with that, though, is like going raw Lancers here, the Keshix can begin to outnumber you quick. And I get why people do Lancers, but overall, I am a bigger fan of Camel Riders, especially against moving trade, because the logic is you can just rush into Camel handling, and you will move as fast as Horsemen. Men-at-Arms Archers for Marine Lord? No, because your opponent's got, like, stables here, so it has to be probably Spheres, right? Like, that's 4 stables. There's no way he's not going to use them, right? Anathan even built 2 additional stables, so... Moment of truth here. Tech up completes. And it is going to be the Lancers. Pretty atypical. It's even more likely that you're going to do Camel... like, not do Camels, rather, when you tech up first, right? Because Lancers at the beginning of the age up are incredibly advantageous. But it does mean there's a world in which he just loses the main engagement. And hold on a sec. That's a Khan Hunter coming. Oh, that's actually kind of cool, remember. It's based on age up, right? So you get the Khan Hunters in the later age, you get more range. So it's actually going to be a big difference here. I've been on record saying this. I think that the Mongols can even beat Delhi TOV, but it's very micro intense. And the reason is the auras. Yam plus Kurotai is huge here. He has 5.75 tower range. Almost an entire extra 1 over these archers. And he has the movement speed to stay out of range of them. Oh, dude, this is just going to be a total. Anathan has to go wide. If he goes straight towards the main base, he's begging to lose a fight. He needs to head to the south side, away from these auras. Yeah, I actually think these timing pushes, when you mirror this type of unit comp, doesn't work against Mongols now. The buff was good enough with the Khan Hunter. Anathan can at least block out the trade. This could be big in itself. First Lance is going to arrive. Yam just makes it so annoying to kill anything. Crossbows are getting queued up. Now remember, the Khan Hunter also works for the crossbows. He will get slightly gap closed by archers, but it'll be difficult for them to stick on top of you. Trade about to be intercepted here, so Marine Lord is going to have to bring that to a pause. You know what's kind of underrated, and I think you're going to see people start to do it? If you come out here to build an outpost, why not build a trade here as well? If you build a market here and you got intercepted here, you could have then just traded here. It sounds so big brain that it's almost small brain, because like, okay, who's thinking that way? But if you're in the area, markets aren't that expensive. It's quite desirable. Let me start a step away. Kurotai is going to unpack. Now remember, the Kurotai pretty much balances out the composite bows. Composite bows is still a bit better, the 33% increased attack speed versus the 20% damage. But when you equate the +1 heal as well, that's where the Mongols get really scary. The issue is always moving away from it. You're noticing Anathan is trying to dodge fighting underneath this as he once again goes in for an engagement. A little bit of poke damage, but it's the Yam, it's the range. He just can't look to contest this. Movement speed arrow gets activated. Chase continues. Spearmen are just being disposed of. But worth it, right? Like, you think that's weird because you see Lancers, but he's got crossbows being prepped behind this, so it's not the end of the road. Behind this, we do have a third TC now, so Anathan is trying to just bolster himself as we get later into this castle. Relics are also being targeted. He already has 3 imams out, and we're now only seeing the first shaman being built for Orangutan. Yeah, so this is going to be a Wait, is this a... No, there's... Okay, I double-checked. There is 5 relics. So this should be a 3-2 split, though. I don't think Anathan can get the 4th relic because of where Marine Lord's now stationed. Oh, it's going to be clubbed down. Wait, what? I had to say it, didn't I? Anna's trying to make off with the goods. Unfortunately, Marine Lord had a fast reaction team in place there. Man down, so he will be able to protect that one. It is not going to be a cheeky yoinking. And instead, it's a 40C boom. Now, this is cool, but hear me out. There is one problem. There's a caveat. This is wholly reliant on Marine Lord not doing anything. These TCs are cheap, yes, but they're still an investment that is not into a bigger and scary army, right? And you have backed up entirely in a position where Marine Lord has 23 traders. That's a little bit suspicious. And Marine Lord senses it as well. You can see he's starting to march in, throws out the Falcon. He knows about the town center. He may not know there's another one just behind it, but he knows that Anathan is getting more greedy. The question now is, do we just see Siege Works improved? Or Siege Engineering improved? Because actually getting a Mangonel on the fort here would be huge. It's a bit tricky because obviously Anathan can already build into anti-siege. Remember, Abbasids have that ability as a get-go. But the opening volley of mango shots against this many archers and crossbows could just end the game. Walls are at least going up. And it looks like they will be just quick enough here. And there's not... I mean, there's a decent amount of melee in there, right? Like 10-minute arms on the front line should allow him to burn through. The other tricky thing is when you come to defend, that extra range from the Khan Hunter will make it impossible for you to trade, remember. See if he uses it. It would actually be really smart to just back up now. Like, try and bait him in with the meta arms and then just keep poking at him from afar. Because realistically, like, if you min-max the micro here, Anathan can't actually trade favorably. It's crazy, right? Like, everyone thinks that damage, attack speed, health are the really scary, like, metrics in battles. It's not. The two most scary metrics in battle is movement speed and range. By far. Right? Because movement speed allows you to get in and out, it allows you to minimize casualties on the approach, allows you to outmaneuver, and range obviously allows you to trade without being traded back into, right? Both just a huge deal, and oh my god, he's just straight up going for it. It's going to be White Stupa. I love the fact that Kurotai has just not been moved up, even though that is like a key pivotal ingredient in its success here. I wonder what Anathan's face would look like when the imp comes in. I mean, he's got to be suspecting it, right? In this type of situation, you've walled yourself in and you've hid from the map, and Marine Lord isn't brute forcing you. Realistically, there's only one possibility. Lancers might even scout it if he continues around this way. He's so close to knowing. Not that it would change much. He still has that locked in time. It would still take him a fixed duration here. What do you go? Culture Wing just seems logical here because you don't have great gold access and you need cheaper gold techs. Trade Wing is nice if you had a bit more map control. I think if you go Trade Wing, it's going to be Marine Lord's opportunity to attack. If you go Culture Wing, you get a timing attack against Anathan. And he wants that timing attack. Culture Wing on the way. Makes sense. Like, if you try to scale trade now, sure, Abbasid late game trade is insane. But your opponent is already set up, right? Marine Lord already has 30 traders. So you're going to have to basically brush aside 2 free assaults before you feel online. And that's difficult to do because at that stage, you're having to defend the entire length of the map. Elite Army Tactics now on the way for the uncultured hordes here. 1 minute and 20 seconds out. Yeah, he's going to look to probably go back for the improved afterwards, right? Like, he's getting a lot of extra stone via the White Stupa, so it would make a lot of sense here. Remember, they are very expensive, though. 1,000 stone to get your hands on these upgrades. But, reminder, gives you an extra 10% health and damage over standard. It's really, really good. Kurtai now moving in. The Sacred Sites have been locked in place here, and we do have a cannon emplacement on the way. Keep drop comes in from Anathan, so he's looking to lock in some resources. Wondering, does Marine Lord maybe just try to get a Fort Siege Workshop here, get into a Bombard maybe? It's going to be big now. Remember, it's gone up to a +1. So these archers have the range of a javelin now. And the movement speed to get away from the vet archers always. Yeah, this is where it just gets so tricky, man. Like, you're going to see the small archer group just evaporate. In fairness, like, it's already unfair as it is gold hats. It's elite archers versus vet. But even if you wanted, even if you were goldened up yourself as the Abbasis now are, you won't be able to win that direct fight if your comp remains on archers. And that's why we're seeing Anathan prepping mass Camel Riders. Cool idea. Camel Riders against archers, not the worst of ideas. Same with the crossbows. You have a lot of base health, right? The men-at-arms are probably the biggest threat to you because they're chunky and they hit hard. So you kind of have to circumvent that. Hand cannon is as well. Anathan, do you have the gold for this? There's no way, right? Like, I mean, he's got access for the moment, but debatable if he'll be able to keep it, right? He's already had to shift away to the east side gold. That's even more exposed. The only reason he's getting it right now is because Marine Lord is diving into his base. He's in onto the TC. Fire armor is not there. Oh, sorry, it is. Looked like it wasn't. For some reason, I kept selecting men at arms. There's a backstab attempt here, but do you really want it? I guess you have to take it. Camel Riders move in. Does snipe out the Khan Hunter, so no extra range here. However, you're already so knee-deep in, you're not going to try to kite away from this. Men at arms are also absorbing a lot of fire right now. Archer's just trying to start a step away. He understands the first wave is going to die, so you might as well trade for what you can and get away alive. These Camel Riders are so tanky, but Anathan, he's going for the Camel support. What he really needs here is the biology to make these guys last long enough. In the meantime, the cannon is starting to lead all. Outposts are down. Castle's being assaulted now. And with a Kurtai back in range, you can see immediately that Anathan does not want this fight. It's a calming moment here. And we have gunpowder units coming in on both sides, but there's a big difference, folks, and it's in the gold. Gold is dominating this game. They're both going for a gold-heavy unit. They both are an Imperial and thus need a lot of gold for their researchers. This gunpowder tech is going to be a world of difference. And not just that, the Khan Hunter, remember, he will give that extra range across the hand cannoneers. Yeah, at which point, like, what do you do here? Right? If your opponent just remembers to build one Khan Hunter, you're going to get kited and killed. This is the issue with Anathan's comp, right? It's like, I like the Camel Rider detail. The hand cannon is cool as long as your opponent isn't going for it, but the moment he is, kind of feels like you need something else. I don't want to see mangoes because that feels really mobile. But maybe these Camel Riders just need to be raiding. In fact, forget the Camel Riders. The crossbows are going in for a dive right now. And yes, you guys, just to confirm, he has got the preservation of knowledge. However, this is a big army to throw away. A lot of crossbows going down, not much eco getting killed. Maybe on the tail end down here, he can find more. It's partially Anathan just making population room for more hand cannoneers and camels, but it's still leading to a disadvantage here, right? The production rates are good for Abbasis, but you're still producing some of the longest to produce units in the game. What on... How do we end up... No, this is not turning into Holy Island, okay? You're not swapping sides again. This was the gold workers after they got pushed off. He's like, might as well get some stone. Outposts just everywhere is making this so obnoxious now. The Spreel emplacements, cannon emplacements. These small pocket raids don't work. Camel Riders is really his only way, but expensive unit to invest in. You're seeing his gold is underwhelming as all hell. 45 gold each. They're not as sustainable as you think. I can't help but feel, despite an admirable attempt here, this might simply be over already. It just turns into a raw number crunching game, right? Like, Anathan needs to win a fight, then find gold. But there's going to be another layer coming of units, right? Just look at the income difference. Look at the reserves. Marine Lord can afford to replace an army as soon as it's lost. Anathan would need a few minutes. Camel Rider's at least going to try to make good and take a bombard with him. Ooh, just about gets it. One bombard is more than good enough to start sieging through any of these defenses. Cam Riders, I think, is he just going? Wait. It's the Sacred Sites, right? Like I was about to say, maybe he just goes for landmark victory, but you can't. Because your opponent can just pack these up and move away. This is simply about getting access to this area again. Bombard can easily address that. Remember, the Crawl type does buff the Bombard, folks. You're seeing that right. 144 damage normal. If he hits a building, he's going to be doing over 600 damage. Good lord. Nami marches in with that movement speed. Able to get on top of the ram straight away. Deerstone is going nowhere. Hand cannoneers, as well as the archers, able to cull this herd of cavalry. Gold being gathered again. Anathan, he knows he needs to take the risk because he needs to get the hand cannoneers together, but it looks like his army is simply not going to be able to hold on for long enough here. The camel support is trying to assist, but the issue here is your camels to your front line. They die first, then the armor's gone, and then you're gone as well. GG gets called. Anathan, so close, but unable to overcome the king. It's going to be a 3-2 victory for Marine Lord. Damn, what a set. Let me know what you guys thought about this. I mean, this is kind of crazy, right? I think this set delivered more wild and wacky games than what we saw actually on LAN from the two grand finalists. But I think that was to be expected, right? I mentioned Marine Lord and Anathan to have grinded religiously against each other, and it shows when you have a set that felt that tight. In fact, some people might say that Anno collectively should have won that series, and I wouldn't disagree. That guy is on the verge of making semifinals, if not grand finals, if the tournament is right for it. But let me know what you guys think in the comments below. Make sure you subscribe to the channel as well. I'll see you all in the next chapter. Oh, man. What a cool one. So, what do we call that one? That one was really cool. RedBull rant now? No, RedBull rant later. Why do you assume it's going to be a rant? Maybe I have good things to say. Not everyone is toxic. So I think... What was the really big standout point in that one, guys? I guess it's the trade, right? Zero Keshik? I don't think that's like... I don't think that's the bigger deal. The trade bait? Mongol said he was full aggro. Was all in. He was lying. There we go. What? Lost in time? No, I think like you could actually like you could have the trade bait and then have like show a chat window saying I attack with Marine Lord's name. I actually think doing like the ones where you like do a little kind of like chat window type are underrated. Trade versus 5 TC boom. Yeah, dude, I feel like I've done the 5 TC boom type titlings a lot. Right? Like there's a point where you just want to kind of come up with something, because if you're just using the same one and like people see the video, they're almost going to think they've seen it before. Like, is it really that rare to see like Abbas's trade TC booming versus trade, right? No. Like maybe in the moment, maybe these days more so, but like historically that has been seen so many times. So let me have a look and see what we can cast next, because Avali mentioned something about some thingy games, some Outback Octagon games that we played. Ooh. Should we do some free-for-alls? Do you guys want to... You guys want to see some 1v1 from the ladder, or do you want to see some scrim lobbies for Outback Octagon? Because I got the deets, baby. Octagon preview. Yeah. So, there were 2 scrim games played. One on Ululu and one played on Sandreef. Was Sandreef used last time? It might have been. And we got a lot of names. Anathan's in here. Puppy Paw, Avali, Cow, Matisse, Sassy, Wham, and then someone called Norvin, Norvin9322, who I'm completely unfamiliar with. What's that? I'm missing a mod. I think it's downloading now. Give me a sec. Just catch up on YouTube as well. FFA, I knew you wanted it. But yeah, I will address all the RedBull Wololo stuff later. I even made a list, actually. Not all the nitty-gritties we're going to get down to, but like... Yeah, we covered it. We'll be covering a lot. It'll be a good talk. Alright, there we go. Ooh. Wait, I'm going to have to chase up on that. Someone just said, like, apparently I'm on a drop list. I don't know what that means. The merch? Someone send me the good stuff. Yeah, like, there's, so there's, like, a new flavor there. They've got a winter edition one. And when I drank it, I was like that. And the guy explained to me, it's like, flavor profile is gummy bears. And I was like, huh? I didn't expect that, but okay. Could cover your opinion on hair. I'll go into it all, mate. I think I might have a polarizing experience. I don't know. I don't think it's polarizing. Maybe it is a polarizing opinion on the exploits. But let me load up the game now, and I'm gonna have to. Oh, I'm gonna have to preemptively prep my scene, aren't I? Because otherwise it has the spoilers in non 1v1. So give me a sec, guys. Let me find my scene, and then I will prep the trim. Is it the team trim? I think it's that one. But yeah, we'll go over a lot. We'll go over all the Age of Empires games, the event. Like, I've got a lot to cover. We will get to it, don't worry. Okay, so. Okay, get the size right. 1 second. Because I need to quickly... I think I can switch over now. Oh. Wait, what? 1 second, 1 second. Don't look in the top right. Don't look in the top. Whatever you do, don't look in the top right. There we go. The team trim disappeared. So. I did have another one that doesn't have the absolute top corner thing. So I think we want that one instead, right? There we go. Actually, I don't know. Does it look better just having that random block in the top left? Probably not, right? That doesn't look better. Right? Oh, wait. They don't have fixed start, which is intriguing. Wait, are we in... Oh, my God. Guys, what do you think? Is this better? This is classic mode. Do you guys prefer classic mode? Let me know what you think. Okay, we got everything turned on. I think so. It's a little bit closer than I would have expected. I almost feel like I want to be one notch out, you know? What do you guys think? Do we stick with classic or go to thingy mode? Also, are they playing in this one or are they just testing shit? Yeah, I think they screwed up. I think this is just a test lobby. There's another one, though, which is proper. I guess they're just checking things. That looks pretty, by the way. Can we just agree on that? I only just noticed it because it's like 8 times. You don't really notice it 1 times. It looks pretty, but also looks trippy, like there's an earthquake going on. Dude, I feel like I'm casting Age of Myth right now, and someone just earthquaked the base. All right. I have a feeling that, like, the beautiful spot is panoramic, but notched, like, free in. right? So let me restart my game, and then we'll get to we'll get into the lobby that is actually a game they play. The awkward part is like, so Avali was on that tipped me off about it, but he's like, we played a few. So when I clicked on it, like there's one other one. So when I was like a few, I was like, wow, both of them must be correct. So I wasn't expecting the first one, them to just be sitting there for whatever reason. But let me load up the game, and we'll get into the match. Oh yeah, like wasn't there? Didn't Winston say something about eating his shoe on the grand final day? We'll address that as well in the talk, because that needs to be addressed. You guys know that scientifically it's impossible to eat a leather shoe, right? Because this was actually deeply explored in Dota 2, because a player called Puppy made a statement about eating a shoe if a certain team won. It's like legally. Because yeah, I think like I read, like they went into details, like because of the way your stomach lining works and everything, and like the chemicals involved and like the tanning process, like you will literally die if you eat a shoe. I think was what they said. All right, I'm downloading the mods now, and then we'll load in. An entire aircraft over 30 years? What? What will you preview? Just some games? What do you mean? What you mean? What we're doing now? We're having a look at the scrims. Yeah, we're looking at the scrims from a lot of the players. I'm just downloading the mods right now. This is what happens when I like have to download mods, by the way. Like okay, no, I can't show you now. Basically, when bundles show up, they're like a long list, and they have to compact themselves before they download it properly. But we've got it now. I just need to go download Outback Octagon free afterwards. Metal and all, Jesus. So like, when you say like poop and nuggets, like iron ingot nuggets. I mean, he's like, you know, on his doctor's report, his iron intake must have been fantastic. Is it only this weekend? I'm trying to think. When does Outback Octagon begin? It might be this weekend or next weekend it begins. I can't quite remember. And Stefano, what about the AoE 2 toxicity everyone's talking about? I'll go over it all. I think I have a very unique take and probably the best perspective out of anyone involved in this process to give my insights. So we'll go for it all. All right, here we go. What the Yo! Okay, I see the problem. Guys, both of them are games they played, but we might have desync. I'm going to do this to try and fix it. It might not be castable, sadly. That would be really quite a shame. But let's have a look and we'll see. It looks like it's desync, right? Because like the villagers aren't moving at all or anything. Also, load, please. Hello? All right, sorry guys. Let me restart. A viewer Octagon. Oh no. Wait, don't want to draw screen. I restart game. Whoops. Didn't mean to pull that. Shake and bake, mother duckers. I see the link. I do the drink. Protein works, guys. This is the Kinder Bueno. Usually not that crazy of like a chocolate drinker. You know, like chocolate milkshake to me is kind of but I quite like those. Tickler with a different name. What's going on? How's it going, buddy? Right, so let's quickly, what we'll do first, we'll download. Because you know what it probably is? It's probably because it might be a desync caused by the old bundle. Which is kind of pointless now anyway, right? Because it just... No, I've unsubscribed to that. Okay, so it can't be that then. What the hell are all these bundles? Nomad. Jesus. Alright. Let's download that. And we'll double check we haven't got any other one. In fact, let's just double check we haven't got any mods out of date. As long as we don't, we should be good. I like my mods. What can I say? Alright, so bring it back to me for a sec so it doesn't spoiler alert any of you guys. Idea where to find all the info? What info? What, an Outback Octagon? Isn't there a rulebook or something? Like, in general, this is an issue. I mean, like, Drongo's a good YouTuber, and in some ways being a good YouTuber is being a good marketer, but he's not a good marketer. If, like, and that's not just on him. That's not me throwing shade at him. That's most people in esports suck at marketing. I'm pretty bad at it as well. I mean, the preseason 9 thing was kind of... I should have, like, had a bigger marketing plan around what I'm going to be doing in the next few weeks, where we start up our midweek tournament series. So I've got to start getting my ass moving on that. Admittedly, I had the excuse of a baby was just born, right? But, like, in general, most people suck at marketing. And we have success, guys. Just give me a second, though, because it's a different kind of UI. So I'm going to need the other overlay that I use. So give me a sec. Let me switch over to this one. Because what we need is we have this team trim where it's midway. I think it was this one. And then it's going to be the other position, isn't it? Yeah, I hate that there's two different UIs that have two different positions because it makes it much more annoying when I'm sorting this. But that means we get 2 free-for-alls instead of 1. Oh yeah, no, I'm not saying marketing is easy, but I'm saying in general, like, most people in, like, the small East, like, definitely in AoE4, there aren't really many people that do marketing well in building up the hype. Like, RedBull does a great freaking job, right? And it's a very big difference in budget and scheme, but I've said this about, like, I've been honest with Pesty, like, they hop event to event. They don't, like, prep a big marketing schematic. Like, I really like what Blast does. If you guys have seen Blast at the like, big tournament earlier this year in London, they announced their entire circuit for the next year. And they provided details on the formatting. They were honest, like, not every detail has been locked in. We're still figuring out where this one's going to go in terms of placement, like, city-wise. But here's the plan. Like, those things are huge. Alright, there we go. So, we should be ready to go. I just need to double check the positioning of the overlay because I don't want you guys to get the timestamp spoiling the game for you. So give me one more sec. Sorry, I knew this took a little bit longer, but it's because I wasn't expecting Outback Octagon to just use an entirely different... like, they're basically like... a lot of different UI sleeves now are using the timestamp near the bottom, and theirs is using the timestamp near the top, from what I can see. Right? So, like, you'll see what I mean. So you see the positioning now? It's like I need to get that. Let me try and get that pitch perfect. That's not the one. There we go. Although that one, why is that not the gold outline one? It doesn't matter. Okay, I think we're good to go. I mean, I know things in relation to that as well, boy. Oh, how much do I dive into? All right, whatever. Like all that to come later. Right. So we said like classic is like here, right? I think that's maybe a bit too close. I think 1, 2, 3, 4 is probably best. Maybe 3. I think 1, 2, 3. Okay. Let's get ready to go. Hype it up. Get loud. Oh, wait, what? My game lagged when I started recording. Let's try it again. Hype it up. Get loud and proud. Free-for-alls are back. One and all. Welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. It's Outback Octagon number 3 preview time. That's right. We have snooped in on the scrims for the upcoming tournament with a lot of prominent names. In the blue, you've got Anathan. You've got the return of Matisse in the teal. Cal, we won't talk about in the pink. You've got Sassy in the red. I'm not sure about this Northern guy, but then you've got the grand finalist from RedBull Wololo himself, Puppypaw, his bro, the grand finalist caster, Wham, and rounding us out, the magical and most talented of map creators we have in the scene right now, Avali. So many known faces here on Ululu, which we have not seen in, I think, a year was when it last came out. So this is really cool. Big shout out to the player who put me onto this. I don't know if they want me to say who it was. They told me we had some scrims. They're awesome. You got to see them. And I thought it'd be a great way to hype things up in prep for the 3rd edition of Drongo's Outback Octagon tournaments. So, kind of curious to see how this one's going to play out, because last time we had Outback Octagon was pre-expansion, right? So, for example, in this game alone, you've got, what, 1, 2, 3 new civs appearing. We got a chance to cast a bunch of free-for-alls on this channel. If you guys love your free-for-all content, you should check back in my catalog. About a month, maybe 2 months ago now, we had the Clearman free-for-all, which was fantastic. I'm hoping this tournament is using a similar scoring format. I really like these formats that favor aggression over defense. I think they are the best way to see the game played. Reward people for getting kills early on. It might be a little bit different in scrims, but I'm hoping players lean on the idea of aggro because of how rewarding it should be. If I'm not mistaken, I've heard rumors of something like you get 2 points for killing in Feudal, and then it's 1 point for Castle Imperial, which I love the idea of that. Like, if you are attacking someone in Feudal, you're putting yourself at a disadvantage for later in the game. So within reasonability, you should be rewarded more so for that, because what it takes to kill someone is more expensive to you when you do it earlier in the game, like Age of Empires 4. And whoa! Oh, no. That was almost an ugly start. Avali. Was that uphill? That was uphill, so he didn't see it at first. That is so lucky. Oh my god. Your heart starts to go 1,000 a minute there. Calm will not be able to kill him. It's only 2 damage per strike, but that was way too close for comfort. So Avali will be able to walk back here. Quite content now. This is a really uncomfortable corner, actually. We have Puppypaw camping back here with the Ottomans. We've got Avali on Order of the Dragon. And then we've got Matisse on the Mongols. All very closely parked next to each other. Meanwhile, to the south corner, Wham is pretty much just on his lonesome with a trade post nearby. It's very appropriate for a free-for-all for him. And then east as we wrap around, this Northern 9322, guys. Can someone check on this guy? Because I'm not familiar with him. His data was privated, so I can get info on what his ranking is. Might just be a filler player. Same as I know Cal is going to be a filler player. He's not going to be playing in the tournament. But Cal, I mean, in fairness to him, he's reasonable at the game, guys. He's like Conk, is it 2 right now? But he's capable of reaching up. Actually, no, I think he might be high. I think he's like ranked 400 or 500 in the world right now. So Cal does really well for himself. Anathan is the highest ranking person here, full stop. This boy's been grinding on the ladder. Marlian's an interesting one in free-for-alls. Usually I like Marlians for that tempo timing to just rack up points in the mid-game. They're not necessarily the civ you're expecting to win the free-for-all, but they are the civ that can find 3 or 4 easy kills in that mid-game because of the Sofa Flood. China, of course, a civ that wants to play safe for that later phase of the game. Same with the Abbasids, I think. Joan can be aggressive. She's pretty good at killing, but usually the way Joan plays, similar to French, is you kind of want to scale into castle/imp with 40+ knights, and then you run around killing. So that's what Wham's position is really good for, is he doesn't have to deal with these early aggro fights, but he can be an absolute plague in the mid-game. What's the name of the UI? What, you mean this stuff along the top? This is the Outback Octagon free pack. So, I think it's Kush was the one who was making these type of UIs. So it might be him who's done it. Typically, he fashioned a lot of these historically. In fact, what I'm going to do, guys, let's hit the speed up a little. I just thought about it. It's like, why are we in a free-for-all on the one time? So we've introed the players. Let's get into the feudal and let's see how this one's going to pan out. Arc and Chapel placement's quite nice, actually. Double berries, the gold, the farms. Could give an opportunity to try and strike at the Mongol player. Mongol player that doesn't really have a big edge here, right? You can go for trade. Wouldn't be worth it when you're this close to the center, right? You wouldn't get the maximum bang for buck. And Deerstone is going to be much more advantageous for trying to trade up against the nearby HRE Order of the Dragon variant, right? I guess that's a good thing. If this was HRE, I'd say Matisse is dead, but because it's OOTD and you're so close together, that Yam really could give him an edge to try and get a kill here. East side. Wonder, what's the strategy for China? Is it just going to be a standard Barbican into multi-TC, or is there potentially a world in which he feels threatened? Like it's a necessity, rather, to go after Anathan so close to him. Man, Cal's going to be vibing, though. Like, is this what? Maybe going to be free TC? Norman Bailey played 1v1, but team player since Season 3. Says from Canada. Ah, okay. So they brought a friend. Yeah, there's no way this is magic on a alt account, right? So another Canadian. Ah, dude, you get them into grand finals as a caster and a player, and this is like what happens, right? Okay, that's a weird UI bug, by the way. I just noticed that. There's just a Tang Dynasty thing floating here. They almost removed it all. I'm curious, though, because they managed to remove, like, Vizier Council, and I'm assuming Bounty probably got removed as well. Like, Cows did, right? Yeah, that doesn't show either. Just weirdly enough, Tang wasn't. So, how are we looking? Looks like Pasha's getting set up. I'm wondering, is this just Fast Castle? It has to be Fast Castle for Puppy Paw, right? I don't think you want to play the Age. Then again, I mean, looking at it, it's entirely possible he goes for the third party here. Like, wait for these two to fight and then go after them. Like, Avali's being really greedy, right? He went for that typical Order of the Dragon Fast Castle build. Relics are already being hoovered up in the center. And the weird part to me is that Matisse isn't doing anything. This is kind of like just sitting at a table with someone. You order some chips. And you like, the chips come to the table. And you're like, wow, these are delicious. And then there's just a guy reaching over and, like, nabbing at them. But instead of punching him in the face, you just kind of sit there and accept it. Because I think Relics could be really good for the Mongols here as well from this type of position. Anytime you're leaning more towards the center, Relics feel really good. It almost feels like he was intending that when I see a Fast Castle Kurotai. Meanwhile, TC booming on the other side of the map from Northern. Sassy is going to start marching in for the pressure point here. So, interesting difference is that Sass didn't go for the TC boom. He's going for the kills. Cal is trying to be a little bit of a nuisance over here. This is not Hippodrome play, so not really an area you want to dive into. And Fulani is almost complete for Anathan. In fact, look at the resources. He's about ready to trigger it here. Pretty good timing. Second TC's been set up by Joan, meanwhile. And okay, I wondered for a second if she was staying in peasant form. Thank God, that would be a bit too weird for my liking. We have got Archer activated, but with no player nearby, Joan kind of just becomes a cheerleader in games like this. She's not as impactful as she normally would be. We go for the fast forward again. Feels like the players have been quite slow. I don't know why Avali's getting so much for free. It's like everyone's assuming someone else is going to deal with him. He's going to become a really big problem when you let him hoover up relics like this. That should be like, what, 3 relics at least? Ooh, nice denial there by Cal. Good Knight is going to be coming out, and that isn't the first, remember, that's his second. So he's already got others out on the map to pressure with. Feels like Cal is taking responsibility for the Order of the Dragon threat, but from his position with just Horsemen, that's really difficult to do because of the Gilded Knights, right? And also sacrificing his own potency in this game, because when it comes down to it, I don't think he's in a position to be the player that can kill Avali. That crown more likely falls into the possession of Matisse or Puppy Paw here. Southside though, I think we've got Rams coming in, so it looks like Sass is going for the kill onto Northern. Well, maybe he kind of honed in on the fact that this is the un-ID player, so Sassy thinking logically, hey, this is an easy way of getting some score up. And also very valuable for a civ like the Chinese, right? Not for the Zhuge but for later in the game. We've seen what China can do with a population advantage. It becomes mass fire lancers, and then you just run around the map killing. Very powerful strategy. And just an extra 50 population goes a long way into reaching the kill point of that strategy. All right. Get your numbers in. Who do you think is going to win this? Ones if you think it's Anathan, twos if you think Matisse, threes if you think Cal, fours if it's Sassy, fives for Northern, six for Puppy Paw, seven for Wham, and eight for Avali. That's going to divide you. Usually I make that call and you only have two players to choose from. A 50% chance to be right. Now it's, what does that end up being? 12.5% chance. I done the numbers left to right for those that got confused. More archer range is coming. He's relentless with the pressure. And oh no, big mistake made. Northern, he doesn't have the undermesh. Horseman gonna get shredded by this. This should be the end of him. And the Rams should be able to just start deleting the TC. The House of Wisdom's already on fire here. He's got more production on the south side, so we're going to get some reinforcements out, but this Yuga new spam is real in this game. And Northern, he might have a big eco, or rather did, but it's evaporated now, right? He's down to 49 villages. Sassy has that already. Primary TC already being assaulted by the triple ram. Maybe a slightly over the ambitious dive coming in. I don't think you should be going beyond the town center here. Just kind of reconsolidate, wait on the east side, and have the Rams do the damage. But check this. We talked about this timing. While Sassy is away hunting, Anathan comes in for the unguarded baby. It's going to be the sofa massing, and there's a lot more being flooded through. You can see the production bar. It's all sofa on the way. Oh my god. Dude, he's dead. Sassy's just dead. He can't get back in time. He hasn't even noticed. I don't think he's noticed. It feels like he hasn't noticed here. Oh my god. What a way to die. Villagers are coming back now, but no chance. It's too many sofa. And appropriately, Sassy is going to be sitting on his sofa first, watching the rest play by the looks of it, because Yellow is going to get a stay of execution. But Red will not. Red is dead. 11 Shuginu left over. Only 36 villages. And this is the Malian threat in a nutshell. Yeah, just a brutal one. GG for him. Sass, first player eliminated in this Outback Octagon free preview. A big edge for Anathan as well. He's playing a Zerg-based Civ, and for the moment, it's quality Zerg with the Sofa. But as you start to escalate your population, you can start to shift across into Musafadi that are more about number than quality of number. Now the follow-up, he's already shuffling across. This is the thing, like, I think the meta right now in free-for-alls is heavily cavalry dependent. It has been for team for a long time, but considering that you can kill a player by sniping their king, the cavalry spam is even more valuable because you can just dive in, hone in on the one building the king is in, and not leave until he's dead. And you get rewarded so much for that, right? Because your cavalry are going to survive a very long time, not that many are likely to die unless you run into 100 spears, and then afterwards you've got 50 pop. Yeah, what you're seeing right now is Anathan just showing how much more efficient Malians are than Joan is at this type of strategy. Second one tapped down, that's 2 dead already. And Wham, speaking of the Joan player in this game, like, you kind of wish you were playing French. I think Joan is really underwhelming in free-for-alls. Because if you can get to the late game, great. Like, but with Regicide as a rule set, I think that's where you struggle. Because you can't get the number bar up quick enough. You can't get XP in quick enough for this to feel like Joan's a real faction, right? And I think that's what we're going to see here. 42 Sofa and Rising. Wham, still in age 2. Matisse, meanwhile, is contesting on the west side up against Puppy Paw. Some damage has been done there. Funnily enough, everyone is ignoring Avali in this game. Looks like trade could be blocked here. So, actually, Anathan, he's backing away. Calming himself down. Kind of surprised by that. He could very easily kill Wham. Joan's only good for king snipes. Even then, she's not that good at king sniping. At this point in the game, she does a tickle, right? She does like 45 damage, and the king has 200 health and regens over time. She's not that great at king sniping. Wait, is he taking the sacred site? I mean, no, it's getting decapped. I was about to say, I thought that belonged to Avali for a second. Yes, Zhone does 200 damage in Imp, but we're talking about the realistic stage of the game, right? Right now you do 45. What is the chances you reach age 4? Like, how many kings are left at that stage, right? That's the problem. Free-for-alls, especially with this type of rule set, where you get points for kills early on, where you get the extra population from king kills, it's designed to reward like early mid-game play a lot more than old-school traditional free-for-alls, which, by the way, I'm a fan of. I actually think old-school traditional free-for-alls suck. And I will stand on top of a big basket and yell out to the world. Right? If we never go back to old-school free-for-alls, I'll be happy. But it does mean that it does mean that Zhone is really sad. Speaking of Marlians, yo, check this. Backstab comes in. Stops the cavalry from getting away. It's just so many so far. Now, believe it or not, Camera Riders counter cavalry, guys. Wait, did he really go for Siston? Okay, yeah, you deserve to lose this game. He actually built the Siston of the first hill. That was a very thematic gulp. That was like not the gulp to victory. That was like the goofy gulp when he discovers something that's scary. Like, and meanwhile, Poppy Paw has been taken out. Matisse able to annihilate him and get his hands on a king. Avali has not been very present, though. He's been vibing. Yeah, he secures the gold on the north side. So I guess that's why Matisse didn't see him as the biggest threat. It's all about gold stripping here, right? Now we have a big fight coming in on the west side. Poppy Paw really just wasn't a factor in this game, hence why we didn't really cast it too much. It just seems like he got oppressed very early on and didn't do anything. Now, Mass Sofa. They're like, well, Cow, if you want to start a fight, we are totally here for this. 60 Sofa in total. And the race is on. Wham knows it. He needs to go hunting. I imagine we're probably getting Stonewalls from Anathan. No, just the Palisades right now. A little bit surprised by that. I thought we'd be getting into the Stonewalls. Just because the night threat is real. Instead, everyone is honing their sights in on Matisse's base. Avali first to march in. Has got Landsnake in the mix here. Spearman trying to break through. Remember, there's no counter here to Spears because he went crossbows. Avali should be able to sweep through this army. The problem is the backstab coming in. He might not be the one that nets the kill as Wham comes through with the Royal Knights. So you get to clean up the army while your opponent takes all that really matters here. Man, it's crazy. This is going to be a king kill. There's no doubt about it. In the meantime, Cow has been eliminated. The Sofa brutalized the Byzantines. And the Knights are now going to target in on that TC. So all that work done by Avali, a lot of troops lost, and he gets nothing for it. I mean, the best thing you can hope for is to snipe, right? Gilded Knights do hit a lot harder. The problem is, Wham has so many Knights here, he can eliminate you first and then deal with TC. And Landsnake aren't going to change that matter, right? Like, these are Royal Knights. You will die to them too fast. You need all the spears over here, but instead, they've been mocked up. Matisse barely comes out of that battle with a win, but now he's immediately going to net a loss. Oy, oy, oy. So Wham, able to get his first kill. Matisse, of course, got the kill on Poppy Paw, so that's a 50 pop factor not to worry about. Avali has yet to kill anyone, and Anathan is already marching south side. He could look for a stab in towards Wham's base. Now, the counts are really close together currently, right? So, like, actually, Wham will win that fight. If you look at Anathan's pop count, he's got 58 Sofa to 50 Knights. However, if he drags this game, if you just go deeper and deeper and deeper, and people say in chat, Anno has a lot of population, so his goal shouldn't really be to win now. It should be to win in like 10 minutes. You know, let that calming moment set over you. Let you build into the big boy armies, and then you strike for the killing blow. Start to poke at the trade. That's going to slow down Wham's escalation of count as well, remember. Need to be careful not to lose the Sofa like this, though. Anno. An unnecessary fight developing here. I say that. He does currently have the numbers. The second wave finally arriving, though. Joan, also here to farm the XP, means he has to back away. Anathan does not want this engagement. So gives way. Meanwhile, Avali is CC moving up. Guys, this is actually big because Anno and Wham are in a position where neither has a clear edge over the other, right? Like, they're not just immediately going to die like that, right? Realistically, if Wham can force the fight directly right now, Anno will die. But he has a lot of ground to play with. Avali is the biggest winner from all of this. He's vibing on the other side of the map. He has all these resources around him. I believe there might even be, yeah, there's 2 relics here that he could grab. There might even be some in the base of... Okay, not in the base over there. But overall, he's in a really good position because he's got 3 relics here. I think he's got maybe another one over in the keep. No, okay, so 3 relics. He'll be at 5 relics, which is a really good position to find yourself in. And he just scouted out where they all are. I love the castle from Avali here. Oh, this is really cool. You need these, remember, because when it's mass cav, there's no siege, right? And because no one's playing Irobids, they can't build rams in your base either. So this is about as safe as it gets. Wham hasn't done the same, though, if I'm not mistaken. Wham is just chilling at home in the primary TC, which is really dangerous here. All right, guys. Reassess your bets. 1s if you think Anathan's winning. 2s if you think Wham's winning. 3s if you think Avali's winning. Because here's the thing. Like, Anathan, sure, he has all that pop, but does it feel like he's using it? He's going to be soon. He's got 5 TC. Good God. Yeah, so you got 5 TC versus trade versus free TC with relics, right? And this could also then turn into an additional TC play off the pass of Swabia if Avali chooses. The problem for Avali in this game is like he needs a king snipe. He has killed no kings, so population advantage doesn't exist for him. It does for the other 2 players. You kind of need them to wear each other down and then at that moment strike in. I imagine we're going to be seeing a team up of Wham and Avali versus Anathan because Anathan has so much more raw population than the other 2. Then again, Wham with, say, 100+ raw knights may be the biggest threat in the game. Because it has the mobility, it has the damage, right? Like, you could argue Anathan could build 50 gunners and whatever, but he'll be on the other side of the map. So, like, in that situation, which one's more likely to reach your base? Is it going to be mass gunners or mass knights? It's always going to be knights. I'm going to speed this up because we are definitely seeing a bit of a boom approach from all players involved. Come on, just go for that sacred side. It's weird because I think they are trying to practice the end, but also to a certain degree not. I'd have to double check the handbook, but I've got a feeling that winning the game is worth like 3 points at least. So this is the thing, you won't always get this type of like stance, right? Where there's 3 players that all have this credence to win. Usually it will end up being 2 left that can win and 1 that's kind of playing support arc. And that player will try to snipe the weaker player because they'll get an extra point for doing so, right? But in this situation, Avali, with the correct timing on his side, because he's got relics backing up as well, he could theoretically still win this. Nothing safe and bought, though. Anathan did try to create the sacred site. We'll speed up again. Avali and Anathan have aged up. Wham is yet to do so, but he's now stockpiling. I would love to see him just kind of like play for the center of the map with red pulse drop, but I don't think we're going to be getting it there. More likely is a red pulse drop near the trade post. All right, back to normal 1-time speed here. Sofas, quick to break through. Trade is about to be in trouble. Wham needs to mobilize the cav. And that is 88 knights. Rohirrim riding in. Obviously, this Anathan has started to add in a lot of Donzos. Sofas are going to lead the way, trying to bait the fight. His infantry need to be involved fast here, though. Line formation is going to be activated as he moves across. He has got the Farima leadership, but quick reactions out of Wham there to disengage just before he'd headbutt a spear. H4 now complete. He wants to wait for the elite tech here. That's his moment to go, his moment to shine. Maybe Anathan's opportunity to strike. A long basic wall coming from Avali, not even stone, just all palisade. And we actually have a forward keep drop coming in from Anathan. So just trying to secure some gold, but also get an early warning of flank attacks, because realistically, with him overextending with his army this much, it is feasible for Avali to sneak up behind you. I know. Does he just go for it? The king has moved now, right? Yes, he's in the Red Palace. He should be in the Red Palace. Okay, thank God. I was getting worried there. It was going to be a classic forget moment, and with 27 damage on a sofa per hit, you don't have very long to react to a raid there. 8 hits would just kill you. So good that you noticed that. It'd be a very underwhelming way for this game to end, considering that Anathan is already, I think it's fair to say, the front horse in this race. Sacred Site now being locked in by Avali. I wonder, does he just try to lock this in with keeps? Would make a lot of sense. He's gathering a lot of stone and population isn't his advantage, but static defenses could be, right? We've seen how powerful that can be for OOTD and HRE, especially with relic drops. Nice. I'm going to go for the clash here. No royal bloodlines? No way. You can't be real. This is a terrible fight for Wham. Anathan more than content to take it. He, of course, doesn't have his own biology, but it's a bigger deal, I think, for the Royal Knights here. Especially when you can see you've got these Donzos in the mixer that have been elite army tacticked up. So difficult fight to take because of that. And the trader's also in the formation. This is such a mess! Oh my god. That's trade now blocked. Wham. Can't afford to easily replace losses. You can see his gold income is looking underwhelming. He had so much stone gathered. It's almost like he was planning either a wonder or maybe even just a keep drop. Just to march back into the choke points. And that's where this gets a little bit ugly, I think. The Donzos, remember, they are pseudo range units, so those poke attacks really do add up when you consider that you still get the bonus damage. Ergo less than you would from a spear attack, but it's still 27 damage into your unit that only has 7 armor. No Royal Bloodlines, remember, still. Finally it comes in. This almost looks like a campaign mission. I feel like I'm watching Cossacks. Like, here's our light hussars. They're going to die first and easily. And here's our big dragoons. Actually, I guess no, these wouldn't be the dragons. These would be the heavy cav. We've even got gunners now showing up, which we're not showing on the UI. That's a bit weird. Clash coming in. Avali, what's he up to behind? What are you doing here? Oh my god, guys, he's doing it. Guys, he's actually doing it. It begins. This is the point where Anathan needs to be saying, Avali is trying to cheese us. He needs to convince Wham to come and help. Instead, actually, I don't know if he's noticed. Anathan, he goes in! Clash underway in the choke points. Jones should be able to farm up the final level off of this, but how much of a difference is it really going to make when you're outnumbered like this? 80 military for Wham, 130 for Anathan. Should be enough XP soon. Arbitrary starting to get added in as well. Bombards have arrived for the Malians. And the choke points, they're kind of prolonging this fight. Who does that really benefit more though? Wham! Starting to thin the herd a bit. 60 military to 103. He should be able to hold back this wave. But the big winner is in the center of the map. Avali. He's setting up. He's hunkering down here. He needs to get stone walls online, though. That is the key condition to win now. Anathan, in the meantime, is full switching into Musafadi Gunners. Avali is going into his hand cannoneers. And Wham is going into the late game form for the French. The Arbitraire mass is building. And we do indeed have Jeune de Blast with the attack speed aura activated here. Full proxy base now set up as Anathan looks to ramp the pressure. Corvin's added in. Spearmen have been deleted, so an exchange coming through. And cannon emplacements being spammed by Avali. He has so many of these coming through. If he wins this, this is Volga, man. And you know what? I could see it. I legit could see this working right now because I think they become tunnel visioned. Maybe finally they're going to stop, though. Anathan has started to move north side. I think they realize what they're doing to themselves here. Bombard's going to break through the wall. They will not allow Avali to win this easily. Wow. Just nursing his wounds here. I wonder, does he try to snake a kill behind this onto Anathan? I mean, it'd be pretty crafty, but it's very difficult to navigate. You have to know this for production, right? So if you try to sneak by and you get seen, Anno's going to react, and then it's just GG, Avali wins. Because you're once again forced into this back and forth. Anathan. Now heading into that center of the map. Discovers the cannon placements early. Walls are trying to be built up, and with this many cannon emplacements, it's very difficult to stop that gilded villager. Oh my god, this is so obnoxious. This is so weird. This is so toxic. Hand cannoneers will deal with what few get through here. Sofas are starting to mass up here for Anathan. He wants those covering kills. I mean, it's not really worth it, though. He kind of needs it just to enable the bombards, but the amount of units that are dying just to try. This is really going to come down to Wham, I think. Wham has the flood potential still, right? He's got a lot of knights left alive that could dive in for this. Much better than, say, Donzos and Gunners will be able to. That's my biggest worry is these Mustafadi Gunners. I mean, things like local knowledge can be handy to offset some of the damage, but these cannon placements still kick you in the nuts, right? They hit for 70 damage. Could even be more than that if Avali bothered to get blacksmith decks. Corvin's at least able to scare away those bombards. The walls are starting to fully envelop here. That means you create a choke point. Choke points are bad against cannon emplacements. Dive comes in. Farima allows him to lead in very fast with the 1.44 move speed on the Gunners. However, the hand cannon is just too much to match up against. Gunners have to reset. The Sofas going to their death, and now the cannon emplacements can wail away at this. The bombards have to move in. Hand cannon is just trying to dive through. They're looking for that culverin snipe. They only have 10 ranged armor. They would die fast here. Mango's also now starting to arrive. 3 minutes away. Avali. Can he do this? Hand cannoneers are getting close to the bombards now. Cobras need to target them down. One's been splintered and the second one being targeted here. Now he's going to force Anathan back. 3 minutes from a victory, and wham! He realizes it's his turn. He can't just wait to see if Anathan can do it. He needs to assist. Now, Anathan has done a really great job here. He's kept the wall open. Because if this wall goes up, and you add a few gates, the Culverins will win this battle, the walls will never go down, and the Knights can't then come in to be MVP. So Wham's timing could end up quite pristine here, actually. This is a depressing trade route, by the way. The nice thing is he does have the guild, the Merchant Guild, right? So he's getting these 1 gold every 6 seconds they generate. So at least that makes the abhorrent trade a little bit less painful here. More outposts being replaced here. More cannon emplacements are going to be on the way. Yeah, I think you want to creep behind is the thing here. You need to layer behind because these ones are likely to go down before they can do anything. Everything's been pulled though. This is Avali all in now. Bell rings again. 2 minutes away from victory. Choke point held against the first wave. Knights are getting ready to march around the back. Joan gives birth to a cannon. That could not have been a comfortable few hours in hospital. Walls are starting to be attacked. The Knights are going to go for the dive in. The villagers have to shuffle away here. This is about to be a sandwich. Anathan and Wham from different directions means there's going to be no overlap, no attack onto each other, but they need to get the timing right. They're staggering the offensive here. Culverins slightly out of position. Lansk are going to try to cleave as much as they can, but the hand cannons need to protect this. Culverins pull back. The villagers trying to stand on the sacred site here. The decap can't occur, but the timer has been paused at 1 minute and 20 seconds away. Wham! Moving in with a flood now, and the hand cannoneers can't last. They've broken him, surely. Castle goes down. Still so many knights left alive. And Avali, it looks like surely he won't get his victory. The last of what is standing here is dead. His last stand is done, and he is done. Sacred Site decap now underway. Avali so close that he had the cigar in his mouth and he was waiting to light it, but he's gonna have to put it back in his box and think again. Unless... Wait, what? One of you has to stay here. And if they can't decide that right now, they could still lose, guys. Like, this is huge, because now what's happening is if they keep hesitating on both sides because they want the other to do it, they're going to get chip damage as they try to go in. Oh my god. Heavily, what the hell are these scouts doing? This isn't over, guys. This is genuinely not over yet. The keeps are down, but there's going to need to be another dive. Now, if he gets the positioning right and they wait too close, he can hold the choke points between the towers long enough to sliver a victory with just a few seconds. Spears. First march in to deal with the sofas. This is not ideal. This is not the way you want to be doing this. The cannon placements are still a problem. Knights are now coming through, so it looks like they just both send in the cavalry. But this is against mass spears, remember. They need more. I'm hesitant to say this is going to be enough. Go to Spearman, dealing with the sofa first, and then they can turn around on the Knights. The Knights that aren't faring that well. 23 seconds away from a victory. And I don't think this is enough. The Spearman count is still too high. The Cav is dead. No way. You play with your food and this is what happens. Crap or get off the pot. I'm going to be daddy right now. If you're my daughter and you're not eating, you're just playing with the food, off to your room. You don't get to eat. Anathan will not get to eat. Wham will not get to eat. Avali will get the win here. 8 seconds away. Enough troops to body block this to heaven and send them both to hell. Oh my god. Dude, what a game. What do I even call that one? Like, that was insane. Holy crap. Small peasant gamer takes on stacked pros in FFA. So we'd be like, yeah. Anathan, Wham, and Avali. Whew. Hey, what's up, Baldy? Thank you. Hope you're doing well, buddy. Holy crap. What a game. We still have another one. This deserves a KP pigeon laugh. I'm waiting to see the laugh. You get that by subbing, right? Whew. We have another game though, guys, and it's on a new map. It's on Sand Reef, which we haven't seen before in free-for-alls. But it did look pretty. Looked pretty purty when we saw it. So let me load that one up now. Oh my god. What a game. That's true, guys. Protein works pretty handy. Use the code Killer Pigeons to know that I sent you. If we have 10 sales, I'm going to be checking in probably on like Monday or Tuesday with the guy. If we have 10 sales from this integration, I will commit $200 extra into tournaments. That's the pigeon guarantee. So, let's get ready for Sam Reef. Holy crap. Dude, what a game. You kind of need a moment to just digest a game like that, you know? Absolute bloody banger. That's poggerific. I think I've been added to like regular RedBull drops now. Pog? Hell yes. I mean, to be fair, I need more RedBull stuff, guys. You know, like things like this on their own, it's just not enough. I'm greedy. You guys seen this? I posted on social. So this. Ready? It's a hiding spot for RedBull. And I've got a scroll. And I've got something in a red bag. All right. I'll show off all this stuff later. That's a preview. We're going to show it off a little bit later tonight. We'll have our RedBull Wololo breakdown. And then we'll go through all the stuff. What's in the scroll? Words. But like, yeah. I already like I shoot at the start. Another preview. I raided the draft room. And then for AoE 4 lovers, we got Japan. Yeah, boy. Oh. By the way, I was going through my my old school stuff, and I found some I found some of my old school boxes. Anyone else got these at home? Oh, the green screen's gonna mess it up with this one a bit. That's the big box for Heroes Chronicles. And then this one. A little bit battered, but that's Ultima. That was the last Ultima. This is the Ultima that killed the franchise. I have a scroll inside for that. Oh, that's more recent. That's the Decade box. But right? We going old school, baby. That's the OG Age of Empires. The very first one, man. I don't know if anyone ever played this. So this is a very intriguing RTS. So this was a modular RTS. So you had like factories and you could create, like this one was wild because you could create, you'd have like a frame and you basically modify in-game. You choose what like weapon went on top and what weapon went on the side. That might not sound that fancy nowadays, but this game was made in 2000, which is really wild when you think about it. Like that type of modularity to customize your units in 2000 is crazy. But I also found my Dawn of War box set upstairs, but I still need to bring it out. I also found like this cool Ultima scroll I have. But yeah, I need to find more of those, man. I want to buy some. Actually, guys. You ready? This is the biggest one. I'm going to size shame it all. This is bigger than all of them. You ready? Look at the size of that. That's a murder weapon. Holy crap. Dude, that's why people bought Age of Empires 3 to commit murder. What's inside? Let's have a look. Show a look. So we take the first layer off. And then... Oh, here we go. You ready? Is that a book? Dude, that's a binder. Look at this thing. Yo, is this artwork for all the Age of Empires? It might be. There's no way this is just for free, right? It's just for free. This is artwork for the entire game. 3D models, everything. That's wild. That's such a big book. Holy crap. Yo, have I got any jealous Age of Empires 3 fans right now? Do you want me to really blow your mind? Do you know where I found this? It's going to annoy you. I found it in a charity shop for £1. So then you've got the player guide. You've got a giant poster. You've got the making of DVD. You've got a demo disc for summaries to share with a friend. You've got the soundtrack. It's even got the, I don't know if you can see that, it says Ensemble Studio. Like it's written in the the velvet. And then you got the big ass manual finally. Wait, where's the game? Wait, where is the game? That's why it's £1. It literally, the one thing you'd expect to open and find in there, it doesn't have. Oh my god, I got scammed. I'm going to have to buy a £1 copy of Age of Empires 3. I love old box sets though. I'm a bit heartbroken because I was thinking about it the other day. So like, I have all of the Heroes Chronicles games, but I don't have the big box sets for the others. I only have it for Clash of Dragons. But when I looked online, they're so rare to find them. And guys, it's like you don't get extra stuff like you do with this. Like the Heroes Chronicles box sets are just, it's a bigger box, right? Like it's legit, I can show you, I'll show you quickly. It's just a box that holds a box in it. I'm not even capping. Like this, like look right now. You're going to be really underwhelmed. But they look cool. I really like them. They look cool. But it's legit just... That's all they done for it. Like, it was just DVD, box, inside box, right? But I still like them. But the problem is, like, these are like freaking... Buying them online now, they cost a lot. If you want them in good condition, they cost a lot. Because they were extra rare. And it's also even harder to get because like 3DO shut down not long after Hero Chronicles. It wasn't Hero Chronicles' fault. It was the next. So I think it was like 3 or 4 years after Hero Chronicles came out because Heroes of Might and Magic 4 came out. The first one was well received, but the expansions were poor. But that wasn't the problem. For those who don't know the history, 3DO Interactive and New World Computing, what happened that killed them is they tried to make a console that everyone didn't like. So that's what killed that studio. And that's when, and you will not believe this, for anyone who knows Might and Magic, your jaw's going to drop. Do you know how much they paid to get their hands on one of the most valuable fantasy IPs in gaming? I guess like maybe it was, at the time actually the number was good. They paid $1.8 million. That's all they had to pay. This was like 2003-4, so maybe like that felt like a lot then, but like they got a steal buying that. But should we get ready? Dude, I mean, I'm praying, I'm hoping that they're making a new Might and Magic it's kind of like the old ones, but with a different graphical style. But the game style and everything is meant to be like the old ones. I'm praying, man. I'm on my knees each night praying that one is good. We can only hope. Go to the store? Oh, dude, yeah, like the things I find at the store. And sometimes it's the things like you find games you never would have noticed or even looked at before. Even on like Steam, you just won't look at them. It's like, you just don't get that experience anymore, right? I wonder, you know, if Stronghold released in a digital universe, would I have ever known about Stronghold? Because I just discovered it randomly in a PC store. Or there was this really weird one, which was called, I think it was like, it was a Romance of the Three Kingdoms one from the early 2000s, and I can't remember its name. It was, I think it was Battle for Red Cliff. Yeah, Dragon Throne Battle of Red Cliffs. Very intriguing game because it had like these hero-esque units. And it was like early 2000s. And you do things like you'd build a spearman, but then you could equip your spearman with better armor. You could equip your spearman with a horse. And when they battled, the horse would die. And then like they had a lot of cool details to it for a game that was made like very early 2000s. Never would have found that otherwise. So many games like that, man. They're shutting down live servers to old AoE 3 and 20. I mean, that kind of makes sense, right? Like, Definitive Edition is just a fully updated version of 3, right? So like, that actually makes sense. All right, let's get ready to get underway. The first Outback Octagon 3 preview game was an absolute banger, so I have very high expectations for this one. One and all, welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. We've got a new map! Look at this! Dude, look at the mini-map right now. This is Sand Reef. This is a really cool looking map. It's designed, I think, for 4-player games, because you can basically spawn the corners, and that's meant to be the natural balance spawn. In a free-for-all, this one is going to be wild. I'm going to stick on the 4x speed and the 2x speed, just the early games they get set up. Let's intro the players, because we've got a lot of familiar faces here. In the green, it's going to be Puppy Paw. In the red, we've got Sass. Purple is going to be Issy. I don't know who this one is. Orange is going to be Wham. We've got Northern, who was in the last one, in the yellow. Teal is going to be Avali. And then rounding us out, blue is Matisse. And Cow is in the pink. So no Anathan this time, no. But we've still got 4 known players, 5 known players, right? We've got Sass, Wham, Matisse, Avali, and Puppy Paw. And then Cow, known but not for being a player. In fairness, guys, Cow is like a conk level player, so he's fairly decent in the game. He's been practicing his French and Delhi a lot. It was quite funny because when we were in El Modovar in Spain for RedBull Wololo, Cow kind of got like the best coaching he could ask for, as he was playing like some poor diamond guy on the ladder. And it was already a hard game for that guy because it was Delhi versus English, and Cow was playing Delhi. But he had me standing behind him, Wham standing behind him, Puppy Paw sitting to the side of him, all just giving him, like telling him what to do. So he just had a hive mind around him. Like, obviously, I don't have a rank because I don't play rank games, but the collective elo between them, those 3, was, I want to say it's something like 5,300 elo or something, right? And then I'm obviously infinite elo, so, but yeah, it was quite a funny situation. But yeah, for those wondering what the hell's going on here, these are scrim lobbies in prep for the Outback Octagon 3 tournament that begins very soon. I believe it begins this weekend after what we're recording now. So really, really close to the start point. Some players have been a bit more active with their practice. I think some have been more subtle or just haven't really been bothering much. It's a really interesting format. And these players, although there isn't a scoring format for the scrims, they're going to be playing this as if they were in those official lobbies. That means you're going to be conscious of trying to get kills early, because if I remember correctly, the rule set for Outback Octagon 3 has it so that you get 2 points for killing people in Feudal Age, when you're in, or rather when you're in Feudal Age, and when you're in Castle or Imp, you only get 1 point respectively. So there's a lot of value in these early commitments, and this is valuable for that. Puppy Paw beginning the game with Council Hall. Wait, this is about to be a brother slaydown. Both of the Canadians remained in the center of the map. Okay. Okay, thank you, Riftle. So Issy is Conk 1 and 1v1, Conk freeing team games from Germany. Plays teams with Sass, Jiggly, and Baltine. There we go. That makes a lot of sense. I know some of those players have been focusing a lot on team games as well, because I am aware that in the weekdays, there is a tournament being hosted courtesy of Clearman from the Vietnamese community, where the whole idea is you have teams formed of 2 nationalities, maximum, playing in a tournament format. In fact, we might even check some of those out here on this channel. So let's hit the speed up again as players are getting settled in. Roost is kind of interesting in these formats because the bounty system works very different. They're not as ridiculously over the top as before. Oh, however, if you did ever go out for all this deer, that would be a lot of gold accrued. The problem is with there being deep water fish, there's only one thing you got your eyes on, right? Can the light blue water on the map be walked on? Yes. These are all crossable. That's the whole point of them. I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, this is a Kaivayu creation. In fact, it might even tell us. Okay, no, it doesn't. I think Caillou made this map. Caillou is the guy who made like the mini dry Arabias. He's the guy who made the Atoll map, which is a bug spawn of Socotra. He's made a lot of maps. In fact, guys, I may need to organize another midweek tournament because I was away discussing with some of the players a map design that I had in mind. And one of them relayed it to Caillou because he wanted to see if something was feasible. And from that, there is a new map that's been created. I think it's called Pigeons Valley. Yes, that's right, guys. I am going to basically put Biddlin out of a job by the end of the year. Well, I mean, Caillou will, right? But, like, then I get half of Caillou's salary because like the ideas are coming from here. Anyway, Burgrave, pretty cool to see, right? Burgrave, not atypical in free-for-alls. I feel like Ringlets just feels too good, but from his position, it makes a lot of sense. He's blocked on trying to easily access a lot of these relics, and also he needs to address Cow, who's up in his face with a Barbican play. Let's slow this down a little bit now. So back down to the one-time speed as we're 11 minutes in. So I think we are ramping up for some pressure play. White Tower has been dropped in the center of the map. This map's interesting. You get a double Sacred Site spawn in the center only. So if you control there, you can try to force a timer. Very difficult to do when there's this many players, though. And wait, what? Oh my god, that might be the safest fishing boat placement or fishing spot placement I've ever seen. That's absolutely brilliant. Oh my god. So I've got a transport ship play coming out. I'm not sure what the intent was from Papapour with this. I thought he was just going to keep his king off on the shores, but like realistically, do you need to when you've got a white tower now? Elsewhere, it looks like Issy is getting ready to raid with the knights. French is really good in these type of formats, guys, because they peak in mid-game, typically, where they're able to ride around with knights. The reason that's important is because you bulk 50, 60 knights, and you jump base to base killing kings, and then you're able to just bolster your knight count past 200 to a point where even if you run into a counter unit, you just simply have too many bodies. What's going up from Sassy on the west side? Juji playing, what, 1 TC? Meditation Garden isn't that great, right? Yeah, that's kind of underwhelming. Was there really nothing better? I guess not. Meditation Gardens on this map kind of feel like they lean towards the center of the map, where you get a lot of berry saturation, golds and whatnot. Even then, though, it can feel like a struggle to get a high-value one. Now, one thing that's interesting about this map, guys, is it doesn't spawn trade posts in every corner. It only spawns them in the north and south. And looking at the spawns, an Abbasid player could set up trade later on quite comfortably. I could also see a world in which, say, maybe a French player, if he gets rid of yellow, sets up this corner and goes long trade with French. All right, calming moment in the game. So get your numbers in, guys. 1s if you think yellow's going to win this. 2s if you think red's going to win this. 3s for cow in the pink. 4s for orange, which is Wham. 5 for purple, which is Issy. 6 for Papapour in the green. 7 for Matisse, which is blue. And 8 if you think TC booming Avali is too good at free-for-alls and will win it all. And Teal's in a really good position here. 4 TC boom, and this was clearly eco-wing, right? Like, you're always going to do eco-wing in this situation. Only weakness is potentially gold down the line, but you can always creep south side, especially considering that Cow's going to have really big problems from Matisse. He won't be able to focus on an eastern push when he's so busy struggling to hold back Blue's attack. A lot of trust in Papapour. I can see why. He snuck out, so this has finally made sense the transport ship play. He funneled out onto the west side island, and he's TC booming in the corner. No doubt this is going to be some sort of Berkshire drop in this area as well. I'd have to check the Outback Octagon rule set, because one thing I'm not sure of is whether they have a landmark victories on. So the last free-for-all tournament hosted by Clearman had 2 ways you could win. 2 ways you could beat an opponent. You could either kill their king, or you could kill their landmarks, right? I didn't mind that format, because I think, in some ways it's really annoying when someone hides their king. So if you just go for their landmarks, it kind of like really strains them and punishes them for not thinking about their placements. But it also became weird with his rule set, because I think his rule set had it so that if someone else would kill the king, they got the point. So basically, you could have a dead player, and then it would turn into an Easter egg hunt. All right, let's hit the speed up, as things are a little bit slow again. Cow is trying to pressure on the shores, but that's not going to matter. We have got a ram shove coming in from the west side from Matisse. Papapour, in the meantime, he's going up, and it is going to be the Wingard Palace. So we're getting the big boys, the big guns, the most dangerous of options. And this is really cool from this position, because Papapour, if he feels like his eco is good enough, could just start flooding Wingard Raiders. That's really important, because we're approaching the mid-game. Mid-game is where Knights and Cav are king. Because at this point in the game, your numbers are getting high enough that you can rush into an opponent's base and kill their king. Avali, starting to scale Camel Archers here. Love this. Spears plus Camel Archers. This is a nightmare for Northern. Yeah, you can't hold this area, right? The Camels get double damage versus the Spears. Then the debuff is there. The Knights can't even think about trading against Spears. They didn't want to anyway. I think Yellow's dead. Purple coming from the west side as well. It's a race to see who's going to be able to take him down first, it feels like. And he went Abbey of Trinity. There's just not really any value in this when you're pinned in a corner in such a way. Meanwhile, the walls are going up, so it looks like he's trying to seclude and isolate Cow so that Matisse can have his way with him. Crossbow defense is trying to come in, but you need to micro this right. You need to basically use the TC to keep shuffling in and out. And it seems that Matisse is aware of that and hesitant to commit. I imagine... Okay, so we're not even getting the Wingard Raiders here. He's going quality. It's just about Footman. Sass is nicely set up. He has got free TC as usual. Keeps being dropped as well. However, I don't think Issy is going to be in this game much longer. This is a race to see if Purple or Yellow die first. As Wham is marching in the army, and I believe that was a Tower... No, that is actually a Dome of Fate build. I thought it would be Tower Victory with this much infantry. He marches in. 25 spears are here. Torches are out. And with this many archers, actually, the king, he can't get away. Not just that, folks. Issy has expended his knights elsewhere. He doesn't have many here to defend with. In fact, where are they? Wait, are they inside? Yeah, they're inside. So he's trying to annihilate the spears so he can jump out. I'm not sure this works, though. Wham! With an age-behind army. Should be able to eliminate a Castle Age player here. TC getting low, down to 2.2k HP. Archers just sniping on the villagers. Body blocks coming in, so he can't get the repair in time. This is going to be tight. Issy, can he do it? Knights have to come out. They're going to sally forth. But the TC at Death's Door is going to go down. The king now exposed. And Wham! Going straight for the jugular here. Can he get it? Has he got enough archers left over? He's hitting everything that's wrong, but he gets the target. Issy is down. Wham strikes first. But Northern also now falling to Avali. 2 players dead in the blink of an eye. Whoa, and 2 emerging threats. 1 from the east, 1 from the center. But the center might be in trouble. Puppy Paw now marching in while the army was away. Footmen are in position here. The Bombard as well. Can he do this? He needs to start sniping ASAP. Wait, what's going on? Okay, he could have attacked about 3 times there. Footmen to hold the choke points. Bombard will begin the siege, and I believe there's going to be more coming behind this. More men-at-arms, more Footmen. Age up is complete. But Wham has one hell of a difficult defense ahead of him. Dive straight in. It looks like he got through the initial men-at-arms. So the Bombard, not well protected here. Villagers now being pulled as well. An absolute anarchy in the center of the map. Wham. Even if he survives this, remember that Avali is nearby as well, so he could just become a target for that pick. Bombard is halfway through the TC. He's not targeting down right now. The archers, I think you need to just go after the Bombard or you're dead here. Might be dead either way, right? This is such a difficult hold now. Crossbow starting to be added in. The Bombard doing the heavy work here. More R on the way in. TC now being repaired, so it looks like Wham is going to be able to hold here. This is feeling expensive. Remember, Puppy Paw is very cushy, very cozy. He's got a full economy safe far away. He's still got a good economy in the center of the map. He has the production rates nearby, not to mention the fact he also now has more relics on the way home. 3rd one about to be popped. Southside, some shenanigan walling going on here, and it looks like we might be approaching the end of Cow's reign. The mangoes are a very big problem here, folks. The king, wait, what? Oh no, I think he ungarrisoned all. He didn't mean to do that. And Cow is a dirty abuser. You're seeing that, right? He's using the torch garrison trick. I mean, in fairness, there's nothing against it in the rules. But it might give him a semblance of hope in holding here. Maybe not. The village is just dead. I think this is it. Cow cannot hold on any longer. Matisse has been working meticulously at this for several minutes. And finally, he's going to net himself a king kill. pretty big as well, because now that's going to bring pressure into the center. Remember, Puppy Paw was relying on a quick 1-2 punch to take out his brother. He's now bogged down in a prolonged fight. And if now Matisse joins in on the action, Puppy Paw could just be done. Likely will be, because he also left his king in here. Now, hold on a second. Wham is coming in big with the men-at-arms spam. Archer count is still good as well. He's funneling across Wingard workers, but they take a while to arrive, right? With the Wingard footman, the Wingard whatever. They're a quality unit, but they're not always going to be in position here. Also, keep in mind, Sass hasn't got involved yet. He's just been chilling up there. That's going to be another big problem as he reaches Imperial Age. He'll be getting ready for war. I can't help but feel this game is about to be dictated by red and teal. Right? This is almost like a get out of the way, peasants. The big boys came to fight. They're just going to be collateral damage on the clash between East and West. Especially with the way they're bruising each other. I think Matisse is kind of the wild card in this one. Order the Dragon can feel weird to utilize fully in these situations, but he's being kind of ignored. He's getting an opportunity now to boom up. He is an Imperial Age. He could be the Kingmaker in this game. And Puppy Paw needs to clean up fast in the center before real threats come from the sides. Right now, militarily, he should feel quite confident about his position. He's got the ranges. He switched over. These bad boys are scary, guys. 9 tower range, wait until you experience them on Season 9. Yeah, they're a different beast in this upcoming patch. It's 1 landmark down. 2 to go. The TC is almost crumbled as well. It never got fully repaired here. Wow, has gone for the Telephant Archers? Actually, that's a cool name. We should call them Telephants. Because you want to phone Microsoft and complain about how unbalanced they are. Actually, it's more the melee elephants that the problem, as we're seeing there. Turns out, cannon beats elephant. Keep now going up. Also, pressure coming in. Avali's griefing the food. Oh, that's it. Wham's dead, man. I mean, this is perfect for Avali as well. Like, Wham is a threat, right? He's the one that's gained some additional population. So removing him makes a lot of sense. And Puppy Paw is still not in a content or comfortable position afterwards, right? He's still going to be stuck between 3 other players. Pretty much stuck in a position where you have to play diplomacy to convince them to help him. But Wham, that's a king. Hey, that's a king feed. Nah, I'm kidding. We're in practice here. He was dead. He's just accelerating a bit. I do wonder how those things will be ruled in tournament, because realistically, like, there is an advantage he just gave Puppy Paw. Compared to just waiting with a king in the TC, he just saved Puppy Paw an extra, what, 30 seconds or so? That's a big deal, because if these players were starting to converge towards him, 30 seconds is a world of difference in prepping a defense. Looks like he's trying to farm more Matisse. This is exactly what Puppy Paw needs, guys. It's already hard enough to defend on 2 sides. 3 is a nightmare. And this is, in your eyes, the weakest player, right? Like, Juji late game, pretty spooky. Avali playing a Bastards with the extra 50 pop as well. Definitely a bigger, scary threat. Matisse does have that extra 50 pop, but sometimes Order of the Dragon can feel really weird even when they have extra population. They can struggle to utilize it, especially when you've got Wingard units, which kind of match up to the quality, in some cases, of Gilded units. And only use 1 population. Okay, this is so trolly. Like, you can see how he's struggling to react on both sides, because the Mango's spending more time turning than burning. Looks like a few Fitman might be able to sneak in. Nice micro there. Puppy Paw able to cap close, and the forced retreat opens the way for the second Mango. Rangers beautifully dodged there. Mango. Looks like another one is going to be going down here. There's no village to repair, and instead they're A-clicking onto the guy. 6 HP left. Keeps the Mango alive. That's going to force a retreat. But on the east side, it is looking grim for Matisse. Meanwhile, Fishing is being taken out of the equation as Puppy Paw is encountering the Baochuans. And remember, those Baochuans also have the +1 range. So a lofty engagement range on these heavy ships. A 10 tower range, tricky, right? They can even snipe out bombards. admirable attempt to hold, but I think Matisse undoubtedly is starting to lose this engagement, right? Still got 19 of these men-at-arms. That is scary. But the bigger issue is going to be these men-at-arms with the attack speed aura. They're going to be able to equal you out. And Rangers just coming over top are kind of the creme de la creme, right? Always the thing that will survive. I love this from Puppy Ball, man. Like, this is kind of the future, right? Season 9 is going to bring a lot more of this. It's all about Ranger spam. I've talked about this in previous casts. I think Ranger are low-key the most broken option as you go later in the game. They're just kind of overlooked. And the reason they're overlooked is because things like Footman in smaller numbers are better. However, when you get Masked Ranger, it is hella scary. But here's the other thing. Getting Masked Ranger is very feasible because they are the last thing to die. Poppy Paw scratches another. Matisse is down. Oh my god, dude. I think he's doing it. He's got pop advantage now, so Sass and Avali need to direct their fire towards him. Could these Balchuans be the difference maker? I mean, they are very scary, even for the Rangers, right? Because they actually outrange them. However, in Ranger bombards like this, mistakes are being made right now by Sass. He's trying to go for an assault on the west side, but I'm not sure why. Remember, wait. If the timing is right, this could work. But the problem right now is Sass isn't making a move. He's so paranoid about being attacked, he's just chilling here. He even has the Shaolin monks to try and Wololo with.
Good worker done Arita. Luck has great.
Avali, has he started trading? He has to, right? Yep. Of course. We did warn about this, right? Full length of the map, and I believe he did go trade wing. No. Okay, so that's still an option down the line to make him even stronger. God, the map is so awkwardly carved up now as well. In fairness, Puppy Paw can forfeit the center of the map to play corner, which makes a lot more sense. It would get him out of the crosshairs of 2 players, and he'd be able to backstab 1. Now, long term, you're giving up a lot of gold access for that. But also long term, you're going to have mass farms. And enclosures is hella stupid. That's my professional analysis of the situation. Enclosures is way too good still. Farms are way too good still. Well, Avali's starting to make his move, though. We've got Ram shuffling in. A lot of them at that. Follow up with the elite camel archers as well. Has got the camel support there, so the spearman about to become very tanky here with the +2 armor. White Tower already down. So good thing he was backing away with the king there, but wait, the Balchuans! No! Surely not, the bombards, can they save this? Nesta Bees, flurry comes in, sprint has to be used! Are you kidding me? Poppy Paw! Has he done it? He's dodged death! On his deathbed, he still rules. Poppy Paw with the clutch save of the day. This might be a bigger save than we'll see, in fact, in the entire tournament. Just in the scrim game alone, Poppy Paw stays alive. Avali secures the center of the map. I cannot believe that. So close to getting that snipe. You can see that Sassy was steering for it for quite a while. And now, safely in a keep in the corner, Poppy Paw can breathe a deep sigh of relief. Avali just going to mop up the center, but now does he go after Puppy Paw, or is it more natural for him to target into Sassy? You've got to wonder there. Kind of uncomfortable as well that Puppy Paw is now stuck on an island surrounded by Balchuans. May need to consider investing in a few sprints, but the problem is you can kind of get outmaneuvered by the ships. And guys, this range is insane. Like, can we just agree Balchuans are not a balanced unit? Even more so as UG, because unlike China, they get extra range. Like, look at what he's doing to this base right now. Oh my god. Rangers are at least going to be good. And wait, we have Normandy right now. Big mistake made there, though. Oh, my God. That was close to an entire army dead for SAS. Remember, these guys only have 400 armor, 400 health rather, no armor. And Rangers have 18 damage per shot with 9 tower range. That was uncomfortably close. Looks like they are getting ready to team, though. Aveline marching south and heading towards the base of Puppy Paw here. Puppy with Little Wood. You sure about that? Look, all I'm going to say is if this is what Little Wood looks like to you, I wouldn't want to be your girlfriend. Okay, I shouldn't have said that. Erase that one from your brain. Yeah, he's very cozy. And this just sets up, like, after you, like, clear these become the farms, you know? And this isn't, you can get up to 60, 70, 80. Dude, I love how gradually, to keep it fresh, my casting on my own channels becomes slightly more unhinged. Because I never say that on a broadcast. Actually, I don't know. I'd like to think I wouldn't, but if Nilly's on the cast with me, or it's 5 hours in with Winston, nah, we wouldn't do that. We're a good pigeon. I mean, Avali, this army is not really going to do that much damage, but it is going to let your opponent know you're fully focused. So they must have an agreement. This 100% reeks of an agreement. Well, empty transport ships are going to arrive, but you never know if they're full or not. Awkward situation, right? Puppy Paw's kind of made himself a target by getting these extra kills. He had to from his position. If he didn't kill Matisse, he was screwed anyway. But check these Rangers. Good lord. Wait, is he missing volley? I don't think he has volley because he hasn't built an archery range, right? There's no reason to. Oh, no. Oh, that's such a big miss on the DPS. I mean, he's still going to win the fight, right? But imagine how much easier this would be if he had the volley. Meanwhile, it looks like Avali is going to attempt to creep in, but no bueno. Army's simply too small. He needs a proxy base here. I wonder, do they just try to march in now? Maybe go after Sass, because Sass is pretty tight here, right? Like, he hasn't moved his king far away to safety. What's Avali's play here? Because I'm seeing Camelot is now Golem switch. Could you just benefit more from Camel Riders? Maybe try to go for the torch on the keep, take out the king? Oh, Avali is definitely trading, but I don't know if you go Wonder here yet. Because you'll basically switch targets, right? Like, the moment you do a Wonder, they're all going to be coming after you. And it's much more difficult these days, right? Because, like, stone. You have to buy it directly. Alright, I'm going to speed up because they've reached a little bit of a calming point in the game. Avali's going to keep trying to dent the base. Alright, not 4 times speed, do 2 times speed. Good lord. How many farms are we up to, actually, for SAS? It's pretty ludicrous at this stage, right? Actually, 51 farms is pretty tame. I think Puppy Paw has more than that now. 41? Okay, I'm a bit surprised Puppy Paw doesn't have more farms, but in fairness, he's mostly Wingard Rangers. So he doesn't really need as much food. His wood is just important, if not more important. Alright. So this is 1 time speed before people freak out. Wait, is this 1 time speed? That's 1 time speed, right? No. Sorry, I'm tripping you guys up. That's definitely 1 time speed. If there's almost felt like a slight desync, right? 2 times speed felt more than 2 times. No, this is 2 times speed. Wait, but that's not 1 times. I'm so confused right now. I'm not imagining this, right? Like, the speed is wrong. Like, now it makes sense they attack that quick because they've got the outpost up, right? But earlier on, the Rangers were attacking a bit quick. Anyway, Avali is shoving in. Did it catch up? I think so. It's being a bit weird. I think we're at 1x speed now. Because it was like, it was going between 1.5 and like 0.75 instead. I think it's like, it was slightly desyncing, but it's better now. Rams are going to force a reaction. The Camel Archer is going to milk that. They're just trying to repair with Eva. This could be problematic for Puppy Paw. He could be done. Remember, his army went all the way towards Red's base, so he's having to retreat to defend this. Should be able to get in position quick enough. But this is kind of the tricky issue, right? With two players targeting you like this, you can't deal with both. You're kind of stuck. Not just that, we're also getting docks being set up now by Avali, so everyone working together. By everyone, I mean the two of them, working together to essentially starve him out. Okay, that's weird. Transport ships don't, like, production queue doesn't show on this UI. Not sure if I like that. Because also, remember, transport ships won't show on this bar because they're not that type of unit. Alright, one's if you think Puppy Paw is going to win this. Two's if it's going to be one of the other two. Because this feels really weird, right? Like, the quality of his army is fantastic. You got to be looking going, wow, how can Puppy Paw ever lose? But then my other thought is, how does Puppy Paw ever win? Unless Avali backs up, then he can go for Sass. But if they keep taking it in turns, he's always going to be stuck defending. Always reacting. Sass. So he's trying to go for the landmarks. Oh, but wait, what? Oh my god. That's the confirmation. It is in. He's dead. Oh, my apologies, folks. We said earlier we weren't sure if they were using this condition, and I can confirm Outback Octagon is going to have either the King Kill or the Landmark Snipe victory condition. And I'm glad for it. Because if it wasn't for that detail, if he just wormed around, then this would have just been easy peasy Lombo's hold. And yeah, I think the players might be learning on the go because it felt like Puppy Paw wasn't really expecting that type of blitzkrieg. And now we have a very interesting game. 250 pop for both players. And both have built up a stupid reserve of resources. Oh, God. Whew. I can't believe that. Yeah, I'd actually be curious to know if Puppy Paw knew that that rule was on. Because it kind of felt like he was edging to try and defend, but also not just diving for the bombards that were going to end him, right? Never tried to creep Evo to try and repair in the center, which would be a gamble anyway, but you'd think you'd try to maybe do it once off. But yeah, now, the two left. I mean, Avali prepping the Ghoulems. Other side of this, I'm wondering what does Sassy do? Could we be seeing, landmark-wise, he should have... Okay, he didn't take Dynastic Protectors. That's curious. He took the extra bolt shot, and he took the improved cannons, right? The bombards that do splash. I'm not sure about the crossbow bolt tech. I do wonder if you would have been better off here with Dynastic Protectors. Then again, if he knew it was always going to end up being him versus Avali, it makes a lot of sense why he didn't want Dynastic Protectors, because, of course, it struggles against camel civs, right? Like, it's all cavalry based, so leaning to cavalry up against camel archers and camel riders, it just feels like you're setting yourself up for failure here. We're going to speed this up a bit, because it looks like Avali is going to try to force a reaction. Makes a lot of sense. Sacred Sites, in a lot of ways, is easier to do than Wonders here, because they're so close together. He does have the full production, but I'd like to see Avali adding in even more production here. You need to just keep the numbers pumping, the meat grinder going at all times. But Avali is doing that to maybe a detrimental degree. A lot of Ghoulems being prepped here. Doesn't feel like that many, though, right? For how much food he had and how much he's down to. Yeah, I'm a little bit confused as to what happened to his resources too. I mean, there's no boats coming. The production queue doesn't really make sense. There's a lot of villages. Maybe he was selling food for gold. That's a possibility, guys, because like he doesn't have much gold access on the map. This is it, and there's trade, but there's trade, right? So like, that should be more than good enough. Oh wait, yeah, he built a wonder. What? Wait, what? Okay. Was I that blind? Oh, I feel like this always happens with Wonders. The UI is different. So we have a Wonder game. And now I've got to wonder how Sassy's going to deal with this. Nesta Bees is a good start. If you can get the hits in, but the Bombards are creeping in range to snipe out. We have got the Ming Dynasties to the 15% more damage to be done. And the movement speed to always gap close here. The Golems getting massacred. The Grenadiers are actually adding a lot of damage in here as well. Frags out as the Golems go down. Now, that's the interesting thing here, guys. Grenadiers more impactful against units like Golems because there's so few of them, right? They're so clustered up, they're so tanky, you get more bang for buck on the wallop. Yes, they're not going to die as quickly, but you're not going to overkill as much. Now Granny's able to continue forward. The Bombards also getting sniped out as they stack on top of each other here. Big hit to the military of Avali. New wave is coming out. We have also got him with the medical centers. Grenadier count is holding healthy around 20. And what we need to see here right now from Sass is forward production. If he wants to win this game, it is paramount that he gets something online in the center of the map here, because otherwise, Avali is going to keep outproducing him to defend. Looks like he will overextend here and get cut off from behind. He can snipe out a few gold workers, but Avali, the main issue for him now is food, not gold. He's spent a lot of food to try and defend this. In fact, he kind of needs to get more going. Even additional fishing boats at this stage can make a lot of sense for Teal. Yeah, a little bit confusing, actually. Like, his farm count isn't that high, right? I think he's sitting at maybe 20. Yeah, exactly 20. Other than that, fishing isn't looking glorious. I think he's got 6 fishing boats in total. There's big question marks over his food right now. Could burn him. Especially with these Nesta Bees. He's starting to snipe them out as the Culverins are obliterating them here. It's a good snipe on the anti-clump, and the Golems may be able to get a freebie here, but second wave of Palace Guard arrives just in the nick of time for Sass. The siege will be safe. But every moment spent here is a moment not pushing towards the real win condition. We're about, what, 13 minutes away, I want to say? Maybe 12 minutes away from a Wonder victory. I think this is, so I've talked about this before and I haven't had to address this much recently because late game is very rare. But this is maybe kind of a negative when you get here. And another reason why I actually prefer Regicide. Because Regicide snowballs an advantage. You get the winner more quickly. Maybe that's kind of underwhelming for some people, but with a 250-250 pop here, this is going to be a very tedious back and forth meat grinder for several minutes. Like, you can tell it already, right? And the traders are bringing in food, so that's where he's supplementing himself. He's just going full trade to cover himself. He's got way too much gold, though. I think setting up farms would make more sense, especially when you consider that he has improved processing and agriculture tech, which would give him the gathering rate he needs. Offense are going to be protected here. At this stage, I think Sass's only option is to go Sacred Site Victory, but if he can't lock this in the next minute, it's too late, right? Because the Wonder timer will be below 10 minutes. And it feels like it is quite the arse to try and get this locked in. 2 Shallow Monks, third one coming in. Sass is starting to layer into Shallow Monks, but for some reason the UI doesn't track that. They only got 3 so far. So Sacred Sites are going to get locked in, so okay. The question now is, can he hold this? We've got a Congo line on the way into the center here. And Raxes are being built up, so the 4 base starting to come online for Sass. Avali, meanwhile, being pushed back. That's that food count, guys. Although then again, Sass is starting to struggle in that department as well. Both of them just not really looking as good as they once did when it came to food mass. Yeah, I wonder what's actually happening with Sass's food. Like, is it 54 farms? Did he miss an ecotech? No. Something feels off. I just can't figure out what it is. I think fishing is being neglected here, and I don't like that. Like, deep water fish can still be useful here. Village is being thrown away. Avali. Gotta make room in the Abbasid Empire. He's still got 140 economy after throwing away that many. He's switching into military. lot of infrastructure to get through here. And remember, behind that, stonewall after stonewall as well for Avali. More layers coming through just to try and be a griefer and delay it all. Every single tech in the game has been taken by Avali from his House of Wisdom. Yeah, I don't think he's missed a beat on anything else, right? Like mills, all that kind of stuff. Everything he would need in this late game is there. It's just he's leading traders more than he's leading full farmers. Hence why you're seeing an insane gold income, and a lot of that food is being floated by the traders as well. That's the deceptive thing. We have to remember trade's kind of weird. Like the income per minute is going to spike and then divot and then spike and divot because the timings of crossing the map taking longer than a minute. I'll try on the flank here with the men-at-arms. Oh, he's going for the decap. This could be big, but a little bit tough. I think the Gulems could do it, though. Sass. Don't get too tunnel visioned. It might be about to happen, though. The Bombard wasn't even here to stop the villagers. He's going to march in. Avali, if he gets this decap, this could all be over. Bombard getting sniped down, decap underway, and Sass doesn't realize. Yasuna's just here. Rohirrim Riders now coming in. Maybe he can defend this horseman in the last seconds. They get in, but they can't stay here. He needs more troops here now. Has to pull away. Wait, no, select all army! Sassy, no! One keybind you need to be careful of. The select all army. He just griefed himself out of a victory. Avali, it's all in his dominion now. He just needs to hold for about another 8 minutes, and victory will be his. Oh my god. And agreed. I like what they've done with the UI. I'd love it if maybe when they eliminated players, like they get shrunk and then you expand the info here. Because there's like units that aren't being displayed here that could be, right? But this is insane, man. Avali, just so many buildings for Sass to try and get through. The next layer is stacking up behind these walls, right? Mass Mango's waiting behind this all. It is true that, of course, now Avali has to worry not just about his Wonder, but also about these, the House of Wisdom and the primary TC. However, they're quite chunky, as you can see, with the almost 30,000 HP to get through. Sassy definitely having his work cut out here. He needs to just plow forward. Food income is now where it should be, up to over 3,000. Avali still only half of that. Instead, he's leaning into Mass Mangoes as a defense strategy here. Shots are going to be coming in. Wallops are looking good. Apologies helping a lot for the Horseman, but the reload's coming through and the damage is adding up fast here. Horseman, this is kind of difficult. When you get to this type of position, you kind of wish they just died because now replacing them is impossible until they do die. So when you eventually go for that fight, they're just going to flop dead and you're going to set back your timing to attack. It feels really weird when your army is this close to dead. Another big issue I see in this game is, Sassy needs to siege through, right? He needs rams or bombards here. The Culverins have been a problem. He has found the reaction, and you can see it's to go into 10 Springalds here. It's a lot of population into anti-siege, though. You can see right there, 3 per, so 30 population to address the siege issue. Somehow the Culverins are still finding targets. This is going to be close. Avali is making the correct corner switch here, though. We're getting into hand cannons. If he leverages the wall, this is going to be very hard for Sassy to dive. Because the logic is you might take out part of the wall, but then you stick hand cannons on each side of the opening, and you just create a kill box, right? That Sassy's going to have to run into. Mango shoving out red. Wasn't ready for this. In fact, I think he thought he had more opportunity to push. The Bombards might be in trouble here. Mango's reloading. They're starting to move in for the crossbows. Gulems are about to break through, and the hand cannon is in support, doing what they need to reach their targets. Bombards do at least start targeting the Mangoes, but not before a few get some hits in here. The Bombards are going to be pushed back, and the timer creeps closer to 0. man. And behind this is just so much economy to work with, right? Like, Avali, what's he up to? Okay, he's deleted a lot. He's gone down to just 5 traders in this game. Wait, what? Oh, sorry, I'm on SAS. I'm an idiot. I looked up right. I was like, yeah, Avali. There we go. 49 traders makes a lot more sense. And the nice thing is actually switching to hand cannoneers is a saving grace here. Right? It limits your food exposure to build a quality unit because you're balancing it out to be half the cost into gold. Gold of which is something that Avali could definitely afford. Valtron now arriving though. A little bit of a nuisance, but he can't reach the House of Wisdom from this position, folks. It's still kind of tricky. Ankan is now on the wall. 6-star range, and remember, they are also going to get reduced range damage into them, as well as siege attacks reduced by 50%. Add in the fact that they've got the boot camp, these guys are very difficult to breach. Culverins are wheeling out. Whoa, oh, bit of a missed micro there by Avali. He's trying to target the bombards, but they weren't around the corner yet, so needs to be careful with the position there. He's at least sniping out the bombards to slow down the breach here. In fact, if you can trade your Culverins to get the bombard kills, it's going to reset it long enough. Should be able to now. Swimmers get traded out. I don't know how Avali's doing this so cleanly. Culverins are dunking on all of this. It's so many as well. Still 7 left alive. Meanwhile, SAS, he doesn't really have much of anything in terms of siege, right? 6 Sprimmers are on the way, but they're not here. It's all falling apart. I think this is it. Remember, also, he does have the medical centers, which does work on siege ridiculously enough. Not to mention the hand cannoneers are also benefiting from this. With the reduced damage they take and the heal on the side, you just have to butcher yourself to do any semblance of damage to the quality units that Avali has. Man, what a game. What an insane game. I really did think the Puppy Paw was going to just survive until the bitter end, but they found the creep and the sneak in. In the end, though, the biggest benefactor of all of this ends up being Avali, who has now won all the scrim games. I don't think anyone had that on their menu when they were thinking about this free-for-all tournament. Outback Octagon, you're thinking Puppy Paw, you're thinking Wham, Beastie, Marine Lord, all the things they can do. But the practice is indicating there might be a new old kid on the block. His name is Avali. An absolute joy to watch. 2 minutes away from a wonder victory. Well, we're on Sassy's perspective, so defeat for him. It's a last-ditch effort. Normandy is underway. Chinandy is underway. Wait, but the timing of the... Avali? Oh, no, 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 no! The timing on that attack! The one fishing boat to win the game! Oh, my lord! 2 games in a row! He delivers like a midwife on a 16-hour shift! And now there can be no doubt. Sassy runs headbutting into a wall and says, "End me." What just happened? Age of Siege is still alive for now, boys and girls. Eat rocks. And put credence on the name. Outback Octagon just around the corner. And Avali has just firmly put all crosshairs on him. What a game. Let me know what you guys think of this, man. I kind of want to see occasionally more free-for-all tournaments. I don't know about the scrims. These deliver, but usually I don't think it's guaranteed. But the tournament formats, when done right, can be absolute ballers. And Avali, an absolute king in these ones. What the fuck? Dude, how do you just do that to someone? I don't know, man. I don't think that's the thumbnail piece, right? Because that gives away the result, even though it's freaking... Is that the thumbnail piece? Or is it the king earlier on? Puppy Paws King. Because there was 2 sick moments in that game. Maybe I like grayscale the colors or like change the colors so you can't tell who it is. And it is about the demo ship play, right? One fishing boat destroys an entire army. And what do we call it? Yeah, it has to be that one. Can multiple people be the same civ? Yes, because they're going to be randoming, but the way they're going to be randoming is quite interesting, folks. So the random is going to be done... Oh, 1 second. So I think... So the random, the way they're going to be doing it, I remember I talked with them about this. So for Outback Octagon, your civs are going to be randomed, but the way they're going to be randomed is different. And what I mean by that is that players are going to be randoming outside of lobby. The reason is that you can technically trick the random system to look like you're randoming, but you're not. What I mean by that is like there's a bug still, and it has been for a while, where like if you click a civ and then click the random, you have to click random twice for it to really be random. Otherwise, you aren't random. So it's really, really weird. But holy crap! What games? What insane games! Spin the wheel. I don't think Drongo's going to do that, but he should. It's good content. People like wheel spins, right? Are we watching more games? Yes. We're just figuring out what we're going to watch now because that was all the scrims. But there might be other things to watch. So let me have a look here. 1 second. I've got a player with a Chinese name. I just don't know who they are. So let's have a look here. It's probably cool, actually. Wait, who is blank? Oh, I remember this. Wait, isn't this... This is Voldy, right? I think this is Voldemar. Yeah. My boy's in the top 10. Whoop, whoop. I don't know who Tamori is. Hey, what's up, Crackety? It's that guy that did the cool RedBull Wololo. Oh, hey, Cavalli. Hey, look, it's that guy who does all those cool maps. Poggers? Yo, do you guys want to see... Like, before we hop into another one, do you want to see Cavalli's newest creation? We're going to have to, like, get some show matches for this, because it's really cool. You guys want to see it? I don't know what rank this guy is. I can check that as well. Give me a sec. Let's have a look. Tamori. Yeah, he's ranked 1700th. It's not, like, it's not a close one. Yeah, so guys, Kivayu sent me some deets on a map, because I've been talking about it in the castle. And the details got back to him. Because unfortunately, what I really want couldn't be done in its entirety, which is I was talking about Hidden Valley having bridges across the central cliffs. But that is, like, impossible because of the way that bridges work. You can only apply bridges to rivers. So you need a river crossing to apply a bridge. Otherwise, it doesn't work. So he did create something based off the idea of that, though, in a different format. Why is my... Is anyone else having this with the mod section at the moment? It's very buggy. So, Pigeons Valley right here. Check this out. Like, look at this. I think this is going to be a really cool map competitively. Because I always, like, I'm a believer in the idea of, like, providing funnel points and then providing cross-funnel points. So, MOBA gamer, right? Actually, like, no, my trust in this system isn't even MOBA-based. My trust in this system is actually FPS-based. Because if anyone remembers the classic Call of Duty 4 type games, they followed this credence idea of, like, 3 angles of approach and then interceding options as you go. And this is kind of 2 angles into 3. But, like, if you think about it, overall, the development is you can basically head this way, or you can head across. This is very different and very important. And what is up, Agent Noob? 6th best caster of Wololo? Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, I'll take that. Come on, dude. I've done 3 of the 4 grand finals. How's it going, bud? Hope you're well. But, I'll take that. Wait. I'm doing the math. So, wait. So, who do you D-rank then? So... It's interesting because the issue with Hidden Valley, which is like what this is meant to fix, is a fixed version of Hidden Valley, is Hidden Valley. In fact, let's load it up in game and I'll show you. Hidden Valley has a really fundamental flaw, which is that you run down one side and you're just stuck. And if your opponent comes down the other side and they have a better army, you're screwed, right? You are then inclined to have to trade poorly into their base while they do better into yours. There's no option. There's no choice. It makes for a very negative experience because your options become linear. And that's like any RTS map, any game where your options are linear is a bad game. You want to feel like you're able to do things. That's a very critical component. Because otherwise, if you don't, then you're simplifying an RTS down to builds, right? And I think that is the most boring format of RTSs that exists in the world, right? You should be able to react and change and evolve in a game. And Hidden Valley doesn't allow you to do that. It sucks. Mythology Cast was one of your best work. Oh, thank you, man. Thank you. I think something I like about Myth is like, and I think 4 has some work to do in that department, is like, it feels more Vavavoom-y. Right, it has the more flashy moments to come up. I think the pacing feels a little bit clearer. It's something we can discuss though, because it's quite an interesting like 4. Actually, I don't know. Should we? We could maybe do the talk now. I'm weighing it up. Okay, so check this map. So you've got, funnily enough, you've actually got these stone here simply to block the pathing. So this is almost like a cliff, because when you have a river, it's impossible to create a cliff that will work properly. So this is intentional so that people can't walk down here, but you can eventually chop through the centers, right? But with this map, I love how, by the way, we have the small berries. I don't know why we do. But this map, you have this approach where you can extend out to the sides, but then double back. Oh, crap. Yeah, sorry, I'm in the way, aren't I? 1 second. So if I switch over, let me move my camera. There we go. So yeah, you can basically come back through, which is really important. Because the issue of Hidden Valley is like, imagine this map if it didn't have the bridges, right? And you just cliff the center. It's terrible, right? So this is a much, much, much better version of Hidden Valley. Like, I actually think this is good enough to be competitively viable. So this will feature in upcoming tournaments that I'm going to run. Because I think this will be a really fun map. Trade posts are nicely placed as well, so it's not OP. It pretty much has taken all the like key components of Hidden Valley and then changed the fundamental one, which is just the center of the map, like the divider point. It's so good. It's like Mongolian Heights with 2 rivers. It's very different to Mongolian Heights, though. On Wood Bridge versus Stone Bridge, so you guys can tell me if I'll give my insight on this. I'm fine with Wood Bridges. You can eliminate options and open options. So what I originally wanted, this is based on the idea of Hidden Valley, but like actually, like what I want from Hidden Valley is I want it to be possible to add one of these bridges across the valley, right? But that's impossible because you have to attach bridges to rivers. Because had you been able to do that, the cool thing there is very Command & Conquer-esque. If anyone remembers from those games, you could blow up bridges and then repair them with an engineer. I like that mechanic, and I do not know why we don't use that mechanic more in Age of Empires. I think that's a really good mechanic. It gives epic moments, it gives strategic choke point control, and it becomes a dynamic thing you interact with. Ships cannot pass through bridge. Wait, can they not? I thought they could. That is kind of unfortunate. But yeah, it's still, like, I'm fine with it being, like, destructible. You could try a stone bridge variant, but I think, like, it's going to be very rare that these wooden bridges get taken down early. So I think it should be fine as it is. But yeah, it just gives options. I like this change overall. This is good. But Cavaliu's also been working on something else. I don't know. Is the other one public knowledge, Caillou? I think it is, right? Let me see if I can find it in the tab. I believe it's public. Yep. He's made Kalauga, guys. So Kalauga is from Age of Mythology. Seriously, what's happening with the mod section? Yeah, so Kalauga is from Age of Myth, guys. It's the one that has the 2 rivers down the side, but it's all shallow water. I mean, I love to see this. I think Kalauga is a really cool map. So this is very intriguing to me. Also, like, yeah, no sheep. Like, moving towards more maps that just aren't sheep-based is, like, might be the most base change. Under EGC name, I wonder what it could mean. Like, I legit think that 3 years from now, with the bounty change, we'll be asking why we didn't get it sooner and why we ever thought that random sheep was a good idea. Hot take. I genuinely believe that. Because the RNG of sheep, the impact that can have on a game at the highest level is one of the most pathetic things about AoE4 competitive. It's not a positive, it's a negative, right? I think we can all agree on that. Okay, so there were a few games I thought we could check out that'd be cool. Let me have a look. So Anathan had a game against Beastie I was thinking of looking at, so bear with me one sec. What's up, Farhik? Sheep feels like an early game minigame. Yeah, it's like why can't we just create more interesting minigames, right? They should just, like, I think early game is sad because once you remove these things, there's nothing to do in early game. But that's then, like, once we fix the bounty system and the sheep system, we can address the real issues with early game, because early game is fundamentally flawed. It is not that engaging. It's quite tedious. It's boring to watch in 95% of games. I would rather that we were able to expand Dark Age options across the board after addressing sheep and bounty systems than what we currently have, right? So, like, I'm not sure exactly what the solution is going to be, what we could add to the early game, but I feel like there needs to be something in the early game. Treasure hunting early game, that's a dramatic change, though. Like, you're talking about introducing a whole new hero arc of units, right? And I'm not entirely sure that, like, the treasure game is that. That's also, like, that's an RNG of a different type, right? Yeah, like, that has its own issues. What you want in the Dark Age is something that forces interactivity in a cool way. Like, think of how Warcraft has the creep camps, right? And how you have this path you take through the map and you build into it, right? Like, you kind of want the early game to find some semblance of import through those type of mechanisms. It's challenging, though. It is 100% challenging to find the right direction to take it. I'd have to think on it more. But, like, once we fix the sheep issue, which we're getting towards, thanks to map creators, funnily enough, I'm hoping the official map developers have something cooking, because right now it's legit just... It's the community creators doing all the work that's impressive to me when it comes to maps. Like, we've got Cavallu, we've got Avali, both doing great jobs with their maps, and I need to see that from the dev side as well. Like, presume they've got things cooking, we just haven't seen them yet. But when I think of what Skyguard does, and I think about what we're probably going to see from... I reckon we'll need a few more adaptations with the Pigeon Valley, but we'll have to see how it plays. And then with things like Kalauga, like, dude, they're just doing a better job. Let's make Empire Wars playable. Okay, so I'm gonna, like, and maybe we'll talk about this more when I get to our talk a little bit later. But Empire Wars didn't get a chance. Can we just process that and understand that? Empire Wars didn't even get a chance. It had one tournament and people barely played it then, right? And it's like, the argument that gets made is that Empire Wars wasn't updated. Imagine you're a developer looking for statistics on how, like, what's right and what's wrong and what to improve. Feedback plus statistics. And you're not getting either of those. How do you write a bad game mode? You can't. It's like, I don't know. I don't like the way the community just moaned about it instead of actually providing feedback. Like, this has always been a fundamental issue. And, like, I think, like, I don't like the way that some people moan about different game modes. I want different game modes. I don't think all tournaments should be 1v1 BS that we already have. And I think anyone who's against that can jump on a giant dick and bugger off. Because, like, realistically, yes, it might not be your playstyle. Great. You don't have to play in the tournament. Realistically, it might not be your playstyle. Great. Like, but you shouldn't be crapping on it, right? If there's a format that you like, go play that format. Great, right? I am a true believer that esports is about adaptation over normal sports, right? The game today is different than it was a year ago. And the best players are the ones that adapted. So how is having a different rule format any different than that? I'm just going to say, when you only want one format, it sounds pretty freaking gatekeepy to me. Because, you know, it's almost like if you're winning everything already, you'll just win everything always, right? But that's my take. We'll talk more about that later. But now, let's get ready for the... Oh, my God. It's because we've got all the extra UIs on. All right, one sec. Oh, we need to go down to... Wait, why is the map the wrong side? Wait, why is the map so small? Huh? Did my thing break again? Why did my thing break? Bruh. My map thing broke. I'm a little bit annoyed. Wait, it's in the wrong location. That's why. What the f... Dude, it like ended up in the completely wrong location. And I have no clue why. Alright, there we go. Let me turn the score off because I've lost track of the race to #1. Yeah, it legit just like hit it. I don't know why. It's so weird. It's like, and you don't have a map. All right. Back to casting the race to #1 on the leaderboards. Turn that score off. This is not like an official show match or anything. This is just a clash between #1 and #2. My Insanity's Anathan going up against Anahu, a.k.a. Beastie Cutie, who have both been going back and forth to try and lock in that #1 spot on the leaderboard for the end of Season 8. Mongols versus Japanese, a good one for Beastie, though, I gotta say. I think Mongols, one of the hardest civs for Japan to deal with. The early outpost rushes can ruin you on the gold. The Kura storehouse just doesn't feel viable because your farms are just going to feed bounty over to your opponent for free. A more defensive map maybe gives some hope to Japan, but we've seen Mongols are very good at getting in and doing damage, even on maps like this, where it shouldn't be easy to get in, where these choke points should be a no-no for that type of pressure. So I have to see if he opens up with a standard way. Like, looking at it right now, wood gathering as is with 3 people on it, I think this, yeah, it is going to be the Rax play. So we are going to get a blocker, and it makes a lot of sense because BC ran straight across the map and spotted the forward spawning gold. This is huge. Get an outpost up here, and yellow is going to be smiling all game long. Anathan, on the other hand, I have seen some players pivoting away from Kura Storehouse into Coca. Not just in this matchup, but in general. In this matchup, I feel that you kind of have to, but in general, it has become a lot more comfortable, right? Like, the idea of Coca in Feudal Age with a buff to Shinobi, they're a surprisingly effective unit in the right composition. But here, I feel that they're almost a necessity. So we'll hit the 2,000 speed so we can get towards the play. Villager is already being pulled super early here. Makes a lot of sense because Anathan is rushing into Feudal. He's not looking to set up an outpost ahead of time. I think this is fine as long as it is the Kura. If it's not a Kura, instead say he's going for the... Oh, sorry, it's Coco, rather. If he's going for the Kura, why did they decide on 2 landmarks being McKay? If he decides to go for the Kura, I think he's in trouble. So, good choice by Anathan. Coca now on the way. This is going to give him a blocker to the initial Spearman play. The problem is the timing here. Because it's only 2 villagers, now switching to 6, the outpost will be up before the Shinobi is out. And that's the problem, because it means there should be double Spearmen garrisoned in the outpost before the Shinobi arrives. And back gold options aren't an option here, folks. Like, I mean, they literally just don't exist. If you look at the map, you can see all of the gold is forward spawning, and it's brutal for Anathan in particular, because BC at least got these more retracted golds, whereas I'd say Anathan's got shoved further forward due to the tree lines over here that don't exist down here for Beastie. Yeah, this is going to be hard. I mean, Anathan, he did at least get 158 gold, so he could think about going multiple Shinobi to burn down. He could also maybe think about going for Siege Engineering here for 125. I haven't tested that. Can Shinobi build rams? Because I never looked. Because if you can't build a ram, it's going to be kind of weird here, right? Like, you need to go for a Rax or an archery range instead. Yeah, it's like, it's never come up before, right? You'd think it would because you have Shinobi on, like, C maps. You think you'd want to make a ram, but most of them just torch. We're going to find out in a second, though, because the UI will tell the truth of it. I'm assuming they can, because they also benefit from things like Bannerman auras. We'll find out in 3, 2, 1. They can. There you go. So they can build rams. Instead, though, he's just going to go in for the Shunshin. Sabotage is going to come in. Nicely done, actually. He identified the fact that Beastie's being greedy, trying to burn down. Had Beastie had all 5 spears garrisoned inside, you can't make that play. So decent damage is going to be done. Remember, it adds in a lot of burn here. Sabotage is going to be ready to go again, and that should actually put it on fire for real, folks. Which means you will eventually lose this outpost. Villager comes back from Beastie, though. Oh, no! This one little man may ruin the entire plan for Anathan. It's actually that bad, right? Because now when you dive in, these sabotages, you know, the cooldowns and whatnot, you can't stack them. A second outpost also being prepped here is kind of ambitious, but makes sense when you consider the tree lines here. Shinobi, let's go Shunshin in. Nice cancel there. Wait. Was someone checking the wood? Did he lose the wood? I don't think he lost the wood. But Sabotage went on cooldown, which is very weird. Now, keep in mind, this isn't the end of the world for Anathan, because either Beastie has to creep even closer like here, or he needs to go around the other side. And with 4 Shinobi here, that's not going to be viable. And we have to remember, because Beastie done so much here, it came at a cost. Deerstone is only now completing, and your opponent is already prepping Horsemen from double stables to go with the Shinobi. And he is going straight towards Beastie's base. Cool read overall. I actually like the way he's approaching this. Archery range is also now going to get dropped. Wait, archery range against Horsemen? Oh, this is tough. Shinobi now diving in. Nice stab on the Villager. Immediately forces the cancel. Is going to turn around with the torch. Sabotage is going to come through as well. Shinobi have to stick to this, though, so it's going to be expensive. But he should be able to get through the defense. Surely. Maybe not. This is actually disastrous. Even if he gets the outpost now, losing 4 Shinobi, 100 resources a pop, makes it not worth it. Final one just about gets away. The Khan, it's 0 HP. He couldn't get the kill. Oh, that's the passive regen for you folks. He was at 3.2 health when that free damage shot came in. So Shinobi dodges death. Outpost is definitely going to be going down now, courtesy of it being too low and on fire. Another Villager in trouble, though. What? Oh, Beastie, no. This was so insanely greedy. He really wanted to keep that outpost alive because he's worried about Anathan going fast castle now. Funnily enough, Anathan has no intent of going fast castle. He's going mass horseman age 2. Magadon, this is kind of weird. The issue of Magadai is that they are quite slow compared to Horsemen. Yam can be helpful, but only when you're in your own base. What we build. Spearman is coming home for the pincher. Scout going down could be really big here if he can get the stab. The Khan should be able to chase this down now. Remember, Khan has really weird movement when he's chasing like this, where he kind of slows down when he's close by and speeds up as he gets towards the full range that he has. But will still be enough. So Scout is going to be taken out. That means Anathan is now playing blind. Not a comfortable position to find yourself in here. He can actually just build another one out of the stables, right? But like, I'm wondering how much longer do you want to play this age? Also, if you're going to play this age, like, would it feel better to go to Shinobi first to wipe the spears? The problem you have here is, like, Horsemen will beat Magadai if they can reach them. That's a big if. Wait, is that? He's trading. Yeah, BC setting up. I'm a much bigger fan of these type of approaches. Like, going Deerstone first into Marketplace kind of makes a lot more sense to me. It gives you the versatility, it gives you the pressure early on, and if you feel like trade is too greedy, you then don't have to do it. The reason the Silver Tree was so good for a long time, a big part of it anyway, wasn't just the broken trade system, it was the fact that your opponent had to react as if you were trading. So that forced a level of pressure, but I think players have gotten much better at tempering that. They don't all in as much, they do just enough, and they're very good at scouting now compared to like even a year ago. So I think Deerstone just plays a lot better. Yeah, it's like there used to be a really cool build for Silver Tree back when the trade was busted. Do you remember when you used to do the short trade route? The busted build was that you would double produce traders and then produce no more. And the logic there is it got you enough gold to get to Castle Age, but then it also baited a reaction. Ever since the rework to trade, now that it works half each way, I don't see merit in that play. And I think Deerstone, especially with the recent buffs, with things like the Khan Hunter, is just too good to pass up. In fact, we're starting to see that. Dive-in attempt. Ooh, a little bit of a misplay there. Outpost a bit too close for Beastie. I can't believe he's still going for this. This is tricky with the dive, though. Outpost is doing a lot of work in this situation. However, it is costing Anathan dearly. Remember, that's the villagers being garrisoned. He might need to come back and dive this soon. Instead, though, the horsemen go in on the villagers! BC slow on the reaction here, being targeted down. The spearmen unable to defend. So good strike in there. What's that? 4 villager kills. I think he needs to Shunshin in. If he can get this villager kill, it's huge. Instead, he goes for the sabotage. Wait, what? Okay, I think that was not worth it. If Anathan Shunshined in, I believe he could have got the 2-hit kill. In fact, yeah, it's kind of unfortunate he never got Tatara, because had he done so, that would have been a 1-hit kill. The outpost is definitely going to go up. Villager could also repair afterwards. You can see the hesitance for Anathan, but if he doesn't get rid of this villager, this outpost is never going down. So Anathan looks like he's just kind of letting it be. A lot of food, so he's starting to pump more horsemen, but he's prepping for Castle Age here. Other side of this, Beastie is all in on the feudal. Army is going to reform back at base. Horsemen now looking to ride in here. The problem is the Yam is now there for the Magadai to kite better. Attack speed arrow is going to be activated. Shinobi are going to go in to deal with the Spearmen. Horsemen should be able to get access here. Good job with the Khan, though. I love that from Beastie. He's already used all of his worth with the attack speed arrow. You don't need him anymore. Use him to buy more time for the Magadai. Now he's going to have to kite away. Horsemen, of course, do have the undermesh. So Magadai only doing 3 damage per strike. Should be able to target fire down the injured. However, overall, a reasonable trade for Anathan, considering you don't want to be in the Horseman anymore. This, on the other hand, is kind of unhinged. Temple of Quality coming through. Man, people really are trying to convert their ways. So Temple of Quality, why? I think it's an interesting play on a map like Hill and Dale because of limited gold access. So you're playing against a very aggressive opponent. You're playing against a Mongol player who's probably going to keep sending it into your base. If you went for the Yoroshiros, you might be able to drop off in these forges and get a little bit extra. But long-term Zen can kind of allow you to last here, right? And because your opponent is playing Mass Magadai and staying Age 2, you're not going to be able to sneak out and just secure this gold, right? That's where Japan's a bit different from other civs, where you can't just rush onto the stone, drop a keep in the center, and say, I've got 8k gold now, late game is mine. So I think that's part of the thought process with these. It's also pretty intriguing up against the Magadai in particular, because the debuff will make it so that the Magadai do 1 damage against Horsemen. If Monk cost the food instead of gold, I mean, guys, it only costs 80 gold. I think people slept on this detail. Like, in our minds, when we talk about how bad Buddhist monks are, we're usually thinking 150 gold. It's an 80 gold unit. It's like getting into Zen. It means that just over a little bit, tiny bit over 3 minutes in, Buddhist monk pays itself back. And still has value in the meantime, right? You can heal with him, you can debuff with him. And in fairness, like, I think Anathan, if he'd gone for a typical Yorishiro drop, it would have been Mountain Samurai. Magadai would kite you, Spearman would react quickly with Deerstone, and you still have pressure coming in because, like, this outpost position, right, would be impenetrable. It's like, it does feel like Anathan has played this from a strategic standpoint of, I will not have gold. He's been so fixated on hitting my gold vein, I am not going to get it. And you could go for a forged Yorishiro drop, but you're waiting like 2 minutes for each Yorishiro to come out. And the first one really needs to go into a production building, right? So I think the other thing to consider is like this kind of cross-exchange issue of having to go for this to get gold and whatnot. In some ways, the other problem you now have is because you went Coco, you don't have the food to spam into things like Mounted Samurai, which is why he's going Yumi, right? Like this is, I think this is a move you make when you don't have gold access and you don't have food access. He has at least got the berries in the backside for a little bit later, but like he hasn't got a farm transition, right? This is what makes Kura Storehouse so nice, is you very organically complete a farm transition because you get 12 of them for free. Well, to the point that's being brought up in chat about the Shaolin monks targeting the same unit together, I actually don't think that should be fixed. And here's the problem. If that gets fixed, immediately with that one change, Shaolin monks become one of the most broken units in the game. That's the problem you have. It's an 80 cost unit, and if they're efficiently debuffing an enemy army, like you get 20 seconds into a fight, the whole enemy army is going to be debuffed. It's insanely powerful when you think about it that way. And it lasts 60 seconds, right? It's like, I think you'd have to drastically rework it for that to make sense. I almost want to say you'd have to like make the Buddhists have a stacking debuff where each cast does like 15% up to a maximum of 45 or 60% or something like that. Oh, Yumi. Smart counter actually to the Magadai guys. Better movement speed, and also you are able to zerg them quite effectively here. Men at arms are being prepped though, and I think Anathan needs to resecure this gold soon. The longer he's stuck on Yumi, the worse it gets. Yes, you could switch Onimusha, but once again, something that requires a lot of gold. Gold that Anathan currently doesn't have a huge income of. He did go straight into the Zen, so he's at least getting his hands on 75 gold per minute. Then you add in the one relic, another 80, another one on the way home, but it's slow, man. Like, if you now have to drastically switch into Onimusha, remember those are not cheap. So instead, it's going to be a force drop in the center of the map. So he needs to start getting his hands on either Onimusha or going into something like Mount Samurai. The raid comes in, the Magadai! Weird for that the entire time. Beastie peels a few villager kills. He's going to find even more. A quick in and out as well. It's like maybe one Magadai going down in exchange for, what was that, 4 or 5 villagers. Perfectly timed raid there by the Mongol player. And he's found more. The one Magadai on the flank. Oh no. Outpost going up. The Magadai, if he just kites this, it'll be extra kills. Can't afford to get touched. This is the thing. You can't touch him at all. He switches over to the Buddhist monk, so the outpost is going to go up. Buddhist monk is definitely going to be going down here. And he will notice through the re-rally that the wall is complete. But remember, this Magadai can still go back to kill more. Right? Like, he can still walk back over to the villages and start poking at this. Was a Kurotai play. Now, this is always a bit awkward. Playing Kurotai with mass cavalry never feels comfortable because you always feel like the fight's over before you arrive. But if he feels like he can just reach the edge of the base and sit there, that's where Kurotai can still be really impactful here. You just use it as kind of a chivalry-esque ability where you just run in, heal, run out. Beastie, how many trays are we up to now? 9? No, 12. Okay, so very good economy starting to layer in for him. That's why you're seeing the 12 villager lead there. And the problem now is like Anathan's finally going for Mounted Samurai, but it's so late that these guys aren't going to be able to contest the Keshiks. Instead, Anno is setting up a TC, and that's because he needs some sort of frontal defense here, right? Like, it's a long way away from having a Shogunate, though, is a problem. Kortai starting to move in. Magadai once again diving to the backside of this. Defense arrow has to be activated. The Keshiks now coming in from the west. Bit of a sandwich maneuver here. Into the choke points he goes. Keshiks will better ride through. Very tanky against this. Even the Yumi Bannermoon effect just doesn't feel like it's good enough here. And the arms also starting to arrive. The Keshik with the double armor layering, plus the sustained heal will be enough to break through. The Sohai Sutra just non-existent in this battle. The villagers unable to complete the TC. This should be it. Anathan is over 20 eco behind. No way of securing gold. And as a Japanese player, there is no bigger nightmare. Historically accurate. I feel like we're playing a particular Sony title at this point. However, I do not see a ghost from Tsushima to save the day for the Japanese Empire on this one. Anathan is going to have to bend the knee to Beastie. Samurai are starting to arrive, but you know, even with this TC now going up, it's the pressure point that's now going to follow up, right? We're talking about a 25 eco lead. Plenty of gold to work with, which means mass Keshik. In a game where you don't have these Yorishiro drops, you don't have this good economy on farms, let alone the gold, to reliably pump mass mount Samurai. Now with Scroll Time, I mean, even just diving this area. The Yam Crawl is really smart. It's going to give him the gap close he needs with his infantry comp. Onimusha are being prepped. If Anathan micros like a god, there is a way, but it's not easy here, folks. Kaburia plus Mass Onimusha, it could be the saving grace. We've got a lot of Buddhist monks being prepped, so not a bad idea against the Keshiks. What's BC doing, though? I feel like this is a bit slow on his ramp up, which is surprising for a guy who has 1,700 gold. He's prepping the eco tech. Probably more production is going to be on the way, because I think that's his weakness right now. It's almost like there could be more coming than there is. Anathan now creeping on that trade. Could he actually claw his way back into this? I mean, the problem is it's double marketplace non-stop pumping. Kurotai is posturing very aggressively here. Deerstone as well. Traders are going to start to get targeted down. There should be a few Keshik riding across now. More than a few, so we'll look to sweep through that quickly. Active stone gathering. Anathan understands that he's going to need a lot of emplacements to hold in this area. Whether he can hunker down here will define the outcome of this game. Still never took out that double outpost. Go to clear up the raid. Wololo is going to be a Wololo. Nope. No fifth relic here for Anathan. I think he needs the relics on the forward here, guys. That's so... the buff that you get... Not Sohai Sutra. I forget the name of it. The Buddhist conversion... can we come up with a better name, by the way? The Buddhist conversion will give the 20% damage buff for 20 seconds, which could be a really big deal for the Yumi, considering how limited their damage penetration already is against Keshiks. It's awkward as well. I find trying to use that Wololo buff on anything but Knights doesn't feel good. The reason is Knights have very high base damage, so a 20% increase in damage is substantial on a mounted Samurai, right? You're already at 24, so adding 20% in, and then you add Bannerman 15%, like you're going above 30 damage with your Katana attack, easily. Like your Katana attack comes as hard-hitting as your Lance attack. It's pretty scary. But we don't have mounted Samurai in this game. Anathan doesn't have that type of economy. Step Lance is now on the way. You say it's pretty good on Siege? No, because the problem is positioning, right? Like, the idea as well is you want units that can move fast, because if someone sees that, it's kind of like when a Khan activates an arrow, you move away. Right? Like, a perfect example is Khan activates attack speed arrow, move away. Right? 50% attack speed sounds really good when you're able to attack. You know, it's like if you saw a giant spinning blade machine that couldn't move, Would you walk into it or away from it? Feels like Anathan needs to be that giant spinning blade because he's going to have to attack from both sides here. Defend from both sides, actually. Rams setting up on the west side for the Mongols. Yellow also holding the Keshiks in reserve on the south. Mango's being prepped by Anathan, but they are not here, folks. Keshiks right in. Outpost, first thing that needs to be addressed here. Mount Samurai are trying to body block that, but they're going to have to give their lives to do so. The crossbow sniped them down. Yumi trying to hit that back line, but the Keshiks are going to be allowed in now with the men-at-arms. Crossbows targeting the backstab comes through the Keshiks, and you should be able to find the Mango also here. So High Sutra's just not going to be there. The Buddhist monks don't have the heal toggled off, so they're not debuffing. They're focused on healing only, and there's not enough healing you can do here. Anathan will not be able to get another plus 25, negative 25 outcome. It's going to be Beastie pulling ahead and taking that #1 spot on the leaderboards. Etta Gigi. What's the focus point on that one? Becoming pros nightmares. Yeah, BC #1 now. Mango die. There we go. All right. So food ready. Okay, guys. So here's the plan. I think what we're gonna do, I'll put a video up for you guys to watch, and when I come back, we're gonna be breaking down everything Wololo related. There's a lot to go through. I don't know how long it's gonna be. It might be like an hour long, but we'll see. So let me prep a video for you guys to watch while I go and eat, and when I come back, we will dive deep into the breakdown of Wololo. So I think there's a lot to talk about, a lot to unpack, a lot that needs to be said. So let me have a look. What would be a good game for you guys? All right, Louis versus Chrysor, maybe. Oh, we could show the loot. Should we show?
I've never.
Yeah. We're gonna show the final game from a Play 7 between B and Anathan. This was a really, really funny game. So guys, I'll let you guys watch this, and then when I return, we will break down Wololo. Because there's a lot that I need to get off my chest. A lot that I really think needs to be said. So let me just go ahead with scene 2, and then we will window capture. I've never wanted someone to intentionally drag the game into late game so much as I do in this final game of the show match. And here's why, folks. English are one of the biggest, most subtle benefactors of Season 9's patches. Its huge overhaul, these drastic changes around Siege, around range units in Imperial. There aren't many civs that benefited more than this one right here. Anathan on the English, going up against Zhone on B rather on Zhone. Words are hard sometimes. Yeah, this is going to be a fun one. I actually do hope that we see a little bit of castle deep play here. Zhone got some really cool buffs around her ability to spam her unique units. It's not reliant on keeps anymore, so it's more feasible. And the English got buffed pretty big in the late game with the changes around things like the range. I actually tested this, guys, and my order for Wingard used to be the best unit was Footmen, the second best was Raiders, then it was the Army, and then it was Rangers. Now, I say it's Footmen, Rangers, Raiders, Army. Like, they have drastically improved Rangers because we've yet to see it in this series, but if you get to Imperial Age, there's a bowstrings tech that gives you +2 range. have to see if we get that deep, though. I definitely have a feeling these two are going to try to send it at each other. Anathan might decide to go for some Lombo play here. It's possible. We've seen a bunch of games where English do this just because Zhone gets sniped so easily. The alternative is you just play into Abiv Kings. And the viability of that is that it makes it very hard for Zhone to ever get XP in a fight because you always peel back to heal. That's actually a good question. I haven't tested that. Zhone should, in theory, get +3, right? Because she's horseback. So that would take her from... Is she at 8 tower range already? She'd become 11 tower range. Wait, which means she could snipe Siege without being in range, right? I don't know. I'd have to test that.
Escorto.
What? Oh, B. If this was a Lombo build, I actually would rate this quite highly. The reason is that Lombos can't easily suffocate the map. But if Anathan glimpses this at all, I think you're just going to see him drop stables. Looks like it might work out for B, though, because it turns out that Anathan is a traditional greedy boy. We have got the TC play coming. Yeah, so the Horseman build is actually, I think, in a lot of times better than the TC build. But what B is doing in this game is he's exploiting the expectations of the matchup. When Zhone is picked, the expectation is that she will aggro because she benefits from aggro. So you don't want to play into that because you'll feed the XP and it feeds the beast. So by going for Chamber of Commerce, he's actually playing more greed than aggro. Knowing that Anathan is likely to go 2TC, instead of risking this all-in strat of Mass Horseman, which can be quite good in the right circumstances. But here with the Knight's threat, I don't think Anathan wants to deal with that level of out-micro. It would be very difficult against Feudal Knight Civs, even though you can outplay them because of the heal. Instead, he's just going to play Condensed and safe. The traders better not go bloody left. Oh, don't get me started on the traders. So yeah, guys, the traders are pretty buggy in in this game. I still remember that map, which was mostly water without fishing, if you guys remember, where the traders, instead of walking a straight line through their player's base, they'd they start here, and then if you look at the minimap, they'd go like this, and then like that. It was really dumb. I don't know what caused that, but we'll find out. Chamber of Commerce is down. This did get buffed though, right? I think they improved the... Was it they improved the pace at which the free traders are produced? So I think they produce in either 20 or 15 seconds now. And we already have the cheap techs coming in. Not optimal from B there. Usually you want forestry prepped before you complete the tech up because it's just so cheap and it just allows you to immediately be churning out the traders. But he's going to have the back-to-back coming in fast. Meanwhile, other side. Where's this second TC going? Problem the gold. Likely we'll see Anathan lean, left side here to secure the second tree line. Or if he just wants to keep trees gathering right next to it, he'll plop it here. And then he'll set up like a white tower here with farms around. Either or, I think this gives more farm area if you play the TC on the south side of the gold. But he might be paranoid about the night timing. He doesn't know what we do, which is that there is no night coming. I think he just discovered it, though. Yeah, he did. He wrapped around the back and saw it. So it is every, 15 seconds. Look at me. I know my patches. So normally you'll pay have to wait 30, but they doubled the production rate because Chamber of Commerce is one of the most underwhelming landmarks in the game. Yeah, it turns out, cock not good here. It really is. The way that I like Chamber of Commerce, by the way, Chamber of Commerce in theory is better with Zhone, drastically better than it is with French. And the reason for that is because of the playstyle reaction forces. When you see trade, you want to stop trade, right? So the value for Zhone there is that means your opponent has to come out and fight you, which is what Zhone wants. That's the ultimate goal, right? The way you stop trade is by killing it. But by killing it, you're putting yourself out in the middle of the map. King is coming, though, and that could be a problem here because B doesn't have his first night out. It's still 15 seconds away. King is going to raid in. Ooh, the animation got cancelled there. Good body blocks. B able to protect the low HP villager. So then King gets nothing for his actions. However, the second TC is up. And that means that Anathan can start pumping forward when it comes to economy. Now, traders can be actively built if you want, but it is going to have a pretty penny to it, right? 120 resources per. I wonder, does Anathan just drop stables here? No, he's just going to go racks. And we have Zhone in Hunter form, which makes sense. Zhone we mentioned already, for very obvious reasons, you want to play in Hunter form, not in melee form. Just because the risk is if there's lombos, you're going to die. This also sets up nicely to protect his knights from the initial spears. So I actually think B's in as good a position as he could kind of ask for here against a Civ that would usually just pummel you with these kind of 1 TC all-inners. Yes, Myriad. He always whips it out when you least expect it. I think B probably has more Chamber of Commerce games than almost any pro in competitive history, right? Here's the other one. So Beastie doesn't do it often in comp. He tries it a bunch in pub games. Nice spam coming in, and we've got pro scouts. So this is really greedy. PS and Lecoq coming in one game. Anathan won't be able to punish this. He just doesn't have the timing and the positioning with 2 TC. I'm curious what he views his win condition as, though, because this kind of does make Anathan's castle age free, you know? Like, I don't think you're going to be able to stop him in any meaningful way when you make this kind of side investment. I know, now setting up the farms behind, so we'll start to pan himself for that mid-game economy. King's still being a pain in the ass. You don't have any reliable way of healing these guys up. You don't really want to be using a divine restoration on a trader. It's not the best use of it. He's going to look to trade it a different way. Shuffles across the map. A lot of gold workers on the front side, more than you'd be able to actually garrison inside this TC. Anathan, I don't think he's at a point where he needs to be too paranoid about a dive, right? Like, Jones not really going to come underneath the TC. It's a double TC at that, without undermesh and with only 4 knights. So I don't think there's much for you to freak out about. We mentioned this should be kind of a free tech for him, and I think that still remains true here. If you drop the white tower between the 2 TCs, it's very difficult for B to dive. King, after all that healing, comes in again. So that's going to be a trader loss, right? I think you just commit to this one. It's interesting, actually. B still needs so many people on the gold because he's pumping trade actively. He's not slow playing this. The weirder part to me is this. He's actively producing out of the Chamber of Commerce instead of just producing out of the corner. There we go. He's fixed that now. Yeah, it seems like this was getting priority over the corner trade point. So you're just kind of... You're being suboptimal in the return of investment, right? Because it's better to just have them come from here and immediately trade cross-map. King coming in. And wait, what's happening in this game? King's Palace? Is this just a greed measuring contest? It's just simply who can be more greedy. I'm actually bewildered by this game right now. B, when trade, he's booming it up. Anathan is now going 3 TC. This is wild. No white tower defense at all. Just a handful of spearmen to defend with. Holy crap. Guys, this is crazy. This is insane. King looks like he's going to get sniped down. I believe there is a shot here. One sucky thing is if you divine arrow this, you don't get any XP. Because the first king doesn't cost anything, so he doesn't generate XP. Looks like he's going to get away with it as well. Wow, so it doesn't even give anything over. Raxes are being built up. This is possibly the most greedy Anathan game I've ever seen. But in fairness, it's justified when you realize that B is already at 11 traders. I wonder, is B playing this too slow? Wait, did B actually even... He must have seen the King Palace. There's no way, right? I feel like he didn't, though. which would be weird for a guy who has 3 scouts, but the scouts haven't been with him. So there is a chance that I don't think B saw this third TC, and he's treating this like it's White Tower. So he's paranoid about diving the base for good reason. You dive in here, you die, right? If there's a White Tower here, you dive in with Knights, they die. So it's safer to play Castle. If he looks back at this game afterwards and realizes it's King's Palace, he's going to be kicking himself. Because the approach you take, King's Palace versus White Tower, is drastically different. One demands punishment. The other demands temperament. It demands presence, but patience. He's being patient when he should be aggressive. Guys, we're going to get the late game. We're choo-chooing into the late game here. 100%. Anathan farm count, it's only 2 clusters right now, but with the third TC, the amount of wood gathering you should have going here, I think we're going to see this ramp up to 5 farm clusters really fast. B should now be getting suspicious that he has not seen a single knight trying to hit his economy, because usually when you have White Tower, you'll build 1 or 2 knights anyway to try and trade. So like, it's kind of wild, right? Because you've got B walling when there's absolutely no reason to. Everything he's done suggests he doesn't know, and I think he's about to discover. B, he knows for sure now. It's a King's Palace play. He might be too late to punish it, though. He's still feudal age. It's already 14 spears. This is not an army you dive onto. Not with the veterancy and the attack speed aura. And now the walls go up. Anathan, he kind of nods his head and goes, yeah, I'm a greedy boy. Well, there's one thing for sure, folks. This is the single most greedy game we've seen of Season 9 so far. Not hard, but it is. But in the meantime, just go snatch away all the central deer here. So I'm trying to remember the maths on this. I think there's more deer on this map than there is on any other, right? Because I think there's 8 3 stacks of deer, and then there's 2 7 stacks. So there's more deer here than on other maps. I'm pretty sure that's correct. Anathan now prepping the crossbows as well, so layer to the cake, baby. The options to the flank are pretty big here. Instead, he's going to try to brute force this. B, can he break him? You see the reluctance, guys. This attack speed aura makes it so scary. It's not good enough to trade 1 knight for 1 spear. It's not even close to good enough. It's going to be able to poke a villager, but it's a 20 eco lead already for Anathan extending. King, in the meantime, did get sniped elsewhere. I don't think B breaks in here. He just needs a good castle. And that doesn't feel good because that means this game is leaning later. A later phase of the game that, admittedly, arbitraries have been buffed in with the new incendiary arrows, but I do think that English benefited more from the university tech changes in Season 9 than Jeanne d'Arc did. Namely, we're looking at things such as the longbow range that comes to mind. I think men-at-arms as well. Just so much melee armor with armor-clad as well. Also, hand cannoneer is another one that's kind of scary just because of the attack speed. Hand cannoneers are kind of wild now, by the way. I'm curious to see a few civs like Ibids in late game. For those that don't know, the new hand cannoneer buffing tech gives you 30. It gives you extra damage against infantry, if it was, and then it gives you, whenever you're attacking against, I think it's specifically infantry or melee infantry, it gives you 30% more movement speed. So imagine that with Ibids, right? With Mamluk's bravery. You'd be moving as quickly as French knights. Wololo. no reaction out of B. He's like, oh, we'll just come back for you in a second. And in fairness, that was smart from Anathan. It bought time for the army to get in position here. However, he doesn't have the aura. If there was a time to attack, it would be now for B, but he doesn't have the veterancy yet. Anathan read that perfectly, understanding that B could not commit to this fight. It might be too late now. 12 crossbows are scaling. Raw Bloodlines is on the way. B is just playing Raw Knights, the good old Zertan strategy. Like, actually, the more... Okay, let's be honest, guys. Who else feels like you could just replace the name of these players with Zertan? Oh, sorry, Zertan and Divine DFP. The story fits, right? TC booming versus mass knighting. Absolute classic. If you're wondering what these techs are, by the way, guys, they're the new icons for the additional eco tech levels. So this one right here is food tech level 2. This one is mining tech level 2. And the lumber one you would have seen a little bit earlier is the wood level 2. So they've done it to try and make it clearer. At first, it's going to be 10 times more confusing for viewers because we got used to seeing these at the time. That's not walled. Anathan. Uh-oh. Oh, he just walled the villagers out. The Knights. We'll be able to chop a few down here. They need to keep running, though. Spearmen are catching up. And the quick wall comes in. Can he get the sandwich? B, not able to get away. Tries to break through just in the nick of time. The torches come out. A few Knights lighter. But at least a few get to go home and kiss their children goodnight. Guys, we're going Imperial. My friend just rung me and was like, can you go bouldering today? I was like, I think we can do bouldering in a bit, sure. Maybe not. I don't think Anathan is going to push. I legit think he's going to go Imperial. I mean, he's got 2k food income. Look at the farms being set up. There's no rush now. What does B have in his back pocket here? He went Raw Institute already. You should be able to see that because you already saw he had real bloodlines. So it doesn't get much better for him. He gets so much better for the English. You know how sad it is to be deep into castle and still have level 2 zone? I'm upset I'm not going to get to see champions or riders here. I know. Always just keeping him out as well. Spearman just quick enough to always pursue here. Still no level 3 zone. There we go. Finally, he's able to tick up. And I wonder, are we just going for... It's riders. We were actually going to get Jones riders. Because look, Anathan built 25 crossbows. Folks, the Jones riders are super effective against crossbows. In fact, we should see them spawn out. We can talk about them a little here. They get +7 damage against crossbows. They have 6 base ranged armor. And they'll also benefit from the royal bloodlines. I actually really like this play. It's weird because you are up against mass spears. That's still a problem. But I think what B's trying to do is focus raid, play flanks, and oh, baby. The raid on the flanks would be good if it wasn't for the fact that there's going to be a unit that can just sit in one location and hit everything. I think we're going to see Windguard Rangers. Do I understand the English shouts? No, because I was born in the 20th century, so a bit difficult. Guys, I've never wanted Rangers so much. There's a point that needs to be made. I have a developer watching this stream right now, and he needs to be educated. He keeps teasing and memeing me like, oh, the Rangers difference isn't going to be big. No, they're not going to be a toxic problem in Age of Empires 4. They will be. And here's why. Rangers have 2 more tower range already than longbows. There's a new tech in the game called bowstrings that gives +2 more ranged units, like archers. That means that your Windguard Rangers can get 11 tower range, which is more than anything else in the game right now. Put them on a wall, 13 tower range. It's not okay. There's the lumber tech too we were talking about. It's lumber preservation coming in. Network of Citadels. What a reasonable tech. So I love the drastic changes, devs, and I applaud it. I truly do. But can we please finally do something about Network of Citadels? I feel like this aura should be an activatable or a temporary buff, not what it currently is, which is an outpost crawl and an infinite 40% attack speed. It is broken beyond belief, still to this day. So the Cav, get a nice little fight there. Elite Tech isn't in yet, Spearman on the way, but guys, here we go. They're here. Fear them. The Windguard Rangers, 9 tower range base. We're probably going to have a university coming in soon for Anathan. Not quite yet. Remember, guys, overall, eco food techs for farming have been nerfed by 15% gather rate. And yet still, some civs just really don't care. I mean, in fairness, he's what? How many farms deep now? 60 farms. Still, With enclosures about to kick in and generate gold. Good lord, and there it is. Oh, this is so broken.
We haven't seen much post-imp play so far on the test server, but I am adamant that it is going to be
Dominated by archers. Weirdly enough, the two biggest benefactors of these revamps in the late game, I think, are going to be Byzantines and English. Both for the same reason. Longbows. Hey, you guys want to see some range? Now, it doesn't affect crossbows, thank God. But that also means that Zhon's weaker in Imp, by the way, because arbitraries don't get buffed there, right? So, no bueno for them, as you're going to see in 5 seconds. Wait. We might not get to see them. Oh my god, the riders are coming! Crossbow's in trouble. Wingard Rangers with the 11 tower range. It only matters if you stay alive, though. What a pincher. What a move.
B, not only this, is he mopping up the crossbows. Look at the spam!
Mass Veteran Royal Knights coming. Rangers able to get behind the wall, and you did see that correctly. These have 11 tower range. They can hit you an entire city over. Honestly, they should just rename these mortars at this point. Look at the range.
It's a mobile Berkshire.
Oh my god, if he gets on a wall, I'm gonna sign off, man. If he goes on a wall. Because he gets 13 tower range. Remember, on walls you get +2. There's 12 ranges, he needs more. And Snare Arrows is also on the way. Spearman should be able to defend this. B, this is cool, but he needs an age up. I don't know if this breaks it, man. Spears. I understand their ground. They're not going to be able to trade to a win in this fight. Anathan, has he gone too gluttonous here? Has he misread the timing on the switch over to Mass Rangers? Maybe not. Because B, he's taking his time here, burning down the outposts. Yo, Francais, you remember Agincourt? It's time for a little bit of historical repeat here. B, I just don't think he's going quick enough. It's cool the way he's taking these fights, but now bigger problems. This is where Wingard Rangers become broken. The range and the incendiary arrows, they now hit for 18 damage, +3, which is pure damage. Siege damage does not get reduced. This also, by the way, means that you can use mass Wingard Rangers to kill the Red Palace that will eventually be coming. Yes, you heard me correctly. We finally have a counter to Red Palace. Unfortunately, it involved buffing the English. Now, of course, that would involve him getting the Red Palace. Right now, B is still just pumping knights in Castle Age. He is Castle Plus, though. Remember, he's got the Royal Bloodlines here. Volley gets activated. Oh, no. Riders trying to bypass it. No point committing palings because we like killing, not dying. Footman now arriving, and remember, Footman, they're perfect for this. They get bonus versus Cav. Melee armor a little bit lower, but they're chunky boys at 280 HP. I mean, you may have nerfed better arms, but have you really nerfed these guys? Especially considering Elite Army Tactics actually pads the weakness. I actually think that's an oversight, by the way. Footman benefit more than any other type of meta arms from the change, because their weakness is their melee armor. But with the +4 change, they're buffed in their weakness. Walls going up. Anathan, just get on the walls right now. He needs a gate. No, not a Stonewall Tower! A gate! Oh, come on! B keeps on sending it. The snipe comes in. Yes, you saw that correctly. Because they have 3 siege damage, no range reduction on that damage for Zhone. She dies to incendiary arrows now. The Stonewall Tower's taking so long. He's not even going to get it up. More Footmen coming, more Spearmen queued. Elite Army Tactics also now on the way. Remember, it does not give health anymore. It gives +4 melee armor. Range is just dodging death the entire way. And this is some US Rangers right here. Cover fire and move. B down to 34 knights. Those numbers depleting so fast to a point that he can't afford to go Imperial here. He may have stopped the Stonewall Tower from going up, but it may have just cost him everything. Have I got any French people watching right now? Yeah, Sassy got it covered. Agincourt, baby. Remember and reap, because we are seeing a 21st century edition of that. For some reason, featuring Joan. Not quite the right timeline, but I'll take it. 37 spears, 17 of these bad boy ranges. Rangers really do lead the way. Could he please build some gates? The amount of what you can see what he's doing here. This is exactly what I warned the dev about. He's like, I don't feel it's gonna be a problem. No one would ever do that in pro game. That's just dumb. Footman now. You guys remember when the game released and people had those Reddit meme threads about like building the walls all the way to the enemy base with Lombos on top? And then you're like, oh, it's not too bad. Ah, it's back. Bro, red passes on the way. All right, hear me out. You just queue up more Wingard Rangers and kill this. Spearman now diving in. It's going to cost him dearly. Rangers following up as well. Spearman mass coming. He needs to protect that Red Palace. This is one safety boon. His one safety net here. We'll be able to get up in age, but is it going to last long? The Wingard Rangers sniping down so many of these villages. A high price paid in blood. Appropriate for a building made of red. And not just that. Jeune de Blast is now here. Fear her. This game is incredible. Oh my god, thank you B and thank you Anathan for making this final game an absolute gem. Hey guys, let me just check that range. Wow, that's not 10 tower range. Let me just go ahead and check that range. Oh, 11 tower range. Oh. I mean, I'm not saying he should stop producing footmen and start producing rangers, but that's exactly what I'm saying. Because guys, once again, your base damage will be reduced down to 1 damage, and then the siege damage is free. So every ranger shot will do 4 damage to a building. It's like a mini Chuginu, just not mini on the range. Trey's in a bit of peril here, so it looks like we're knocking the door. Anathan. Oh my god, he's gonna park on the trade. Volley gets activated. He's rushing an outpost up, trying to get that attack speed. Jeune de Blast activates the Vouch Inspiration. The attack speed buffer comes in, so the footman front line will get cleared up. Look at the melee armor. 9 melee. It would have lasted a lot longer. Spearman now to follow this up though. How much work can these knights do? Outpost is up. The Rangers are on the wall. 13 tile range. Come on! Congratulations on your full melee army. I don't know how I'm ever going to beat it. Oh, that's right. I have a wall. Oh, these units are so broken. Pete just trying to keep the night pump going, but I think it's over. I'm sad we didn't get 40 Rangers, but probably a good idea as well. I would have needed a shower. It would have looked so dirty. I think we're moments away from the GG call. An ambitious effort by B with a mass cavalry only strategy. Anathan, I'm a little bit disappointed we got so many footmen. I just wanted more Rangers. Got a point to make, mate. Look at the attack speed. Ba-doo, ba-doo, ba-doo. This is without volley. I can't. Get this crap out of my game. This better be nerfed come season 9. Oh, man. Dude, what an insane game. I told you guys. Right. So, now for the fun stuff that we 100% need to talk about. So let me just prep some things because I think it's important for us to go over a few things. RedBull, El Reynado. I'm just going to get the VODs up from RedBull. Yep, it's what... Like, dude, like this is where all the people, like all the people don't care if I'm casting pub games. This is what people care about now, you know. This is the juicy stuff. So let me get their RedBull Twitch page. So yeah,
fight when the upgrade.
Some things that are kind of annoy me that need to be talked about. Oh, it's really almost like a week ago already. It's kind of crazy. So let me go ahead and update tile. Drama. So, oh wait, should I do this wearing even more RedBull merch? Then someone can be like, he's biased, bro. He's so biased. Like, his bias bleeds through all the merch he's wearing. I stole a bunch of my my costume. I thought it'd be great for the bedroom. I mean, what? Well, it's getting kind of cold. By the way, I love the fact that they sold scarves in Spain. Oh, it's kind of comedial. All right, there we go. There, nice. How do I look? Do I look very official now? Do I look like, okay, 1 to 10, like 1 being totally impartial and 10 being, what are you selling me? How much of a shill do I look like right now? Dude, I actually love the gold trim. Makes me feel like a champion, you know? Sadly, someone put me in for like large size when I'm a medium. I think I got the medium hoodie though, which was lucky. But yeah, some of it. All right, so where to begin? Should I have like some background music? I don't like no background music. Should I just use the AoE 4 one, or should I use something else? I know what to use. One sec. I know exactly what to use for the background music. Can anyone guess what the background music is going to be on this one? Oh yeah, I got one of these too. Yep. A nice little... I want to load that up with whiskey, actually. It's the right size. I feel like I'm going to need it after this one. Oh, let's also set my background back to the classic. Wait. No. You know what it needs to be? I know what it needs to be. We need to fully embrace what we're talking about here, which is like... Wait, did I not have it loaded? Oh no, because I only done it for like the full, didn't I? So 1 second. There we go. That's better background music. I mean, I'm sorry, but it is. So full cam only was image 5. So let me add that in. I mean, in fairness, like, dude, like, it does have the best background music. I'm sorry, like, like, the matter of your feelings on all this, can we just agree, like, it actually does have the best background music, right? It's pretty freaking dope. No matter which game you really support or whatever, it's pretty freaking dope. All right, there we go. So now I think we're like suited and booted. We should probably turn the music down a smidge. Wait, does it not play more music? Is that it? Now what are you doing? What's that? That's very loud all of a sudden. Wait, can I even... Oh, wait, no, because it mutes when you go out. All right. No idea. We just play it on a YouTube playlist. And that's Bob's Your Uncle, okay? So bear with me 1 sec, and we're going to get ready for the drama. So. Age of Mythology soundtrack. Because I think they fixed it now, so you don't get DMCA'd anymore, right? I think they fixed it. So much gold in this scarf. It's not even the scarf, it's the hood. All right, we ready? Because I got some stuff to get on my chest. And I even brought... okay, so... am I going to record this locally? I could just, like... Whatever, we'll go with it. Alright, one and all, welcome back to the channel. We got some deep stuff to go through. It's time for a full breakdown of RedBull, Wololo, El Reinado. There's been a few people putting their videos up with differing opinions, different takes. I know there's been a lot of takes, especially if you head over to the Reddit sphere, a few people on the Twitch side, the YouTube side. But there's only a limited number of people who are actually there, and a limited number of people who can provide the level of insight that I'm going to, and even fewer people who will. So... and that's just because, honestly, like, many people don't have access or, like, insights or whatever to the things that we're seeing. So, I even, wait for it, boom! Very cheap little note section here. So I figured we'd go this way about it, and we could work through. Sorry if your comments got cut off, but I think we need the space, you know? So let me just quickly do that. So, we'll go down the list. We'll start off the stuff. First things first, the venue, right? Like, this was, and I frankly said it to the RedBull Wololo guys, the best RedBull Wololo they have ran. Without a doubt, I think you're delusional if you argue that. I can't speak fully for the remote viewing experience or any glance pieces of it. Definitely, like, some issues that roll through there. Unfortunately, tech issues are always bound to happen on a new location. But, overall, it felt like RedBull Wololo had a castle, right? It felt like a real castle. And I mean, a little bit of shade for Heidelberg. In Heidelberg, because I've been at both, right? I was at RedBull Wololo Legacy, for those that don't know, as well as this one. RedBull Wololo Legacy in Heidelberg, we had part of a castle. We didn't have great control over the castle. We were there, and we kind of existed within it. It was a cool event, but it didn't feel as much like we were in a castle, in control of a castle, as much as we were doing a little bit of a side tour. We were kind of off in a room, too shameful for, like, Germany to fully process that we were there, right? But with the Almodóvar del Rio Castillo, the place near Cordoba, the entire castle was taken over. Like, I wonder if I can find some shots of it to really emphasize. I think we've got maybe... if I quickly just screen capture and switch over, there's probably some things I can show you. Like, these shots here, like, you could see it very clearly. I mean, it's strong to stay in place, but, like, they had caked it everywhere. There was Wololo banners in every single parapet, every single tower, every single piece of it was caked. There was RedBull umbrellas everywhere. I remember I said to them, it kind of felt like I was at a RedBull experience, right? If anyone's ever watched them do for example, their extreme sports and whatnot, they really go all out on branding and making it part of it. And this felt that way, and so many levels. It was truly a real castle. It was scary, actually. I remember when we were driving up the hill. The hill is so steep, and the passageway is so thin. I was a little bit worried we were going to teeter over and just crash, right? I was like, if the driver of this vehicle sneezes, we're going over the side of a cliff. We're gone. So really cool. Like, there is expansive amounts of flat plains around it, and just this giant mound with a castle on top. So, you know, it ticked every box. It's like, I think the way someone described me is like, Heidelberg, you try and invade that castle, it's going to be tough, but you can see it happening. This feels like not even worth it. Like, not even worth the amount of lives that we lost trying to invade this place. So the venue really smashed. Getting there was not too bad. I think it was about 30, 40 minutes by coach. Obviously, the logistics of getting in from different airports, and for the most, that was quite smooth running. With where we were staying hotel-wise, really nice place. Unfortunately, I didn't have an entire amount of time to explore, so that I can't really comment on the locals of Cordoba too much. But the overall feeling around the venue was really well executed. Food was really good in the early points of the day. Later in the day, a little bit tougher, like just munching on sandwiches. But I think that's because they shifted the schedule and plans changed. But I don't know if people really want to hear more about the venue. I think they want to hear more about, well, life as talent, like what things were like. So kind of a weird one for me, right? Because almost felt like the diva flying in early to just exist until it was time. And I'm going to take this off because it's dealing with my green screen. So kind of felt a little bit like a diva waiting to work because I only had to work for the weekend. So there's that kind of feeling. I've said this before. When you're at an event, you don't really feel like you're part of the talent until you do something, right? I've had it at ALGS when I first done my first Apex Legends tournament. Kind of felt like I wasn't really part of the crew until I hopped on the broadcast. So that in mind, the guys made me feel as welcome as I ever have, right? Like, you know, they remember me from before. And I think the first time I done a RedBull Wololo, I was kind of just the guy there. Coming back for the second time, really kind of felt like I had a different attitude with some individuals around it. Like, yeah, okay, he's here. He's part of this now. So, you know, Nilly in particular has always been a wonderful person to me. Like, I absolutely love that guy. I still wish he was involved in Age of Empires 4. I know why he isn't. I know how tough it is. You know, I know that guy broke himself mind, body, and soul doing everything he can for our game. And I think we're all lucky to still have him involved on the World's Edge side because he's a force for good. So, you know, really big shout out to him. And obviously the rest of them just absolutely phenomenal to work with. Great to meet Zoe for the first time. For those who don't know, Zoe has a lot of experience. She has more experience than me. I don't think anyone in the broadcast but Zoe has more experience in esports events than me, if I'm not mistaken. I'd have to double check that, but I'm fairly confident of that. And that's not me like flexing whatever, it's just me telling you how much experience she's got. I've been doing this for over half a decade. So she's an absolute superstar. And I think, you know, it was great to have Winston there, Winston in person, man, because it was great to really experience with him for the first time because he'd done RedBull Wololo Legacy, but he was there just for one, and this was almost more entirely encompassing. On the talent side with like Wham, and we'll talk about that more in the grand finals, done a great job for his first cast. I try to do whatever I can to make him feel good. So we should go through the different games, right? So AoE 1 was kind of a weird one, guys, for a few reasons, because AoE 1 had a very limited qualifier, and the more I learned about AoE 1, the more shocked I was, because AoE 1 only allowed Vietnamese people, but I think only allowed them from certain areas of the country, which was unfortunate because in particular there's a player in China that is very, very talented. Like, he could potentially beat Chimse Dinang in a grand finals. So I hope AoE 1 comes back, and I actually hope RedBull takes more of a collective, holistic approach continuously, where they are the anchor point for all the Age of games. I think Age of Empires 1, I'd love to see primarily there be a Vietnamese stacked spots, but maybe one or two from outside come in, and you find a medium server to play on, because I'd love to see us get the absolute best guaranteed. There's no doubt Chimse, he's been on top for a very long time, but I feel like there was probably more people that could have participated there. I'm going to leak the deets now. I had not played or watched AoE 1 for about 18 years. So I played it in my childhood. I remember saying at the time, like, I could probably do all the cheat codes for you. But, you know, this is the importance of prep. This is the importance of, like, learning on the fly, leveraging people who are very knowledgeable, like Winston Waffles, who knows this game inside and out. I called him, like, the heart of AoE 1 for many years, and I really think that's true. The guy really went all out for that game. But, you know, I remember, and we'll address it a little bit later, but in regards to another game that I'm going to talk about that I done, some of the community, not all the community, there was just a few people in the community that had a feeling like, he doesn't stream the game, so how does he know the game? That's how I know the game. It's my profession, it's my career. I've done it for over half a decade. And you know what? At that stage, you get to hang around for a good reason. I put the hours in, I put the work in, and I make sure that I try to bring the best out of the people I'm with. So, on the Age of Empires 4, this was a tricky one because my big worry going into RedBull Wololo is that the grand finals would not do justice by the game that we now have. And they didn't. The grand finals, unfortunately, were always going to be a bit of a coin flip. Because when you have one match that is 2 months away from when the meta was last played, there's a lot of confusion and dispersion. And one of the big problems you have here is with Age of Empires 4, you had two players coming in with different ideas of how the meta is going to work, of how things are going to develop. And this is typical, right? Whenever you get to a tournament, a major tournament, I see this in Dota 2, I see this in Apex, everyone has a concept, an idea of what is the right way to play the game. And they will come into it, and they will discover whether they're right or wrong, and then adapt, right? But the thing is, in this particular format, you couldn't adapt. A best of 5 is way too little time to do anything different. Right? Because the draft isn't even being reset. So you are going in and you are assuming you're right. And if you're wrong, you are dead wrong. And that's kind of unfortunate because I was really gutted for the Age of Empires 4 Grand Finals. I really wanted Pub to just even get one game because the moment that opening game happened, it was rough. I'm thinking about the optics of like, we are reintroducing Age of Empires 4 to a wider crowd. AoE2 people, AOM people, AoE1 people, even people beyond any of the Age of games. Because, guys, when you're talking about these World Cup equivalents, like the International, Worlds, whatever, people flock back to a game when they weren't paying attention before. And Age of Empires 4's Game 1 did not do us any justice. The problem of Game 1 is you could already see the players were a little bit hesitant as they were warming up. They were feeling each other out. They didn't want to overcommit because they didn't want to throw an opening game, because in a best of 5, that's 20% of the potential games, and actually it's a huge edge given over. So everyone played, I want to say, more reluctant, more defensive. You know, very calculated, very strategic by Marine Lord. He didn't make many gruesome mistakes. He got the win on that one. Then came Game 2. And actually, this is a perfect time where I could be playing the stuff in the background, right? So in came Game 2, as I clicked the wrong scene. Game 2 was a bit of a nightmare. So, like, the reason Game 2 was a nightmare is strategically, to people like us that, like, know the game very well, it was really good. And this is what I was talking about the first game. There was a lot of hesitance to commit, which makes sense. But, like, when you're trying to create a spectacle, it's bad. And yes, by the way, this is what I was talking about. Whole castle takeover, all Red Bull themed. You really felt like this was a Red Bull event. More so than anyone they've done before. So we get into Game 2, and the biggest problem in Game 2 is it's an interesting concept. It almost caught him off guard. There's a few slip-ups and mistakes, like Marine Lord is playing way too close to these aggressive docks later on when demo ships could be coming out, and he doesn't know if they're coming out. But the issue you have is that fundamentally, water is still not that interesting to watch for the majority of casual players. It is a bloody nightmare to look at. It's polarizing, it throws you off, and all that has is impactful moments like demo ships. I love demo ships. One of the few units that really goes, wow. It's hard to witness, and there's a few reasons why. Like, one issue I highlighted to the devs is when you get into these big fights, what makes water really terrible is everything becomes diluted. It's very hard to identify. Everything becomes clustered, and you even get this issue where you don't see it from Puppy Paw's perspective, but if we were on Marine Lord's perspective right now, we would see the blue outlines of the shader for his ships, and that makes the fights look more muddied and confusing. Another really big takeaway I had from this Grand Final is, like, water can be good, but when it's rationed. And I think maps like Atoll that we're working on does that. It's weird because Holy Island, to the most technical players, is a really cool map to witness and experience. But anyone lower than that, it's just, you switch off, kind of. It doesn't really register. And then we had Game 3. Game 3, this was tough, man. I could feel it with Wham on the mic. Like, he held it together really well for a guy who was basically watching his bro get beat down. Because the thing people have to keep in mind is also for Wham had practiced with Puppy Paw relentlessly. They had prepped, they were confident in their ideas. So, like, for him to keep his composure and do as well as he did in a situation where you're casting this game out, where you have to make assertions and confidently say things that are going to happen, while also subconsciously being like, he's losing. Not only is that's my bro losing, but you also have to think from his perspective, we both believe that this is the way the game's meant to be played. And then Marine Lord is coming in and doing this, right? So if you imagine you're in Wham's position in a cast of this caliber, in a grand finals, on a LAN, your first ever, like, major LAN, proper LAN, where there's a big live audience in the castle, S-tier event, and you have a confident idea of what you're meant to say on how the game functions. And then you have the emotional trauma of your bro is getting 3-0'd, combined with the fact that, like, now the things you say on the cast, you're probably double thinking in your brain because you are, like, the things you believe work clearly don't work because you're losing, right? So, like, for him to do such a good job on one of his first ever casts, his first proper cast, with all those variables in consideration, I think he done a remarkable job given those circumstances. It's not easy. Right? What I do for a living is not easy. A lot of people think it is. They try it for the first time and they apologize to me afterwards. I've had it so many times over the last 6 years where, like, pros or whatever think it's easy and they discover it's not. So credit to him for doing what he done. This game also credit to Puppy Paw for continuing to do what he done. There was some critical slip-ups. So for a start, he went under mesh before going siege engineering, and then he done Steeled Arrow much later. He needed siege engineering straight away to get into the first ram, and then probably Steeled Arrow afterwards to do enough damage to the horseman. But what I want to give credit to him for Puppy Paw is, like, he kept consistently trying, whereas this could have been a very boring and underwhelming final game if he just walked home and teched up. If he'd done that, he's dead, right? This was at least, damn, okay, like, exciting, he tries again, right? Like a true ram trying to break through a wall. But, you know, the unfortunate reality of these games is they didn't do justice by Age of Empires 4 at all. I think the games that I hosted on Preseason 9 looked better for this. I think the show match we cast today between Anathan and Marine Lord looked better for this. And that's because the Anathan Marine Lord environment, they play against each other all the time. So they have an idea of what each want to do, and they address each other, right? And, you know, you could argue also Puppy Paw, this is his first time on, like, a stage of this caliber. Like, I think he played stage on Legacy, but it was kind of different. So there's all these issues, but, like, you know, I heard some issues around graphics, and I think the graphics, yeah, they looked really grainy. I think they're using something that pops the definition of AoE 2, but AoE 4 looks different, and it doesn't work the same way. AoE 4 typically has bitrate issues, and I don't blame RedBull for this. It's something that's very hard to gauge ahead of time until you've hosted tournaments. So, like, we've had it before in EGC where I've hosted on the channel, and because of my default resolution's 1440p, it would cause a lot more distortion with the quality. Things like this really affect it because AoE 4 is, from a stream perspective, not a great game to encode. It is very intensive and the quality isn't great. So it was unfortunate that that happened, but hopefully that's kind of like a learning lesson next time. But the biggest takeaway, right, is like the Anathan Marine Lord set we done today was more interesting because these two have differing ideas. They haven't clashed with each other in over 2 months. Their closest interaction is an intermediary, like maybe a game of Anathan, but they're fundamentally playing different games. And that's tough to deal with, right? So, you know, I'm a bit guarded because I wanted better games to really show people, yeah, AoE 4 has come this far. Look how great this game is now. But with that being said, the viewership was pretty good. So 2 peaked at 85k, averaged 37.5, but I think that's across the entire event, not for the final day. What was really impressive for 4 is that 4 had the tail end of the stream. It peaked at 44, averaged 40. Now, you can argue that it already pulled the viewership from the amazing Leary Viper semifinals, but to hold the numbers as it did, the fact that Octagon had like 10k plus people watching, the Germans had over 5,000 people watching, this should be, hopefully, in RedBull's eyes, a very big success, more than would have been expected out of AoE 4 given the history. We'll talk more about the other statistics in a moment, but we'll focus on 4 because there's a few other things that need to be addressed with 4. 4 has some big issues. And I really, really realized it at this event. From a spectating perspective, from a feedback perspective, it's not a perfect game. So for a start, something that AoE 2 does much better than AoE 4 is feedback. When you use a unit, the sound effects make you know you've used the unit a certain way. The animations, even though they are like lower rares compared to AoE4, feel more meaningful because when you watch a lot of Age of Empires 4 outside of maybe Siege, what you'll notice is the unit's attacks and whatever are less defined. For a start, it feels like crossbow bolts and arrow bolts should be clearer, that you can see them better. Think about the difference of how watching a fight with incendiary arrows and watching one without feels. That's a big deal. On top of that, knights feel like they should really be lifting their sword a lot more for a swing. Horsemen should be doing more than just this little pokey stab. These almost sound nitpicky until you realize when you're watching a game, this matters a lot. Right? And it's crazy, and it's being said in chat, like, it's very hard to distinguish if you're not familiar. That's a bad sign. Compared to something like StarCraft, Stormgate, defining these units, distinguishing these units should be a piece of cake because our game is using historically relevant elements. You look, you know. So the fact that we have so much visibility issues is a problem. I've already highlighted the devs. There needs to be a look taken at the terrain. The terrain is a huge issue in this game because we have way too much foliage. The foliage dilutes anything that happens as units don't pop away from the background as much. I also am going to start exploring with Vodka and EGC and everyone the idea of zooming in 3 to 4 notches because when you watch this, and we are watching on a big screen, it's too small, right? Like, on average, there's way too much zoom out in AoE 4. I think Drongo said something similar recently about Age of Myth, how games are spoiling people, and it's true. You're so far away from the action, you can't actually experience the action. You're so detached that this might as well just be a little emblem and not a real unit that's there, right? And like, this is what I mean with the fights. You see what I mean? Like, you can barely see the horsemen stabbing, the lancers as well, the Nesta Bees are kind of weird. We also have an issue with the health bars where the ideal world is you don't want health bars like this, you want smart bars, but you can't do that right now because in spectator mode in AoE 4, when you use the smart health bars, people have commented on it on my videos. I actually have smart health bars on, but they bug out. So my only option is to select all units. But yeah, this was Yeah, that trophy, by the way, was sick. I thought it was made of sandstone. It's not. It's made of wood. They just roughed it up to look like sandstone. So, yeah. I also kissed that trophy, so technically it now belongs to me. That's how things work. Didn't kiss Marine Lord. I got better taste. Sorry, Marine Lord. But, yeah, I think that these type of issues need to be addressed in AoE 4. And if we do, our viewer experience rockets through the roof. There was a few other things I fed back to the devs. I said camera angles. Overall, like part of the reason why the cameras, like it's not just the height, it's also the angle makes you feel detached from everything happening in the game. That needs to be overhauled. So an idea of being able to pivot camera more would work really well because I think overall panoramic view has seemed like it's a positive, but it's actually a negative. But like one of the most obvious things you can think of that like sound differences I talked about earlier, when I was listening to Archers in AoE 2, it's like bassy. You could feel the release. A lot of units you just don't have that feeling, and it detaches you from the game. It doesn't make you feel like everything's as impactful as it should be. One positive thing was I talked to one or two players from AoE 2, and they thought our water looked better than theirs. So that's good. Our water still has a long way to go, but the Age of Empires water being messy is not a 4 exclusive thing. It's actually almost a universal thing. I think Myth even has its own issues to a certain degree. So, you know, good to know we're not alone on that. But yeah, I talked to them. They said they're going to maybe look into the possibility of like messing with the foliage a bit because that does feel like one. I said small details as well. Like blacksmith should really light up when they're teching and only when they're teching. So you have extra feedback elements and details that are good to pay attention to. I think that adds a cool, subtle layer of depth that's really nice to see. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I dropped off the top of my head. Like those are definitely the big ones. And I also said we need limited time game modes because I'm going to now talk about something controversial. Empire Wars. We spent a lot of time on 4 because you guys want it, but we'll have plenty of time for the other. I think they should have kept Empire Wars for this tournament. People aren't going to like to hear that, but here's the thing. It would have been tough. It would have been something to work through, but it would have been something to work through. Would have been, like, this is the thing. Everyone who moans about Empire Wars and didn't even bother to play it to help gather data on it, that's part of the problem. I've talked with the devs, and they had no data to go on. That's why Empire Wars never evolved. That's why Empire Wars never got improved. They had no pub data. They had no info at all to actually try to develop it into a game mode that could have been good. And the shame of that is because Empire Wars was a completely resounding flop, the chances of getting any other type of limited time game modes is gone. Likely gone. I hope it's not, because I've tried to encourage them, because I think limited time game modes would be a genius move for Age of Empires 4. Imagine if you had these game modes that only existed for one season, right? Where you could drastically experiment with things. Imagine if every unit in the game could capture sacred sites, for example. Imagine if you create a 1.5 times speed simulation mode. Make these separate, make them for one season, and do something drastically different, and then you can adapt what you think fits. Because the biggest issue right now is due to the patching process, the development process, it takes way too long to experiment with something. Like, if you introduce something that could break the game, like, they're so ballsy what they're doing with Season 9, with the siege rechange. Because if that was bad, we'd be stuck with it for weeks and weeks because of the patching process. You have to go through Microsoft, Confirmation, Steam, everything, right? So having limited time game modes would solve that. And I think that's what Empire Wars should have been treated as, with more incentive to play, and then we would have got the data. Now, you could argue whether we need Empire Wars, but I think something that people sleep on is the fact that RedBull wants something different. Every game they go in, they want to be different. They don't want to be ESL. They don't want to be PGL. The whole fixture is on creating a unique and different event in everything they do. And I actually respect them a lot for it. It reminds me of, I was using Midas mode to explain to them like a different example in Dota 2. Because if everyone does the same thing, like we've just seen the same thing on repeat. You could argue it gets the most talented person, whatever, but from a branding perspective, you lose your identity. So, you know, a big problem around Empire Wars is, yeah, we might be right in that it wasn't a good fit because of the current format it's in. But it was never going to get there because there was no positive solution to something different, which is what I know RedBull wanted. There was just an argument to have a 1v1 vanilla. And I think in general, I don't like certain people's resistance to different things. One of the amazing things about esports is how you evolve. One of the most incredible things about esports is how you adapt to something new. Like Mr. and Recon adapted to new retold when people were still playing Age of Myth like it was from 2016, and they were wrong, right? That's incredible to witness. And I think AoE 4 would benefit from having these limited time game modes that tries different things. And then we can have tournaments that do different things. Because we do cool things around drafts, like having your draft picks from your opponent. I want to create a format where you basically apply a value to different civs. And as they get picked more, they cost more. These type of things. We can do those cool things, but like mechanically in-game, I would like to see more exploration of almost like... For Dota 2, it has like turbo mode, for example. League of Legends has ARAM. Like... Try these formats and see. I've talked for a long time about potentially doing a crafted maps tournament to see if we're actually right in that generated maps is better. Because we don't have any... Like, stick with me on this because I know people like pitchforks because Empire Wars talk, but be real on this. What example do we have of competitive formatting where we've seen crafted maps used? Anyone? Nope. Never happened. Never happened, right? What example do we have this 1.5 simulation game mode being used? Never happened, right? What about sacred sites being captured in Feudal Age? Never happened. For every civ, right? Every unit. Never happened. We're so fixated on the idea that we just got it right straight away. And I think that's left us very resistant in a negative way to change, which is why, like, Empire Wars got treated the way it did. People didn't even want to try, and I get why, right? But, like, the point is, after Empire Wars was what it was, the idea of doing anything different just gets almost stigmatized by certain parts of the community. Like, when EGC done a 12 villager start, for Christ's sake, or, like, no walls. Some people were trying to, like, revolt against the idea of the tournament even existing. How is that positive? Right? These people want to come in and they want to actually offer more money to the scene. You could use this as an opportunity to say, I think this would be the better way, but, like, you know, trial and error to get there, right? And I think sometimes when I think about it, the community, the competitive side of the community is very resilient to the idea of anything being different, which I don't like. Because I think we're leaving a lot of potential on the table. So, you know, pretty hot take there, maybe. I think genuinely, like, did Waffles eat the shoe? No, we've got to get him a shoe to eat, but we'll get to that in a second. But I think, you know, in general, this is something we need to start looking inwards with, because we'll get to it more because I'm going to address it here. But there's some stuff we really need to talk about. I think I actually already went into some of the changes needed, so whoopsie on that. I'm going to, like, put that here. But I will talk more on this when we get to this point, because this is big and important. So, format, lessons learned. Some of the maps probably, like, could have been different maps and would have been improved. I think the other issue for them is, like, a best of 5 did not do justice for AoE 4, did not do justice for their tournament. It's too short. It's too punishing. You don't really get a feel for what's really going to happen or anything. I think, like, in an ideal world, the format for AoE 4, and this probably goes for all of them, 2 approaches. One, if you really want to keep it down to just the grand finalists, run the event at the time they ran Age of Myth. Age of Myth was so healthy because you had the qualifiers, and then less than a month later, you were flying them out. Whereas 4 had this really weird limbo of 2 months, which I think also damaged the ecosystem quite a bit, because, like, no one wanted to do anything, right? Because everyone's going to be getting ready for RedBull. So, you know, you either do it close together, or if you want the smoothness of logistics, the other way you do it is just invite 4 players. Like, my hopes is that 4 has done enough here, same as Myth, I think definitely done enough, and maybe 1 as well, to convince them that, like, 4 players makes a lot more sense. And you can do maybe, like, the double elim, some type of format to make it kind of more balanced. If they use it in a position like this again, like, the cool thing about Almodovar is the castle, you have these towers. So you see these towers back here? So this one here was where the group stage was cast for AoE 2. But possibly, and it would have a higher budget to it, but you could simultaneously run 4 to a Myth in each of these each of these turrets, right? With limited budget, I don't think it has to be out there. Maybe there's, like, it's probably going to be like 20, 30, 40k more to spend, but I think it could be worth it for them to really become the holistic home of all Age of. But let's move on to the next part of the discussion. So I should really do this with these, shouldn't I? Oh, Final Force in 1, because I was kind of, like, quick on 1. 1 did get a justifiable game. The third game of AoE 1 was hype as all hell. I'm glad they got that. I'm heartbroken we didn't get any of that for 4. We didn't get anything that delivered what we've had. Elite Classic 2, for example, done so much more for, like, market the game with these games than what 4 done. And that's sad because the current meta for 4 is a lot better than what we currently have. But like, this is learning lessons. And by the way, I don't hold any grudge against RedBull Wololo. I think RedBull Wololo, like I said this before, they didn't need to include us. I'll talk more about that in a bit though. So we done changes. Let's go ahead, format. Oh my god, dude. Wrong thing. So let's talk about Myth. Age of Myth was a success, a resounding success. I would say based on the numbers, which I can pull up for you guys now, it done phenomenally well. I keep pressing the wrong scene. Look at that. That's incredible. That was second series the day after AOE1. It peaked at almost 50,000 views and had 43,500 people watching on average. That is a phenomenal success for Age of Mythology. Do I think it's going to eclipse 4 or be the new biggest Age of on the block? Probably not. I'm not alone in this. I talked to some people who love Myth inside out, and I said, I think the path to Mythology being big is off of this 3 years from now, maybe, release Age of Mythology 2. What Age of Myth now needs to become probably the biggest in the entire franchise is a brand new game. Because you always will limit yourself when it's an old game. It can be the best game in the world, but like people typically don't pick up new, like old games if it's a new game to them, right? Gatekeeping because people are just much better. Old graphics, whatever it may be, keeps them away no matter how incredible the game is. But this was an incredible showing of Age of Myth. These two played their hearts out like absolute champions. Mr. said it, and I agree, people don't realize how close Mr. was to getting absolutely dunked in Game 2 and 3. Game 1, he was just dominant, right? But Game 2, Recon turned up big time. He almost had him. There was a little bit of hesitance, and I think sometimes Recon does still kind of put Mr. on a pedestal because he idolizes him. And I wonder if he would have like been a bit more against someone else. But I think Recon knows he has this issue. I talked about it before. Like, if I had a hidden cup, how much better would he do against Luciferon, Vortex, Beastie, these type of people, right? But it shows you how far Recon's come so quickly, man, and how far ahead of everyone else these two are currently. I mean, they delivered a masterclass. This is an entertaining game. A little bit confusing because of the UI. People asked about, like, why didn't we flip the UI? We didn't flip the UI for a really good reason here, because Red's on the left side, right? But we've got his stuff on the right. It's because there's a bug currently in Capture Age where if you flip this, the bars do not flip, but their colors do. So all of a sudden, like, if we flipped it, it would be saying that Recon has 5 units and Mr. has 8, but the colors wouldn't do it right. So that's why we made the judgment call. It only really impacted that game. We got into Game 3, and this should have sold people. This was the one. This is the crowning jewel game. This game showed people everything Age of Mythology could be. This game showed people that Age of Mythology, from a hype perspective, can probably eclipse any other Age of game in existence for spectacle, right? And it's funny as well, because they had an Inferno play, which is the big Firewolf, and it didn't even hit. It completely, it hit a TC. It was kind of irrelevant. But it was still epic to look at. And I remember a game from the qualifiers where that ended the entire game, right? And it looked incredible. Like, no other game in the entire Age of franchise delivers the spectacle that Myth does. And I was talking to Mr. about this. Like, some players, I remember, like, I think Papa said, you know, one thing he doesn't like is, like, he feels as if someone gets Age 4 and you're just dead, right? Because they earthquake your base, GG. But Mr. made a very fair point, and this preparation. If you don't think you can end the game before they reach Age 4, act like they're going to reach Age 4, right? So you don't build all your farms around your TC, you build them off to the side, you build your houses off to the side. Otherwise, an Earthquake is going to end your game. And I agree with that. Like, Myth feels polarizing to some people who have played other Age of games because it's completely different. And if you play this same approach you would in 4 and 2, where you only play condensed, you are going to get punished for it. So, you know, also these two, man, like, dude, they're like, I mean, they're like brothers, but sometimes it feels like they're father and son. They are so incredibly close. Like, Recon was even at Mr.'s wedding, right? And this is classic Mr. I said it on the cast. He literally just starts talking to him about what went wrong in the game. That's classic Mr. He just can't help himself. He loves to break everything down. But this guy, man, he's been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Yo, who are these two cuties? Oh, man. But yeah, that was an incredible one, right? So, like, I think Age of Myth, if they've started working on a 2, if they've got a team working on a 2 that releases in a few years, I think that could be bigger than any of the Age of games. If it keeps the heart of mythology, and they make a true sequel, not a remaster, not a definitive edition, but like real new game, it has the potential to go as big as Age of Empires 4's launch. And if they get the balance right with that one, they can do what we couldn't, which is they can retain. So yeah, I think Myth deserves to still be there. 4, I hope, is still there. It's just unfortunate that the Grand Finals didn't give the hype it actually displays. But I hope that that's going to make a return as well. It definitely deserves to. So let's talk about AoE 2, because there's a few things there, right? And obviously, like, I don't know everything about AoE 2, but I'll try to, like, you know, I pick stuff up quickly. AoE 2 is one of those games that I've watched on the side in the past. I've watched T90 for years. Love those games. I've followed it loosely. It's kind of like with Counter-Strike as well, where I say if I had work in the scene, I'd probably be more involved in watching and participating because I could afford the time. I think Age of Empires 2 is a very good game. Some people are going to disagree with that. They're going to cringe, and maybe some people are going to follow me with that. But for what it is, a game to last that long and have that type of like community around it is not easy. You have to have a good game for it to last that long. I don't think it's going to ever be the next big RTS because it has the same issue that Age of Mythology Retold has, which is it's a remastering of a previous perfect game. So like this is a very different situation. And the thing is that in this environment, AoE 2, I think, has obviously always been the heart of RedBull Wololo, right? This is undeniable. And I know some people felt snubbed or whatever AoE 4 because we used to have the big tournament. This time we didn't have the big tournament. But like, what I want people to really appreciate is this is still AoE. Like, it has been AoE 2. It's always been AoE 2. It doesn't mean it can't become these other things, but the way we act matters a lot. The game's delivered. The semi-finals between Leary and Viper was incredible. That was setting up for potentially the best storyline you could have had at the event. Hero was expected to dominate. Tato was already out. I low-key was thinking about it from a narrative standpoint, and I think I wanted Viper to win, and here's why. Hero was expected to win. Leary was expected to make Grand Finals. He always makes Grand Finals, right? He's made almost all of them, if I remember correctly. He's made the last, like, 7 or 8 Grand Finals on LAN. Viper's comeback was incredible, and that set up an amazing story because you have to remember with Viper's wrist issues, there's been a lot of talk as to whether he'll even play anymore, right? For him to come in like that was absolutely incredible. So like that was like for storyline, I think that would have been the most epic one, but Hera having a dominant year, like I think it was 8 back-to-back S-tier events, incredible for him and well-earned victory, man. But I don't like the drama around, like, what was it? So there's a patrol thing. There's a patrol interaction with a stand ground stance, rather, in AoE 2 that allows you to do some pretty ludicrous things. So let me see if I can find it, because Nilly actually, like, looked at it this week, and it is really broken what you can do with it. So I'm trying to find it now. But the so has anyone got a clip? Someone clip me if you've got it. I imagine someone saved it. But basically, this is I'm trying to think. It's kind of on par with how egregious animation canceling could be in AoE 4. But if you guys remember, we had a tournament where people done that, and we didn't ban them. We fixed it in the rule set. So all this crap talk that I've seen around in 2 or 4 because people looking for ammunition, wherever you are, is wrong. Absolutely wrong. What Hera done is he utilized mechanics available to him in the game, which were not banned by the rulebook, which were not fixed by the devs, that has existed in the game for a long time. So I actually don't like that people piled on Hera and accused him of mechanic abusing. And really big shout out to Viper, by the way, because he came in and defended it, and defended his win. Because Viper is an absolute lad. He's incredible. I love that guy. But, you know, I'm always reminded of a certain thing from Dota 2, for anyone who has not seen it. There was something very infamous in Dota 2 called the Fountain Hook. And this is where we get into the discussion of, like, exploitation and cheating. Exploits and cheating are different things, and I don't like when people muddy the two. Exploitation of poorly designed game mechanics is like, fix your freaking game, right? It's entirely different. Why can I not find the Fountain Hook for Dota 2 Ti? This is being a bit weird. So Found hook should be coming up, yeah. So the thing is, like, I don't like this approach of, an exploit is like cheating. If it's not in the rules, it's not cheating. That's always been my take. That will always be my take, right? If someone finds something creative to win the game, to exploit the game, whatever, they should be rewarded for it, right? Big golf clap. Oversight by the devs. Okay, fix it next time. But, like, I don't like this idea that, oh, how shameful. He found something to get a competitive advantage. Yes. Yes, he did. Like, if you think about it, in some ways, that's no different than, like, picking HRE in AoE4 right now. They're broken because devs had oversight and made a slip-up with balancing them. Do we, like, say players should be banned because they picked it? No, we ban it, right? Or, like, if we thought it was absolutely broken, we'd ban it from use in a rulebook, right? Like, I think, yeah, Fnatic gets mentioned here because wasn't it Fnatic had that Counter-Strike game, the infamous Counter-Strike game where they had the full team stack on Counter-Strike where they stood on top of each other and sniped the enemy. That did get reverted because there was a rule. Look at that, guys. Rules are helpful. So there was a rule in the handbook that said any, like, I think it's pixel jumps aren't allowed. Pixel jumps are where you're, like, able to stand on top of each other. So they covered that, right? But there was nothing about that in AoE2. Should there have been something about that in AoE2? 100%. Like, watching it back, it looked broken. I think I saw, like, Magugu put something out about this. Magugu is one of the players and content creators for Team Fox, an AoE2 team. He highlighted that, like, watching it back, it looks broken and it needs to be banned from competitive games and then fixed. And I'd agree. With what I watched, I'm trying to find the clip now. I don't know if anyone's seen it or can find it. But it needs to go. It's way too strong. What happened is, so the way it works, I'm going to try to describe it without, like, can I maybe find it? Can anyone remember what game it was in? I'm trying to remember what game it was in the grand finals. So if I can maybe find it. Because basically, what he done is you can patrol units, but if you do it right, you can layer your units on top of each other. Was it fourth game? So you can layer your units on top of each other to essentially just, like, completely wipe an enemy army. Because what happens is as they patrol, they're no clipping on each other. So, like, you have multiple units on top of each other mailing away. And that, of course, minimizes the exposure point for your army, right? So, like, it's a broken thing. It was third game. Thank you, Don. Can you remember how far in it was? Do you guys remember? Check Discord. Thank you. Thank you, Crackety. Appreciate you, buddy. So it is at 6:52. So we'll go to 6:52. So this was, you'll see it in action. It's pretty ridiculous. 6:52:52. Okay, yeah, this is the thing. So this is broken. Right? And this is in a game that Hera lost, right? But this is absolutely broken. So what's happening is they are running over each other. They shouldn't be able to do this. And what it's doing is it's minimizing the hit point for melee units because obviously less of them are able to get in. But you have like 3 times the units on the same spot hitting back. Look at how quickly a counter to this cavalry gets wiped, right? It's insanely broken. But that is utilization of a broken game mechanic that has not been banned, has not been fixed. I don't blame Hera at all. His job as a competitive player is to do everything within the rule set to win, right? If it's banned or if it's hacking, it's different. But if it's not banned from the rule set, if it's not cheating outside the game, I don't see the problem, right? Like, and people, no, I don't like the organize a fail thing because here's the thing I'm going to say. Like, this has been in the game for years. Devs haven't fixed it. People haven't been banning it. So this is like an oversight. This is one of those oh no moments. I was trying to find the one from, wait, did we play my music again? So I was trying to find the one from Dota 2. So there's something that was done in TI3. Here you go, the fountain hook. And this is in that same loo. No one thought about this until it was done. So the way this works, and yes, you're seeing the stupidity of that on your screen right now. Does that look balanced to you? No. In fact, the Alliance owner, there's even an infamous clip of him going, how is that even balanced? Right? This was insane. So what this was is they discovered this hero here has a skill that sends your teammate back to your base after a delay. And this hero here has a hook. which grabs someone and pulls them. Funny interaction there. You throw out the hook, but then the hook pulls back to where you are at the time of connection. So what players done, what they discovered that they could do, Na'Vi turned around this game because of it. They kept hooking the carry, timing it perfectly, and dragging him into the fountain where you have the equivalent of 15 keeps attacking. Did they get banned for this? No. They were revered. The geniuses, the comeback of it, the incredibleness. They had found something so absurdly broken. And it wasn't banned. Because Valve didn't have a rulebook for that. Right? They didn't have a rulebook saying you can't fountain hook. Now, if they didn't fix it, they would have probably put a rulebook in place with that rule for the future. But instead, it was allowed because it was within the rule set. They had done nothing wrong. And that's the importance, I think, that people miss here. As stupid as this looks, right? Make a ruling. I had a pre-season 9 invitational, and I made a ruling mid-tournament because it was like very low budget that Republicans couldn't be used because they were bugged. The difference here is these players have been practicing for RedBull Wololo for months. You can't just make a judge ruling like that. But it needs to happen afterwards now, I think. I think what needs to happen is the devs need to fix it. And probably in the meantime, we might see some players like some tournaments just say you can't have it, right? Like, the weird part to me is if it's existed in the game all these years, why has no one else used it up until now? And don't tell me they're too honorable or any crap like that. You're a pro, you want to win. It seems reasonable, do it, right? So, like, that's my take on that. Hera's not to blame for winning, right? This is an oversight on, like, a developmental balance side. It's not even a RedBull oversight, right? Like, they're not... RedBull is not experts on everything in the game, right? This is the thing, right? So, like, with that in mind, props to Hera on getting the win. Funnily enough, it didn't matter. Viper turns it around because he's absolute god. It was actually an insane comeback from him. But I think AoE2 done really well. Also, the people in the community were insanely welcoming to me, right? Some of them, a lot of them, I figured they wouldn't remember me. Most did. And they were so welcome. They're so happy to see me again. They were so welcoming to the outsiders, right? The AoE 4 people, the Age of Myth people, the AoE 1 people. They went out of their way, right? And that is important. So important. And it leads into this next part. I am saddened that there were apparently some people who were opinionated in Twitch chat or on Reddit or whatever about 4 being there or Myth being there. And you know what? Right now, I imagine there's a few people in the chat like, yeah, go off on 1, KP. Shoot him down. Could have. Maybe. If some of you hadn't seen pigs rolling in the muck and decided to join them. You know, when you look at 2 and 4 and all these scenes, you think RedBull has millions and millions of dollars, right? Like, they could wipe their ass with stacks of cash and never run out. Why are they doing Age of? Do you guys ever think it's because they love the scene? And they love the people in it? And they love the interactions they get in it? Because that's all I felt at the castle. Everyone loving that everyone was there. I remember I finished my cast for Age of Mythology and Tina and Dave came up. Like, insane cast, man. You set such a, such a level for this now. Like, wow. Right? Like, the positivity, the shared experience, the love that was there in that castle. And I think what people often forget is when you look at Twitch and you look at Reddit, it's vocal minorities with opinions, because opinions are like assholes. Everyone has one. A lot of those opinions can be wrong. But what I'm disappointed by is what we needed to do was completely rise above it. Wowing and then using like the fact they shot first to shoot back doesn't make us look better, right? Like, I'm always reminded of the classic when you see 2 people arguing, right? Like kids. You're like, oh my god, they both look immature. And then I'm always reminded of, like, the perfect example was, like, in Counter-Strike, there was a guy where this girl went off on an insane one on a broadcast. I can't remember now. I don't like I led with this girl, but, like, it's the way people remember it because it was polarizing. It was on a women's broadcast. I forget his name, but he said that the team underperformed. And she just went into him. She's like, who are you to even be here? Get off this stage. And do you know what he done? Ignored it. He's like, just try to get on the show. That was the parent-child dynamic. If you have a kid and they start moaning, do you get on the floor and roll around crying like you're in an Asda advert? No. No, you don't. You tell them to get their crap together and get a move on. And I don't like that some people decided to take this opportunity because there was someone toxic on Twitch chat, or some people toxic on Twitch chat, to dive into the pool of poop with them. That disappoints me. That made us look bad, right? And you have to realize that from RedBull's perspective, they could do anything. They choose to come and do this because they think it's of worth, but also because they love doing it. I think people discredit that way too much. And I also think between the mud rolling and how we acted originally with AoE4, I am worried as to whether we're going to get to be involved. And I hope that me and people like Puppy Paw and Marine Lord, even though probably calling everyone bad in your interview is not a good way to go, I hope that the people that they saw from 4 were good enough ambassadors for them to go, no, we do like these guys. We do like this scene. We do want to be a part of this. Because when everything got announced before, I understand that people were upset about the level of involvement, but you can't tell me that we didn't act entitled. I said it. We got given something, and we said we wanted more. When we were entitled to nothing. And I'm saying that as someone who puts more hours into this scene than almost anyone else, as someone who puts more hours into this scene than anyone else who makes money out of it. That we done fudged up. And this just kind of made it worse. I'm not going to highlight the people that decided to take the bait on this, but like, this was bait being set and we nibbled on it. And we didn't need to. Right? I think we set ourselves up for a disappointing situation there. Because there will always be this kind of crap. If I go on Reddit right now and put in killer pitch, how many people here think I suck as a caster? Ones? Don's going to put a 1, of course. But like, you know, how many people really think I suck as a caster? I mean, I'm assuming probably next to no one because you're all here, right? But like, sometimes, yeah. Oh, get out of here. Dude, you're trash. You couldn't even make playoffs for Myth. But like, there are people who say that. Thank you, Anthony, for the Prime sub. Thank you, buddy. But like, people say that. There's people that believe that whole that I suck as a caster. And they're toxic about it. There's no criticism. There's just toxicity, right? Doesn't mean they're right. Just like, you have 85,000 people watching AoE2's games, and probably 30 people maximum are spamming the chat between them about AoE4 sucking. Is that indicative of the 80,000 people watching? Or is that the vocal minority? Think about when you read like review situations. Unless people incentivize, they're more likely to make a review when they're angry than when they're happy. It's like, I don't like that we basically made out that the entire AoE2 scene is toxic when it's a vocal minority. And then we like kind of brought out our own toxicity. I haven't dove fully deep. I saw initial response. I was like, why are we doing this? So I don't know how toxic we got. But this, I've been over this before so many times, right? And this leads us perfectly into the future. We are too small to pettily punch each other in the gut. The RTS scene is a dying scene. Reality check. It's harder and harder every year to get new generations to come play RTSs. Fact. Because it's a skill set that is hard to begin with and keeps rising in the talent level required. And when we treat the whole industry does this right now in a way like, yeah, that game failed, which I hate to see. I hate that there's the vocal minority that drive this narrative of game failed, thumbs up, right? Like fist, yeah, we done it. Dude, you should want every game to succeed. Every single one of these, I wish nothing but the best for. 2 is a unique game to 4. 4 is a unique game to Myth. These are all entirely different games that will apply to different audiences. The worry that went around that Age of Myth was going to take our jobs, and then 4 was like, good, like, 2 was going to take, 2 was like, 4 was going to take our jobs. No, they don't. They build their own community. They always do. Right? Like, some can do, like, the crazy part is some can do more damage to others because of the negative spiral, not because of the positive spiral. The positive spiral, rising tides lift all ships, right? But, like, there are examples of RTSs recently that the damage they've done with expectations and everything else around it has essentially killed another game. Is that what you guys want? you want to like is this like a I like to imagine everyone watching doesn't want this, but is this what some people want? Like, dude, I'm about to fall off the side of a cliff, so let me just drag you down with me. Sort of, like, because that's how it feels. And the weird part is, like, when I see these type of community revolts, it's not that you're about to fall off the side of a cliff or, like, you're bleeding out, so let's shoot him, right? It's almost like you've got a gun, point it in your own chest to shoot the guy behind you. It's, like, so double damage, double kill. It's mind-boggling to me that we see this so often at the moment. And we are really in, like, I think a toxic spiral in the wider gaming sphere because the vocal people are always cheering for deaths of games, not just in the Age-of franchise, but wider, instead of praising success. And that hurts me so deeply, man. Like, we need to realize that all these games succeeding is a good thing. When AoE 1, 2, Myth, 4, whichever one does better, more sponsors are looking and going, wow, maybe RTS isn't dying, right? Like, let's say RedBull looked at this and they they done really well. Let's say RedBull's competition, one of their competition looked at this and went, wow, bloody hell, look at the positive attitude around the whole community, successful events, and you know what? No toxicity. Like, these guys are great. We're gonna go run an event for 4. We're gonna go run an event for Myth. We know that RedBull's got 2 cornered at the moment. That was their biggest show. We want to try to snatch that away before they now take the rest, right? Like, I think people highly underrate, especially in esports, the willingness for people to commit resources on an unparalleled level into some things that can almost seem questionable because RedBull could just go do a Dota 2 event or a Valorant event, right? Or a Fortnite event. I think they do Fortnite, but you know, all these different games they could do, they come here. Why do they come here? Because they are able to justify the marketing value, but more so, they love being here. And when people decide to be toxic pieces of they ruin that. And so, like, I'm not even kidding. I know on like a Valve level, right, when they were doing something at an event and a player came along, he's like, I think this would be better. Because his attitude was wrong, the guy flat out said, why are you ruining this for us? And what he meant by that is we do this because we find it fun. That fits, right? Because Valve has Steam. They don't need to run TI. They didn't need to run the majors for years like they did. They could just sit there and milk the fact that they are the go-to platform. But they want to do something special. And it's the same with RedBull. RedBull could just go do Extreme Sports. They could just go and do Dota 2. They could probably just go do Deadlock right now because, let's be honest, its trajectory is looking bigger and better than probably all of these RTSs here combined. Why are they here? Because they love this scene. They love these games. They love this community. But when this type of crap happens, they start to love both a little less, right? There's no, because we're all grown-ups here, right? Like, I've seen the average demographic. You're all, like, most of you are 25 to 40-year-olds. Sorry to the, like, 2-year-old pipsqueak who's watching, but you can't play this like you're a 4-year-old and say, well, he threw a punch first, so I threw a punch. No, dude, you took the bait. And I hope this is something we learn from, because I really want AoE 4 to be involved. I know some people are the opinion that we can do fine without RedBull. Why should we have to, man? They came in and they wanted to do more, right? And like this whole idea of like, oh, they took money from different tournaments. I don't think that's entirely true. And also the marketing off of this. Like, I try and source sponsorships for tournaments, right? I'm going to go and use this as like an example. Yo, look at how many viewers watched RedBull Wololo and it only had 1 series. Positive spin. So yeah, the future, I hope, is bright. I think in some ways, RedBull has their work cut out for them. That castle set such an insanely high standard, it's going to be tough to eclipse it. They are going to struggle, I think, to make a better event. And that's not an insult to what they do. It's just they done such a good job. The big improvement would, of course, be the technical issues, but I think that was always going to happen. I think people need to give it a bit of slack. They went to a castle in the middle of bloody nowhere. If you remember the early Heidelbergs, if anyone watched, they had their own technical issues. So, like, they have to overcome a new place. I hope they go there, and I hope they're able to improve that viewing experience, because I can't fully talk about the online viewing experience because I was there in person. Very different, right? But my experience in person, RedBull, as always, are one of my favorite TOs to work with. They are so understanding. They bend over backwards. They go out of their way with the loot and the gear, which I'll show you some of in a sec. And they're an absolute gem, right? Like, actually, I'm going to show you some now, guys. You saw the hoodies, right? We have scarves. They do all these on a limited edition run, by the way. It's only for this event, right? So you can only get them in person. So this is one thing I got. This is a scroll holder, and it's got my RedBull supply inside. It also has a scroll, and then at the very end, coolest of all, you ready for this? I can now give my stamp of approval to people's builds. And not just that, you'll know if it came from me. Because that is a one-of-a-kind pigeon stamp of approval. Right? That's like small things like that. Shows how much they care. All right? Who goes and puts this much thought into things to make for their event? You have to give so much of a crap about what you're doing. And remember, guys, I'm not an AoE2 caster. Right? Oh, KP, they just done an extra one for you. Yeah, but they put the extra effort in. Right? The amount of cool things here. I've even got mouse pads. Honestly, let me bring the mouse pads over. I also just love the look of their books. So these are, I snatched a few of these. These are the books that players use for their notes. I love these. So, mouse pad. That's a sick mouse pad. They even small things, like all the small things they think about. Like they gave me some pins. And by the way, guys, there's only 100 of these that exist. I have 3 of the 100 that exist. These ones, to my understanding, only about 30 or 40 of exist at all. Right? This, only 1 exists of. You ready for this? Because the flags this year were even better. Let it be known as well, I was the first Age of Empires 4 invitee to get a flag, so they can all suck now. They go beyond. It's insane. I'm going to have to like do some of my back wall. And you know what the crazy part is? They do this all, and then afterwards, like I don't think people realize the type of money they put in and what happens to it. Afterwards, it just gets like pulled down by an outside team, right? Like all the little drafting pieces as well. Like I saved a few of them around the back here. So I've got Japan, which doesn't show well on a green screen. Oranos and Frey. Right? Like small details like this. Like it's rare that you see someone who cares as much as RedBull does. Especially for such a fleeting scene. AoE has always been a legacy brand. Yet they care enough to be there time and time again. Like, even the simple things. I snatched some of my outfit. All the simple things, like proper leather-made satchel that goes on your side that you can put a phone in, but other than that, you're not going to use. Like the belts, the tunics. Once again, who cares this much? Right? Who? About a scene as small as we are. Because I'm not trying to size shame, but let's be real. We are small. Oh, also the question, I will say the questionable scarves for Spain. But I mean, at night it got really cold. It's the style as well, man. Like all the small details. When I look at the way they create things, even things like the hoodie, the fact that they just went for the weird choice of making one sleeve yellow, one sleeve red, right? And it fits the brand. This is a community that cares. They fly out co-streamers for Germany, for Spain. I think they had another country there as well. Why? They don't need to, right? You ask to be involved and they do whatever they can. They bend over backwards, right? And that's someone that should be praised. I don't like that in the lead up to Wololo, there was an element of like, well, I mean, like, why should we even, like, why do we need them? We'll just go do it our own. Is it not easy if we do it with them? Have them part of the journey to build something great, memorable, that lasts? Like, these guys are incredible, and I will always support them, right? They have treated me with nothing but respect. I also can assure you that, like, next time, I'm going to go out my way to be involved, if there is a next time, helping them with rule sets and everything else. So you can, like, stamp of approval, someone who basically lives and breathes more AoE4 than almost anyone in the scene will help out as much as possible. Because they care. They heard that, and they were over the moon when they heard that. They're like, really? You sure? It's like, yes. Anything to help. Because we've got to prove, like, honestly, we've got to prove that we deserve to have them. I think there's been, you know, in the past, in the build-up, and like especially 2 months ago, there was way too much the other direction. Like, why do we need them? Well, because we want more people in. Because I don't think anyone's ever thought about what happens if EGC disappears tomorrow, which it could just do for whatever reason, right? Like, grim outlook, but what if Pessy gets hit by a truck? What happens? And some people go, well, like, you know, someone else to take over. Yeah, but like, is the scene better for having only one person at the helm? Or is it better with multiple supporting each other? That's my rounding thought. I mean, if people think RedBull's a negative to be involved in the scene, I think, quite frankly, you have paid zero attention to anything they've done over the last several years. RedBull, I hope you're going to be involved in the future. I appreciate you guys involved. Obviously, I appreciate I was invited. I hope there will be again. But I love everything they've done for 1, 2, Myth, and 4. They didn't have to do it for anything but 2. They could have just chosen 2. But they're trying to find a way to justify, to involve on a level that makes sense to them at each stage, these other games. And my hopes is that we, as a community, as Myth, 4, 1, as communities, have all shown we're ready to level up, we're ready to be involved more. Give us 4 players on LAN, we'd be more than happy. Because I think there's a lot of potential here. And they clearly love and believe in it. And the more positive we are, right? I'm not saying don't be critical. If there's something wrong, like we said, Empire Wars could have been good with enough practice, but maybe it's too challenging. The approach matters. I am a firm believer in constructive criticism over flaming. There's a drastic difference between the two. When you watch me cast, I don't say a player sucks. I tell you why the play potentially sucks and why it might not be advisable. I do my best to do that. That's the difference that we need to see in the community. When you roll around in the mud being negative, all you get is people leaving. And I don't want RedBull Wololo to leave us. I want us to, 10 years from now, go, wow, 17th edition of RedBull Wololo. What an achievement. Because what people don't realize is RedBull doesn't hang around long in scenes. And it's not because of, like, they don't, you know, they like, grab and go. It's because they love to be different. When you, like, they done an Elden Ring event, they might do one more of those ever. They don't hang around this long unless they love a community. They don't invite anything to be involved in that core unless they love the idea of it. So there they are, with open hands, offering you some water while you're in the middle of a desert here in our AoE4 land. Maybe it's about time to start sipping and saying thank you. All right, guys, that's going to be all in this video. We're going to wrap it up now. So if you have watched all the way through the end, I appreciate the support. Let me know if you want to see more of these kind of talking head talks. I don't do them as often, but maybe I should. I think it's a cool way to go. And like I said, you know, I'm the guy at that castle that probably, like, out of all the people that were probably talking, I probably have the most insights overall. Like, yeah, they treated me nothing but great. They were always checking on me. They were always curious. So many of them remember me. Even people that I thought wouldn't remember me. And, you know, you guys might try to make out like, oh, I'm everywhere. But, like, for them, they might not see me regularly, right? So, like, I appreciate them. And I appreciate all you. Make sure you like, make sure you subscribe, make sure you follow. And we just hit 5,000 subs on YouTube, by the way. Big pog on that. Hopefully the first of many more thousands to come. And I'll catch you all on the flip side. All right. But if you are watching on the Twitch side, we keep on rolling. Let me catch up with the chat a bit. Whew. I'm hands down the best. Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, that's the other thing, guys. Like, there was a lot of people who watched AoE2 that were saying they love my casting, actually. I was kind of surprised. Like, does that sound like a toxic community to you? Did they have toxic members? Sure. But they're not all bad people. Why there was not moderators in the chat? I mean, KP, be honest here. For Strange, will start insulting your kid. I mean, the problem is, like, you have to get people to offer to moderate, right? And not everyone wants that responsibility because, GLL, have you ever been responsible for moderating a chat of 50,000 plus people? It's not fun. It might sound fun to have the power, but you realize it's not fun very quickly. The Infinite Game by Simon & I think I've heard some about that, but I've never read it. Like, I don't know if you know this about me, Tom, but I tend to, like, read subtitles. That's usually what I do. Hey, so... Just catching up in chat. The event was insane. Yeah, the tech issues were going to happen. Like, dude, they moved to a new location in the castle. It's not going to be perfect, but I think they've done a phenomenal job. Why is KP driving? No, I wasn't driving the bus, but like I was like, dude, like I don't feel comfortable going up that. It's such a. I should have recorded it. Basically, the bus took us up a very thin path to reach the top of the hill for the castle, but it's such a thin path. It's like if a guy just like sneezed and hit the accelerate, you'd be dead. There's a lot of trust. They took it slow, but it still was kind of like whoa. And yeah, like I don't know how Pesty keeps going, man. And I don't like when people like take a crap on his ideas for different events. I want to make more unique events for AoE4. Damn right you have, Anthony. All the way since Foxhole. Such a long time. Good lord. And MJ, that's exactly what I'm talking about right there. Like, that's so unneeded, man. You know what I mean? Like, if you're not a fan of someone, sure, but like, I don't know why you need to crap on them. Like, I don't know, butter me up, but I've said it before. Like, when people praise me as well, I don't like it when they praise me and they crap on people that I consider friends. Like, Nilly, in particular, I consider to be a bro. Dave and me bonded a lot at this event. They are phenomenal people, right? It's weird because I think some people sometimes think they're helping when they take a dump on someone else because, like, it's my competition. They're my competition, but they're my friends as well. And also, I've said this before, I don't like the idea of, like, people need to crap on someone else to make me look better because what you're saying is I'm not good enough to be better, right? They have to have something wrong with them for me. Like, you know, it's like someone saying, you can't be pretty. We need to basically like highlight this person has like a giant wart on their face before like to highlight that you're pretty, right? I get that people like making comparisons, but I don't like the way you have to take a crap on someone else for it. Especially when it's so personal a lot of the time. Thank you, Tessa. What I dislike is that it seems like a part of it is coming from the top of AO2, not just from random trolls. I think sometimes it's like ill-informed and it goes to that nuclear like deterrent of I think they're going to do it first. So I'm sure she won't mind me saying, but I had this with Debbie. And, you know, sharing this because I think it was a positive outcome is we met last Wololo and we talked it out on both sides, our perspectives, and she had a feeling of like, this has always been an AoE2 event. It's weird that it's not now. And I said, I get that, but you're a public figure and people look to you and they see your opinion and that will rile up the toxic people. And she understood fully and she apologized. And I like to think that she likes me as a person quite a bit and I'm an AO4 person, right? So like, she understood afterwards. I think she's been a lot different with her tweets because she understands that like, whether she likes or not, by Viper being so popular, people are going to look and treat her tweets and whatever with a lot of respect and a lot of credence and go above and beyond for it, right? And she, I think, has taken a more positive light because of that, right? So, like, you have to inform these people and you have to approach it in a meaningful way. Like, the problem is when someone just says, AO4 sucks, you immediately go on the defensive, right? You don't, like, how often have you tried to bring them around versus just saying, AO2 sucks, right? And then you're both just yelling at each other. It's like mad old men yelling at each other, but they don't know what they're yelling, right? You have to bring people to the table. That's what, like I said, AoE4, sadly, this Grand Finals didn't do the justice of telling people what the game can be, how incredible it can be. Sadly, that Grand Finals, and it's no offense to the players, it's just, it was always set up to be that way when it was 2 months pause of them not knowing what the other's doing. That Grand Finals is kind of always going to be an inevitable disappointment, right? Just a reality. And it's sad because had it had something like an Elite Classic Grand Finals or a Master of Realms Grand Finals, the amount of people would have been pogging. Like, look at how great Age of Mythology's Grand Finals were. Yeah, but Don, once again, like, opening salvo might be aggressive, but like, it says if people come in expecting you to be aggressive about something or whatever, right? Like, and they're just like that's their expectation. They're gonna be aggressive. Do you get where I'm coming from? So like, it goes back to the idea of do you want to be the kid or the adult? Now I know you want to be the kid because who doesn't love pulling all their villagers at the start to ape someone's TC? But you know, if you really want to get people around and get them from their entrenched view, you have to fight the empathy and maturity win, right? Well, thank you, Don. I appreciate that, buddy. Yeah. I think it's good that I did the time limit matches. How would you give the point to a draw? I mean, like, it's not time limit. It's just design that leads to that. It's kind of awkward. Like, with AoE 4, I think another thing that didn't help is, like, I was saying to the guys, this is gonna be funny because we made it at BO5 because obviously you don't want the day to go too long. But our meta is quicker than yours right now too. And they're like, really? And I was like, yeah. And then from what I recall, the games weren't that quick, right? I think at least game 1 really didn't set the right tempo because of course they had to be really calculated and slow about it because you want to make sure you're winning. The game went, was it like 30 plus minutes? But it didn't feel like an impactful 30 minutes from what I remember, right? Like, let me have a look here. I think it actually finished like 27, 28. Yeah, it's about 28 minutes. But it felt much longer because of the kind of like dance around the map they done, right? And then game 2, I think, was much quicker, 20-ish minutes. But it's water, man. Like, water just puts a bad taste in the mouth. And then, like, yeah, we got into the non-stop, which also felt long because it's relentless pressure, right? But yeah, I think I've given my point about like feedback points about how our game can improve. If we apply those things I was talking about, I don't know, maybe I don't know if people stay tuned in. They probably molded when I went on about Empire Wars. Maybe they should have kept it. But like, I think there is I think there's a lot of potential still that Age of Empires 4 needs to hone in on. And a lot of it is actually surprisingly in sound, graphics, and those sort of things. Like, I think sometimes our game is so focused on looking pretty, it fails to look impactful, if that makes sense. Isn't AoE 2 on a 1.5 by default? Yes. But the problem is, like, the way that AoE 4 has been coded, it's not as easy to do as AoE 2. Sapineri, really never paid attention to AoE 4 Myth before. You made me like it more with your passion. Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate you. It's a pleasure to meet you as well. Yeah. It's cool meeting all the different people. Like, it's so nice, like I said, how welcoming everyone was. And I hope, by the way, you are able to find a way to the more passionate thing you were looking to do. So, looking forward to that. But yeah. Help each other up, guys. That's my take. I think that, I've said, like, maybe I could farm 300-400 more average viewers by being more polarizing. I like to think I'm fair with my polarization. I'm definitely not the guy who's like throwing flowers and making love all the time. Like, well, not love. Shelling, make love, not war all the time. There are times we have to make a stand. But I also think that, I often try to look at it from both sides for better or worse. Because like when you go in blind with half of the understanding of the situation, you set yourself up for disappointment and failure, right? Versus when you prepare and know everything. So yeah, big difference, big deal. Okay. So wait, what's your opinion on the admin lock? Wait, what happened? I don't know. What was this thread about? I'm confused. Can you explain what it was even about? Because it just says locked at the top, right? Was this the one where, like, it had all the different Twitch comments everywhere? Because that's the one I saw going around. But it's like, this is what I mean. It's like, that literally, all that ends up doing is inciting... Okay, got you. Because, like, whoever done that one, all that done is incited hate the other way. Right? It's like, it was such an ugly look. Because I think whoever created that thought they were, like, moral high grounding for us. But, like, they didn't. They kind of done more damage than good with that take. All right, let's have a look here. Jesus, a bit blurry. Hey, AoE 2, folks. I'm an AoE 4 and AoE player, and this is the post for the love of the franchise. Intend to watch the AoE 4 and AoE parts 2 without knowing too much. If you're exclusively interested in AoE 2 and not going to watch, then ignore this post. Yeah, first up is AoE 4. Yep. There was a qualifier for the other spot. Papa and Whammer twins. They practice together. Marine Lord. So it's just like informing the stories, right? And just letting them know. I mean, I'm going to just bluntly say this is like, Reddit is very far from perfect. Anyone who's been around here for a while knows my opinions on Reddit. And I do not have a good relationship with Reddit, guys. Reddit, at the beginning of my career, loved me and then decided to criticize everything about me for the next several years of my career. Because this is where a lot of people go to flame. So, like, if there's maybe a toxic admin or something negative is coming, then yeah, it will like happen. Like I don't. Maybe because I had a link there, I don't know. Like it'd be weird, but yeah. I thought BCQ was the best player. Blah blah blah. No, BC's not the best player right now. Marine Lord, and then it's like still Poppy Port at the moment, I'd say. I think like Wham or Anathan next. Louis fallen off a bit. Beastie's in contention there. Like I don't know. I think Anna is close to eclipsing Beastie. Maybe that's a hot take, but we'll see. Yeah, I don't know. I can't tell. Like I don't have insight. I don't know why. Like I don't see anything that's wrong here. Oh, all submissions. That's why they said must in some way relate to Age of Empires 2. I don't know. I think that's like that sounds nitpicky, but yeah, I don't know. But like now it's like now us talking about it here feels nitpicky as well. You know what I mean? It is weird. I agree, it's weird. But like, I don't know. I'd reach out to the mods and be like, I'd flag that because like it is kind of weird. Like your post looked fine to me. So yeah, I agree. That's kind of weird. It is a bit weird. But like, see how I took that? Where like I'm seeing your side, but I'm not like, you know what? We should go burn down the AoE2 subreddit. Please don't clip that out of context, right? It was like I tried to be reasonable. I was like, okay, I don't really get it. I get what the reason is, but obviously they'd read AoE4 and AOM and Hanson AoE2, I guess. Yeah, they didn't provide any sort of flex or understanding of like Wololo. So it was a bit dented, right? Who do you think is the best if you compare Marine Lord, Chim Desang, Hera, and Mister? I think of those four, Mister has proven his capability across more games, and he would adapt quicker to the new games. So Mister has made it to Grand Finals in 4 for Wololo. He also competed very highly in AoE 2 years and years ago. He's a legacy player for Myth, and he's dominating the new Myth, right? I would say Mister. And then on top of that, his approach is healthier than any one of those other players. Mister's the type of player that will spend a few hours playing, and then he'll sit down and reflect. He'll think about things. He'll want to come to new things. He won't just pound games out, because pounding 12 hours a day, 8 hours a day even, sounds like it's good practice, but it becomes very unhealthy, and it actually can lead to a negative evolution of play, right? It doesn't necessarily always improve. It's kind of the same logic as like, as a programmer, I learned this, where like programmers have about 5 hours of good code a day. Anything past that begins to become mush. And the more you go past that, the worse it gets, and you regress, because then you have to fix your crappy code from the previous day, right? And that can be the same with playing too long, because you're now starting to do things badly. And then those bad things, you can start to ingrain through repetition into almost your instinctive reaction. But what you've now done is you've trained yourself to do something instinctively, not even consciously, subconsciously, that's bad, right? And I think Mister understands that better than any of the other players on that list. And no, I didn't play AoE 1 on AoE online rather, but I'm not surprised there either. And yes, Sockton, you're correct. Like, this is exactly what I'm saying. It's like it's a vocal minority rousing up the majority. Because it's almost like, you know, it's like the Cry Wolf type situation, right? It's a bit in a different way, though. It's like if I walked into a room, I was like, bro, did you hear what Hera said? Hera said this game sucks. And like, he might not have said that at all, but I just said that to you. Is your first instinct, like, do you think the majority of people in that room's first instinct is to confirm before reacting? Or do you think most people's first instinct is to get pitchforks? I've seen the way people follow Twitter news. I've seen the way people react with like calls to cancel or whatever someone in any way. People do not react rationally on average. They react to the first thing they see. You need to take no further of a look than what's happening in the presidential campaign most of the time right now, right? It's almost just bodily instinct reaction type situations, right? People just jump to it like, oh, we need to shut that crap down. It's like, well, that crap might not have even happened. Do you want to check? No, we must shut that crap down. So yeah, it's weird. I've had losses to Kazma and Mister that were exclusive to them. Any other losses I'd have experienced first? Yeah. It's like they play different, but I think like if you're talking adaptation, I'd probably put like Mister. So I'm trying to think if we still go. I was weighing up if we're gonna keep going, I might hop on some Throne and Liberty. Because I've still got drops on, so I don't know if some people wanted to farm some drops for a bit. So what I'll do, I'm going to update across to... Because we'll probably stream some more Age of Empires 4 tomorrow, I think is the idea. But we're going to hop onto some Throne and Liberty now. I've got drops on, because I figured I'd be nice and let people farm some drops while we chill. So, let's flip over now. I'm going to start the game up. I have been grinding off stream little bits when I can. So I've reached level 50, so we're kind of into the deep now. So let me go ahead and we'll switch over. If you want to go watch someone doing AoE4, feel free to. Appreciate people that hang around. I like this. Like what I've liked about playing some Throne of Liberty is like it's very chill and we just get to kind of talk, right? Instead of me just casting. So it feels a lot more interactive, which I've said before I like. So let me update. The JD here is Q ability killing builds Is that something you say yay or nay? If something, so like, if they put it in the rule specifically, you can't do it, right? Otherwise, and I've said before that one's awkward to track because it's like how, like it's so difficult to tell whether someone does it intentionally, right? That's what I don't like is when rules have to take almost a subjective perspective of like what is or isn't okay, right? That's when you've already reached a whoopsie point, and at that point you need to be going to the devs and saying, "Can you please fix this crap?" All right, so. Let's get ready for some Throne and Liberty. They fixed it long ago. Yeah, but it was like, I think people got outraged about it. It literally had to be banned in a tournament before that happened, right? I've got shade optimization, so give me a sec. It's a bit laggy. You guys remember my badass? He's level 50 now. Yeah. I don't know how I found the time to actually get 50 between like new child being born, RedBull, Wololo, everything else. I'm kind of impressed. My opinion is that even if it's not in a handbook, you should know you should do it. You shouldn't do that. So no, like the argument there could be like some players will go and confirm with an admin, some won't. But like it's a skill to find broken crap in a game, even long after the game is released, right? It's a skill. And this comes from someone who can respect it because like for years, my favorite thing was essentially breaking devs' games. Not in a hacky way, but almost like Call of Duty. I'd find a way to get out of every single map. Right. So this is a little like mini game to gather resource on the side for those like haven't tuned in for a while. I need ruins though. Are there no ruins? Because like you have these Amatoi with the little signs, and depending on that, you can send them to better locations. No, there's not really much. So this would. Oh wait, there we go. We want those ones. I guess I'll send them for like maybe 4 hours. Sending them shorter is usually better from my understanding. I still only do one expedition though. This is like you know those Facebook game things, like a mini game on the side, which is quite nice. What do you think about Deadlock? Dronga has 40 hours. Yeah, but he's not streaming it, right? I kind of want to start streaming Deadlock, but I don't know. I don't know who would care. I need to organize the details of that PC build first. But when I have a new PC, I want to maybe have a day or two in the week where I do Deadlock. Because I freaking love that game. I actually really, really love that game. Wait, where's the ore? Oh, it's right there. I'm blind. This game is a stunner as well. But yeah, Deadlock is incredible. I will be looking to cast a lot of events in that. Now that I'm back at home, I need to organize events to get involved in. It definitely still has really big issues with its spectating experience, though. That is like, its spectating experience is kind of oof. Right, so we're going to get some quests to do. We need to do some of our dailies. Averaging over 10 hours a day. I mean, Drongo's content with the money he makes from his content, right? He can afford to be.
You're pretty.
It's kind of depressing to think about in some ways. I like to not think about it too much because now that I'm thinking about it, I put in a copious number of hours and I make what he does for like 5 or 6 hours of work, right? So thanks for that. I feel like I should go get the vodka. So refresh these. I think Just looking for things in the same area, so I want the contaminated Mitrins. Because I want things that are in the same area so I can farm them, like stack farm them more efficiently. Do you know the kind of content that Dronga made coming up in AoE3? He invested a lot of time. I'm not fully familiar with the content he created. He was very, very smart when AoE4 came out because he prepped a lot of content to push when no one else could see it. Which I think really went a long way in consolidating his position in the scene. Oh, I'm fully aware, Don. I mean, I'm not sure you should be exposing those details about his revenue. I'm fully aware of what he made in a year. Yeah, I'm not sure if you should be telling that. I'm not sure if he told you that in confidence, sir. But, I mean, I'll be fully transparent, mate. Like, Big Pog, kind of on track for my best month on YouTube. It's probably going to be in the region of 250. Prize internally. Like, you know, I have wondered what I can do different because it's like, I wonder how much of it is just I'm doing a crap job as a content creator versus I'm kind of right in my instinct that the game is saturated. And a lot of that is now legacy. Like, if, for example, and it's no offense to Drongo, it's just on the state of the game. And the people look at the game. If he was to start tomorrow, like, what would his viewership, like, what could he build from zero sort of thing, you know? So. Should I put down the music up a bit? I kind of like the music a bit louder. Might do some dungeons in a sec, so... Music. Oh, we're pretty loud already. He built from 0 into a 400 viewer stream, which was enormous. Yeah, so... And that's not to, like, discredit what he's doing, but, like, if was anyone else contesting it, is what I'm saying. It's kind of, like, I know where you're going, and I don't want this to sound like I'm discrediting what he's done freaking great things, right? But there is something where, like, big fish, small pond sort of thing. And then, like, what you're doing is you're looking... I'm going to give you insights. You're looking for a transfer point if you're being realistic. If there's another game you love that's coming up and you see there's potential to grow and you think your size is right, you're going to start dipping your toe in it. Like, do you guys not think there is a reason why Beastie started playing some Age of Myth? It's just smart. You prep yourself in case the tides shift. If you enjoy both games, great. Obviously, I don't think he really enjoyed it that much, but also I think it's kind of an easier choice to make because Myth's numbers won't continue to grow. Yeah, like, I have wondered if I should do different content type. Like, once this new PC, if I can actually find the parts to get this done ASAP, like, I'm gonna give you an insight. The main one I got on board right now is AMD. If I can find some additional sponsors for this PC and really make it a big boy, I will probably start playing AoE4 for a start, as well as other games. And yes, I know this ability looks sick. Send you a message. One sec, guys. Freya's being bad. I'll be back in a sec. But yeah, like, you know, you look for transfer points, right? And different content. Like, I would like to do things like Japanese to conk only. Alright, guys, give me one sec. I need to go check on my daughter. guys. Yeah, a little bit stressful with 2 kids now. Freya was not going down. I think that's another new challenge I've got now. 1 child is one thing, but 2 children is a whole other thing. I mean, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't kind of worried how that's going to impact things, like from a content creation arc and everything. Because like my partner's going to be more understanding of situations where like, oh, he's casting an event, it's paying this much, it makes sense. But when it's like my long wins of 7, 8, 9 hour streams, that's now going to be, I think, quite challenging. So I haven't really given much thought to that yet. It's all like, it's also streaming, content creation, streaming in particular is very harsh for this kind of stuff. Like, if you think about it, for example, like, appreciate everyone's turned up, right? But like, I've been missing for 2 weeks, right? And the progress I was making, maybe part of it was like because we done the preseason invitation or whatever. But it's like, it's almost a reset, right? Like last few times we streamed for Unlimited, we had like 300-400 people watching. AoE4 today, like we had maybe, I reckon like based on AoE4 alone, it's probably gonna be like 100 average, which sounds good, but we were approaching more towards 200, right? So this is like one of the stressful things about content creation, I think, that like goes remiss, and especially like when it comes to Twitch compared to YouTube, is like it treats it like you can't miss a day. I think is the easiest way to explain it. And that's tough, especially with my line of business, because I'm not just a content creator. Like, unlike most that are just content creators, I'm like a professional caster, or at least I aim to be. Obviously, the last year and 2 has been a bit quieter than I'd like. But it's quite a weird feeling. Yeah. I don't know. We'll see how things go, but I'm hoping like as we start streaming again, viewership will pick up fast. Because I like the idea of reaching that point where we're doing like 3 or 4 hour streams. It's tough though, right? Like, what kind of content do people really want to tune into? Like, what was it? I was trying to hit on stuff like, you know, the stuff that Drongo done that really hit. I think one way we tried to go at the start of the year was community-driven stuff, and the sad reality is we realized it capped out really fast in the people that were interested, which was tough to deal with because it's what I always want to do, right? I want to do things that include you all. But the reality is people cared more about Beastie versus Marine Lord or whatever, right? I think I said it recently, like, it's kind of collectively all of us as content creators' fault. We've created, don't take this the wrong way, an elitist kind of mentality, and what I mean by that is like the type of content you guys have come to expect is absolutely best in game. I mean, props to like people like Wama who are basically building a community that is like not focused on that, right? She's very good at the game, but she's not, for example, top 30. Point of robe and Harry Potter glasses when you say you're a professional caster. Oh, that's right, and then remind people how to say Leviosa. Yeah. It's kind of a tough one. I don't know. And that's also, like I said earlier, that like content creators are always looking for avenues to direct into after the fact, and that holds true for like obviously I'm going to be thinking about that type of stuff, but like this is exactly what I meant. For example, in a BC situation, we said myth, right? Like when Drongo probably is looking at Underlords thinking, is there something I could do here? I know he was previously considering Dota 2, right? Which would have just been, even with his talents, I don't think that would have been viable because Dota 2 is a very different environment. But like you're always, as a content creator, you love to just do like the thing that you already love. But the reality is like there's kind of a thing of if you're not growing, you're stagnating sort of thing. And also, you kind of have to aim for as big as possible. The reason is that you don't know how long you're going to be relevant as a content creator. So if you aim small and then 5 years, the game is dead, you're dead, right? So would you rather aim small, game be dead, or would you rather aim big and eventually be dead, but like you went 15 times bigger instead, right? I always use Ludwig as a perfect example of this. Ludwig, for those who don't know, like most people know him for like his talking head videos or whatever, and things like I let Twitch chat use my Amazon account or whatever. But his start was actually, he was a Smash bro. It's like he began in Smash. And then like to this day, you can clearly tell, like if anyone's watching, you can tell he loves Smash, but he evolved beyond it, right? Because it was going to be limited in what he could do otherwise. I guess we'll do some more things in the jungle, and then maybe we could shift to a new area. I'm gonna have to anyway, because I got Galley Knight 1. Let's just do the 3, and then we'll switch to a new area. 10-4 Tim's a great example of that. Of what? What part? Like not being the best at the game, but like playing it. Yeah. It's kind of like getting, I think part of it for me is genuinely getting over the perfectionist persona, because especially with my PC performing poorly when I'm streaming and playing, it's another reason I always avoided it, because I tried it in the early days, and I didn't like how like I was making mistakes, right? Because I'm very, like, I think people don't realize how much I beat myself up over anything. I've really struggled over the years with things like rumination. Like, yeah, it's always been kind of different for me. Because, like, I know that I can do better. And not in an arrogant way, but like when we're playing for games and whatever, I know I can do better than I'm doing, right? And it rubs me up the wrong way when I'm failing to meet my expected, like, capability. I do with games like Apex, where, like, I know I can smash the comp, but then I fail to because, like, something slipped or whatever. And then it's like, I don't know if there's as much people watching and maybe judging as it's me judging myself more. And for anyone who's like had those type of situations, whether it's anxiety, stress, or whatever, those kind of things are quite often self-fulfilling prophecies, right? Like they creep up and they snowball on you. This guy's trying to steal my stuff. I don't think so, mate. You can farm them, but you can farm them for me. Yeah, so in this game, if you touch a mob, you kind of like dibs it. So unless you like de-aggro it, like you run so far away, you de-aggro it, as long as you've touched it once, yeah, you get the credit. So it's kind of funny, quite often people won't realize they're just kind of farming your kill. Or rather, well, no, farm your kill suggests they're going to get it. They're farming your kill for you. Very nice. What's up, Faye? So yeah, we've come a long way since we last were showing some footage of this, right? So we're level 50, we've got a fully developed build. I love this ability here, by the way. This is the Annihilation Barrage shot. Shoots everything in the radius of us. This build is mana intensive as all hell, though. You eat through so much mana because one of the things we have turned on is this, that every time you shoot, you will use mana. So very powerful, but very consuming. You can see it consumes 20 mana every time it procs, which will proc a lot. But our build, instead of having poison, we have an adaptive poison, which is thunderclouds. So we stack these thunderclouds up, which you can see down here. And then things like that ability there, which is called thunderclouds bombing, will do huge damage based on the number of stacks you put on. And keeping stacks on enemies anyway is really good because what those stacks do is they reduce endurance, which is related to, like, you know, their tankiness and whatnot. To retrieve some smithing tools. I don't know where that is, actually. Oh, we're in the... No. Okay, they do spawn over here. Let's say we're in the completely wrong area, but I think it's fine. How's the frame rate, by the way? Usually my PC prioritizes your guys' viewing experience, so I'm imagining it's okay. I don't know. Maybe we do need to change the type of content. Maybe this talking head type content will be better. And maybe I should like be targeting not just Age of Empires with that. I should be doing like esports, production, all those kind of things, talks wider. Do Deadlock. Do Dota maybe. It's definitely a lot more work, and I need to make sure my editor is someone I can be confident in the way they approach it. But maybe that is the way. The way. Okay, so I think I need to drop to grab brothers up here. Computers does not like this game. Yeah, I mean, like, I have to be careful with my settings, right? I've definitely got things like the DLSS on to help with that. I've just balanced it to a point that's kind of nice. Definitely feeling the difference streaming it versus the last few days when I've been playing it without streaming it. Definitely tanks your frame rate. Should we do maybe some dungeons? You guys want to see some dungeon? A little bit of dungeon mustard. Wait, what? I've got litho stuff. Ooh. Seems like a really crap cape. So, the thing I need to get my hands on... The next thing I want to get my hands on in my build is the... Phantom Morph Tunic. So we need to go do Tyrant's Isle. So what we should do... Party matchmaking is kind of crap. If you want to do somewhere and you're level 50, my advice is go party board instead. It's much easier to just find a party with party board than the alternative. So... Funnily enough, also, tanks and healers are very easy to come by. It's DPS. Oh, sorry, they're hard to come by, rather. It's DPS that's easy to come by. Everyone and their mum is DPS. It's so brutal how hard it is. Like, you'll just try the matchmaking and you'll fill out immediately on DPS role, and then you'll be stuck waiting half an hour to fill your tank role and your healer role. It's actually wild. I didn't check the mechanics on this one, by the way, I just realized. Heal and damage dealers. Yeah, he wants a higher power level. I think I'm close to that one, though. DD is damage dealer, right? Yeah, so we're good there. I'm not going to join one that has a combat power level of 1100. You want to be around 2000 for things to start to feel good, in my experience. Anything lower is just like... You're inviting pain. So, DPS healer. Maybe 2000. Healing DPS, sure. Someone will accept, right? There we go. Some weapons don't drop for a tank or healer? Wait, really? I didn't realize that. Yeah, that's kind of dumb. Yeah, I lucked out. So the second time I done Rex Chimeras, which is the Angry Fire Dog hard difficulty, the second time I done it, I got my Rex Chimera crossbows, which is like is BIS. This is BIS for most crossbow builds, so that was perfect for me. But yeah, I still got a lot of blues. Started to get into the purple territory. I've maxed that out already, because why not? I am maxed on Abyss, though. I should really spend some time doing Abyssal contract stuff. I'm going to go to the very hard place where I watch people clear like 5 mobs at once, and I think, why? How? Why can I not be you? You have the body of an Adonis. Oh. By the way, guys, Protein Works, make sure you use that link. Tomorrow, I might actually begin the day with some of their breakfast line. Breakfast line is really handy, actually. Okay, so a little bit laggy on the load here. Good lord. I suffer, so you don't have to. Need to be careful, because at nighttime PvP gets activated. I don't like the dungeon PvP, because it's mostly redundant. Wait, is that meant to be like a boss thing? I might have a side objective to do with that. It's like, I've just been in a dungeon before and people have killed me at entrance, and there's no reason to kill me at all. Like, I wish there was more relevance behind why people would attack you in dungeons, so it at least made sense. Because it doesn't. My understanding is that all it does is locks you out the dungeon, so I guess it's like, so they have a better chance of being able to go after, let's see, better chance of being able to go after the, like, boss mobs or whatever, right? But it usually just feels lame. Bow staff is the way for AoE farming. True. Although crossbow dagger, like, you can be really good for DPS focus. Like, crossbow daggers are more valuable than, like, bone staff for DPS in dungeons. Well, not dungeons, you know, raids. But obviously, bow staff should be able to do some decent healing. The reason is that because of that whole thing I talked about earlier, where I can reduce their endurance with my Thundercloud bombings, that benefits an entire team. So very, very powerful. Like this right here, like he's just reducing his endurance, reducing his defenses, allows everyone else to then do more damage. It's weird because like you'd think this is just a raw DPS class, but in a funny way, it's kind of very supporting in what it does. One thing I did notice are random stacks when like they aren't people that like know what they're doing, which usually happens to random stacks more. Random stacks in this game are really bad at using parries. And that's really bad because like the parry system, when you're playing higher level content, is almost mandatory. Actually, not even almost, it is mandatory. If you don't use the parry system, you should lose. Yeah, quite funny how often I've watched that. Like, yeah, there. And it's especially good for classes like mine because I have something where I get a lot of mana back when I parry. So for me in particular, it's very important. Like, you actually want to have attention. Whoopsie, I pressed the wrong button there. Need to get warmed up. So these lobbies are, like these places are really good for farming items, but they use this resource up here, for those that don't know, Abyssal Contract Tokens. I'm capped out, which is why I'm like, let's just farm a bunch of them now. You saw how much damage that Thundercloud bombing done, by the way, the overhead strike. When you max out on that, because also on top of that, you can hit them twice instead of once. It's based on like if you use your offhand. So yeah. And there's that one. When the remaining health is 50% or less, it increases your crit hit chance substantially. So really you want to get them to that point. I think the crit hit chance is like calculated after they take damage. It's kind of weird. I need to test that more because it's a bit hard to gauge. Yeah, like on average, it's usually safer to just get them below half HP. Like that. Oh, crap. Okay, I miscalculated that. The bar looked a bit weird for a sec. I need to adjust my settings because I think some things are a little bit too intrusive on the UI. I might also especially turn off other players' effects because when you're in a big battle, it's very hard to tell what the hell's going on, especially what matters. I just want to pull this guy. I think he would, like, he has lots of range, but if you hide behind a wall like this, it doesn't matter. There you go. So yeah, pretty big damage. I don't know why, but I keep finding that like the wizards are a lot more tanky than the rest. Wait, is this guy trying to party fight me? But I am in a party recruitment, so I get you know what? Screw it. Should we just do some of this content? And then we'll switch over afterwards. Ah, okay. Awkward. He was trying to stack a lot of mobs, but unfortunately, someone else is here. Yeah, he's more than good enough, I guess. Yeah, because he's bow. So this is what Faye was talking about. He's bow plus staff. So he wants stacks. He wants a lot of mobs together. I want a lot of mobs together occasionally because I have huge DPS clear potential. It's very bloody mana consuming though. Like insanely mana consuming. Alright, we're just getting the party together. You know, this is funny, like, every time I streamed, no one would ever, like, every time I wasn't streaming, no one would join my party. This is streamer loot logic. Now everyone wants to be my friend. I think that's how it works. Like, anyone else who plays this, is it that hard to usually get lobbies, like, parties going in these situations? Because I just feel like every time before, I usually just get ignored. Yeah, so we want to stack them all. There's nothing else over there. But yeah, like I can do this and then this. You should ask guildies. I need to join a guild. I just didn't bother because obviously like I would have joined a guild and then went AWOL for like a week and a half because of RedBull Wololo. So yeah, I just didn't bother. Definitely feels like the game wants you to party up, you know? Doesn't want you to be a solo Andy. What do you think, guys? Is it better having the ambient music or should I have playlists playing while I'm playing the game? Damn, a reason to have to buy Spotify Premium, right? Social driven? Yeah, agreed. I feel like we should be moving to a new room. It's like, it is our spot, but now because we're clearing so many, there's like nothing, right? So instead of getting that big stack, which I think a lot of these classes want, we've just kind of got the small fry stuff. But yeah, overall, I should have been doing more of these dungeons sooner. Because they give a lot of valuable crafting materials, which I now need. Whoops. I just realized. I always have to remember that. So this thing toggles off when you get low mana. And you want it on because it's like a proc chance on every single attack. So it can be a really big increase to your DPS. Especially considering I'm using lightning. The way lightning works is like it's about a 15% proc chance each attack. But it'll do 120% of your base damage if it does go off. Waiting for Sanctum. Oh, that's the one where it rains, right? Yeah, I went there. Unfortunately, it was raining and it was nighttime. So can you guess what happened? I was fine, went down to the second floor, and then for no reason, a dickhole just attacked me. And by a dickhole, I mean an entire squad. This is the thing I kind of hate. I just hate that it's irrelevant, if you know what I mean. Like, there's not... Outside of having less competition for the big boss mobs or whatever, there's really not much reason to attack players in those environments. It's kind of scummy. Yeah. Like, I get it if there was a relevance, almost like you got drops from them or whatever, but that would be kind of scuffed. But there's just no reason to do it other than you're an asshole. Only negative about having a party is you get less opportunities to parry, so less mana. Big sad. I did parry that, right? I acted like I did. Oh, that's why. There's a dark wizard hit me in the back. I wondered where all my health was going. I also feel like quite often my diffusion thing here doesn't work, where it's meant to decrease cooldowns. It just doesn't feel like it's doing it a lot of the time. It's kind of weird. I'll have to look into that. I think it actually might be bugged. I'm kind of curious, like, do people like watching this type of stuff? Like I said, I think it's more about the social thing. See, this is kind of a pristine example of where, like, outside of a big, almost like Racing World first event, I imagine, like, you just build your audience via YouTube videos entirely. I guess, like, maybe not right now because there's drops, but there's so many people with drops on. This is the thing, like, going to RedBull Wololo, obviously very beneficial for me in some ways, but, like, we missed the train ride. Like, I don't know if you guys saw it. I was baffled. The opening days when we were streaming Throne of Liberty, our viewership average was, like, 300. For the Throne of Liberty parts, we were like 500 people watching. I was like, I don't get it. Am I this interesting? Probably not. Have we been getting a lot of drops? I haven't been paying that much attention to it, but I feel like we've been missing out. It's so hard. Like, the UI is very difficult to track drops and whatnot a lot of the time. I say that and then get some. Whoop, whoop. By the way, guys, this is really cool about this game. You can do all this. Like, you have full customization for your UI. Big shout out to the devs to understand that. It's such a key important point. Like, that's why people love WoW so much after all these years. It allows that customization. It is actually invaluable how important that is. So I'm glad the devs understood that that's kind of a necessity, because that would have been a key blocker for no reason. Kind of crazy how many MMOs still release these days and don't think about that. Yeah, the reason I'm doing a bit of this is like, if I go and do the dungeons, I'm going to end up capped on Abyssal tokens again. So I might as well burn like 2,000 or 3,000 of these at least, because you can only hold 20,000 of them. The reason these are so good is also, like, there's something you can get. I think it's something you can cook that gives you a lot more Mastery XP. But apparently, this is one of the best ways to also farm Mastery XP for your weapon class. And because I've been doing the teardrops, but, like, I reached level 8, and it's just grinded to a halt. Like, my progress on leveling up that skill has disappeared. Golden apple. Yeah, and is that craftable? I think that's that's a cookable, right? Because, like, apparently there is quite a lot of value in things like fishing and whatnot, just most people don't do it. So I don't know what fishing gives in particular that's valuable. The funny thing is, like, one thing that's kind of weird is there is something you can cook that gives you 50% more XP on, like, standard XP. But it's kind of redundant because you're not going to necessarily have that level up until after you've reached level 50. I do kind of wish getting regular XP done something, you know? Because, like, some games are really good at doing that. Like, maybe even if it was just every extra level you get a growth book or something. Just small things, right? Because it baited me at first because I had, like, you have the bar, right? The bar was there and I'm like, oh my god. Wow, I wonder what we get after this. Nothing. Sometimes I wonder if I'm doing a lot of damage, but what I do know for sure is my attacks look pretty. Yeah, I love using that big I call it the Beyblade ability, but my god, your mana just disappears. Like, oh good, now I have mana issues for the rest of the engagement. Because, once again, it's because of this part, because this does use mana for every attack, right? So if you're attacking like 10 enemies in range, yeah, you're going to kill them really fast, but you're also going to drain 5,000 mana even faster. Oh my god, dude. Flies have been biting. I kind of want to say, should we move to another area? Anyone else getting that vibe? I'm like, we clear him too fast for here, right? We almost needed like a bigger area. Ooh. Guardian talk. More goodies. I think I needed a better belt, so that should be quite handy. I've got like 30 slots left, so I'm not going to cap out anytime too soon. Look at that, guys. Social MMO. I socialize. Yay me. Oh, there's another squad here as well. That definitely doesn't help with our progress. The weird part is the lower floor of this place kind of sucks. Because the mobs are less dense, so you have to spend more time pulling, and it's maze built. So yeah, I don't know. I don't feel like there's much value in going downstairs in the Salavian place. It's kind of unfortunate. Also, it doesn't even feel like there's quality to kill down there, from what I could see. Maybe I'm missing something, though. Like, maybe there's something they drop that's really worthwhile. I still need to venture to the island in the... down here. This island over here. Because I think that might have 1 or 2 pieces which are considered BIS for, like, crossbow-type builds, right? Whoop, whoop. Alright, be honest, chat. Should we just have our Spotify playlist? Oh, the problem is because I'm live on YouTube, actually. I just remembered. Because I'm live on YouTube, it'll DMCA me. I could just turn YouTube off. YouTube's like, no, please. And oh, I didn't see that from earlier, Ethan. Just to kind of explain, like, No, it's not that Puppy Paw didn't respect HRE, Abastos, or Juji. Actually, he respected Juji in particular a lot. Like, if you listen, you can even hear that said on the cast by Puppy Paw. They value Juji a lot. They were shocked that Marine Lord made that adaptation. In fact, he even broke this down himself on his channel, that was more of a last-second thing, as he wasn't originally going to value Juji that highly. I don't know what these guys are doing. What's that do? Yeah, screw your pot. Oh, I think we went to the main chamber. Yeah, our team's kind of split up a bit. We're all over the place. New spot. I also need to get some mana pots. I've been running without mana pots for a long time. It helps a lot. Is mana pot crafting cooking as well, Faye? Or is it just like it doesn't have a level up skill? Alright, I'm gonna grief us. Yeah, I think they're doing the same. I should go down too early. Pay attention to my timer. Woo-wee! Spin like a Beyblade, baby. It's actually kind of nice in some ways having this many mobs after you. As long as you get in range of the parry, you're going to get a lot of mana, which is really helpful. Okay, that was weird because that should have parried. I don't know why it didn't. Okay, once again. Yeah, dude, he's potato aiming. You saw that, right? I parried that, but he just missed. He swung to like a millimeter to my side. Just like that. We full party again. So nice to have this like Amatoy healing system with the leaves. Like you have your little buddy guy basically heals you over time. I think without that, this game would be torture. Like it would go from party playing being advisable to party play being mandatory, which I think is a negative. You want to encourage people to party. You don't want to make it impossible for them to not, right? So you want to make partying so damn good they can't resist it. But you don't want to be like, you can't play the game if you're alone. Right? Because then it highly limits people just being online. People will be like, yo, I'm only coming online if I know I've got people there. Which completely changes the vibe. Is the game too loud, by the way? I'm starting to think that in my brain now. I'm like, maybe it should be a bit quieter. Oh, whoops. Wasted my big ult. Big sad. I might change my keybind on that because I feel like I sometimes thumb it by accident. Maybe I'll switch it with C. I feel like these type of ones that are at the bottom should be like less usable, less reachable. Me damage good. I'm not sure how I feel about the skill effects. I'm kind of a mixed bag. Like, they look kind of cool. In some ways, they're big, but then in some ways, maybe they're kind of light, if that makes sense. I'm really big on this. Like, I think it is kind of important. So, like, BDO, I've said before, there's some things I really didn't like about BDO. So one thing is that, you know, they've done a good job of making the skills and abilities look like they feel really impactful or whatever. But the reality was you were doing those things over and over again, and actually a lot of the skills weren't that impactful. Right? I remember that's really what drove me away from Black Desert Online, is the repetition. That's why I like that they went a bit more traditional with this one's approach, where it's like, you're not just doing these like flashy combos of blah, blah, blah. There are parries, but they are intrinsically rewarding you for doing parries instead of just punishing you for not. Which is very nice. I think they understood that in a way that BDO fundamentally failed. Why has this one got an aura on it? I noticed that earlier, but I didn't really think much of it. Ah, there you go. He turns into the Abyssal Spectre. Hot dog. It's kind of interesting what I was saying around like the content type earlier, and it's still kind of in my brain a little because it's like trying to think what I could do more to kind of reach those numbers, because like the content that I have in mind is good, but the numbers required to achieve it are the problem, right? Like we talked about things like, you know, community interactive elements, tournaments that almost you could just run off the back of your community instead of relying on pros, right? But you need so many numbers, otherwise that just doesn't work. That's one of the big challenges. I think that's why that's really why we had to stop doing the community hosted like free-for-alls and whatever. It's just there just wasn't enough people turning up to run them. Or like, which is weird because we'd have close to 200 people, but like it just didn't work. Oh crap. Don't think Emma's been having any more issues. No, we're good. Got to check my phone. Because sometimes Emma just kind of forgets to like message me on here in Twitch chat, because I'll be looking more attentively in Twitch chat than like elsewhere. My phone's off to the side through charging. I think the squad moved back to the lower room. Wait, did you not pick that up? Yeah, get your ass moving. Boy, I said boy. I have a skill that returns mana? So do I. Mine's called the Mana Exchange. But it's only like 900. So you exchange 900 health to get 900 mana. But you eat so much mana, it's still not enough. I say it's not too bad when you're solo, because if you with the right mods, they're gonna make you deflect a lot. It becomes a problem when you're in a party and you have like a tank, for example, pulling aggro. Then you're not getting the deflect opportunities as much. Damn, son. Give Papa the goodies. I wonder, will they follow me? Is it even worth going down here? This is a fairly stacked area. Like, I think there's more mobs here, but also more people trying to take crap. You almost need build for groups as well for solo. Yeah. Well, that's actually something nice they already have sorted. I'm just lazy. So you can do that. There's quick slots. The quick slots will do that. It's really, really handy. And there's one for like... I think it doesn't change the one your player, but there's also one for player as well. As in like your equipment screen. It's like so for example, with my build, it's better to be Storm Cloud, which is the electric form, when you're doing party content, but it's actually better to be Poison when you're soloing. And that's an example where I'm a little bit lazy, because I don't switch. I just roll with a baby. Oh, woo, woo, woo. Yeah, the rooms really dry up. They've got quite long spawn times. We've already, how long have we been in here? It hasn't been that long, right? We've already burnt through like almost 3,000 Abyssal contract tokens, which is really good. Because I had way too many. Oh, I may have just taken the bait. This is like an awkward spot to be, because there's 3 mages. And I have like decent defense and evasion against thingies. Okay, we're just one of those guys. We swap through the groups. Wait, no, this is like, we were with this guy before, and then I don't know why he got kicked or something. And now he's back again. Like the crabs. Just can't keep him down. What? Dude, like, what? Okay, I don't know what's happening anymore, man. You'd think it would try to merge parties, but it legit just pulls you from one party to the other. It's so weird. I feel bad now. I'm like, dude, I'm so in demand. I'm just getting poached. What can I say? Built diff. Oh, okay, yeah, let him stack him up. Wait, why are you splitting like this? Like, bro. Yes. Dude, assassins are my favorite just because of how many deflect opportunities you get. Oh, that's so nice. They're like, hey, I saw you need some mana. Oh, wow, let me just go ahead and try to Beyblade spin you 3 times in a row. What a nice guy. I only got like 3 extra items since I last checked, right? So nothing crazy. Yeah, I am kind of envious of some of the classes like Bow Staff that could just basically round up this entire room and blow it up. I guess I can kind of do that if I have enough damage. Like I said, the problem is if you round up this entire room, you can be out of mana. It's also, I feel like you're a lot more AoE limited because you have to be in the right position close to them. Whereas you can almost, with Bow to a certain extent, like some of the skills you just kind of line up with Bow Staff. If the lineup is correct, then you're good. We got him to invite us to the group. Who likes frames? Not me. Okay, seriously, that's bugged. It keeps missing. I don't know why. Oh, I do know why. It's bugged. It's like, I just give up, man. The one time where I don't bother to deflect, I guarantee he's actually going to hit me with the overhead. And it's going to, like, KO at me. Every goddamn time. Maybe I'll just roll. I think roll doesn't give the mana though. I might be wrong. Hopefully I'm wrong. This is one thing I'd like to be wrong about. Beyblade spin makes me feel so cool. Get quite a lot of Solent here as well. By the way, can we just agree that Solent is a terrible name for a currency? It kind of sounds like Soylent, which just sounds like we're dealing in poop. Like, yes, yes, on the poop exchange, exchange marker. This will go for top notch. Hoi hoi. Okay, like that time I don't have an active deflect, but it hit me still. I don't know, dude. I don't know what the deflect system wants from me anymore. You guys know that you can deflect in PvP as well. It's just you don't obviously get the big purple warnings or whatever. But it is a thing. Should we do something else? We've cleared like almost 4k of our Abyssal tokens, which is good. Yeah, let's do something else. Wonder if I got anything worth using. Maybe? No! Bro. As I ult-tabbed out, I mean, I kind of deserve that, right? Pretty dumb place to try and TP in. Nice, that time. Now parry works. X to Z. Oh, I think I might call it. I don't know. We haven't been on Throne Liberty that long, but we have been online for 8 hours. Yeah, guys, I'm going to call it. All right, it's been a fun stream. I should be back tomorrow. We're looking to cast more Age of Empires 4, so hopefully I'll see you all there. But thank you for tuning in, and don't stay a stranger.